Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello. Welcome back to J is for Justice, and welcome back to the panel, guys.
Hello.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Roberters. HJ's here, Mando.
Oh,
Mando's.
Oh.
Is Mando your friend? Who's Mass Mando?
Yes.
Where's Heather J at?
We
Who
don't
is
talk
that?
about him. No.
Oh, I don't know
no.
who he is. Okay. Oh, don't highlight him. Mass Mando, are you her stalker? Because this is not a good day to stalk. This is not the topic where you want to come across as a stalker. Okay. Hey, Lizzie Bones. Happy New Year, honey.
Lizzie.
You know, we haven't had a chance to really talk about anything other than the case since the other day, but I really enjoyed Lizzie calling in. I thought you were a great caller in, and I'd love to have you call in again. So tomorrow, you guys, we are doing a call-in show for the 3:00 p.m. live. So I want to hear what everybody's got to say. I want to hear what everybody's thoughts are, because this is such a complex case.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I read through our comments on the videos and stuff, and everybody's got such a interesting, you know, there's so many unique comments and theories and thoughts that I want to give people an opportunity to call in and actually, you know, discuss it. Because I think that's the only way we're going to be able to sift through is by just having major discussions, because it's so much.
Mm-hmm. There's so much stuff out there and so much speculation and stuff as well. Like, making sense of everything that we're seeing is crazy.
Mm-hmm. And that's why we were late, you guys, because we've put together so much stuff that, I mean, we're going to be jumping around a little bit because there is so much. There's new stuff that we're going to be going over that I haven't even seen all of the new stuff. But then we're also going to put together like a rundown of the old unsolved cases in the area. There's a couple of them that have a lot of the same, I guess, key, I don't know, features. I don't know what else you'd call it. And then there's also some things that I want to talk about with these videos. The video of the friend, which was totally interesting because we found out about past drug history.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of explains his different looks. He's very gaunt now. And then I noticed in one of his photos, his pupils are huge, like huge. And that just doesn't look right. You know what I mean? When someone's pupils are almost as big as the iris or whatever you call it, that might not be the right term. But when their black part is almost as big as the colored part of their eye, you look at them and you think something's off, you know, and then you look and you're like, whoa, it's those pupils. And that friend even made mention of his eyes. There's the dead eyes, she said the dead face. And then she said, I think it's the eyes. Mm-hmm. But then the other call in on T-Rev 757's show.
Yeah, so interesting.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely shooketh, and I love his soundbite where it goes, "Oh my God!"
Yeah,
I was dying. I'm like, that is perfect. That I want to go over, because I don't think there's any way in hell a family member of an investigator would know all of that stuff.
No way. And even if they did, like, why would they tell a family member like what's going on in the investigation? They just wouldn't do that.
Right, and to be that detailed.
Mm-mm.
Like, to talk about the friend trying to escape.
Yeah.
To talk about the stacking of the bodies. We never heard anything about stacking of any bodies. That would be quite the detail that I would think that no investigator would share, because only the killer would know that. And the people that were in the house. You know, obviously the roommates and such would know those details. Possibly. I don't know if the roommates went upstairs. So I guess I shouldn't even say that. We don't know what the roommates saw on the third floor. or anybody that they called over. So I think his call-in is crazy. And I just listened to his follow-up. He actually tried to call this Dave back, and then he tried to call the friend, the girl. He tried to call her, and he didn't get a response. And she actually spoke out about his video, saying it sounded like him. So it's interesting to me. I'm sure she's in contact with law enforcement. Is she being told to zip it?
Yeah, probably is.
She deleted her video.
And she'd made a comment as well saying that when she was listening to that call-in, that she was broken because it sounded exactly like him.
Masked Mando, if you're not respectful, this is your one and only warning. Like, next time you're just going to be blocked. If you're not respectful, you're going to get blocked. The comment playing Jenga with bodies, like, that's not fucking funny. So if you say shit like that again, you're gone. Period. Lizzie. Yikes. Yeah, why would a family member tell the public in a way who'd give away who they were? Voice, looks, etc. doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
I just feel like that person, I'm actually not even going to look at chat. If you guys want to get a message to me, you have to super chat because I'm not looking right now. So if you want to be seen, that's the way to do it. Because it throws me off and there's too much. So back to the call in, the video, the girl didn't respond. Dave didn't answer. He left him voicemails and everything. So I thought that was really cool that he did that, and interesting that there's no response. So those two things have been on, like, weighing on me. I'm not going to lie. I watched the video of, the dude talking, and I found the actual video that he's playing in that video he made. And now I don't know what date he made that, but the Good Morning America clip he's playing on the case was aired on December 6th, the morning of December the 6th. And I don't know what time, I don't know what segment it was in, but I did find it and I played it, and I have it here, and I wanted to play it really quick because if he did make it that morning, that's if it's him, and if he sat there and made this video, this is what was being said, and this is like what the police were letting out at that given time, if that makes sense. And what I'm trying to say is we heard a lot of things from the Moscow police. We heard a lot of backpedaling from them throughout the course of this investigation. So what was being said on December the 9th, we know whoever made that video played this clip and was watching it. So let's listen to what the hell it was. That's what I want to know. So I haven't watched it. I only found it. So let's see what the heck they say. It's 2 minutes long.
What's up, Einstein?
After Verizon gives us a 30-second commercial.
Of course.
Right. So, gosh, I don't know why I'm so shook by this, but I just am. You guys feel the same?
Yeah.
It's like you're digging and you're getting bits and pieces, and then like we'll share it with each other, and then someone will be like, "Oh wait, look at this," and it'll tie together, and it's just
one thing after another.
Yeah. There's just so much stuff.
I can't catch up. Okay, here we go.
Murders of those 4 Idaho college students. Police releasing a long and detailed new statement on the case, attempting to tamp down growing speculation and also outlining previously undisclosed avenues of the investigation. Kana Whitworth has the latest for us. Good morning, Kana.
Robin, good morning. So authorities saying that they looked at an alleged stalking incident that Kaylee had told her father about a month prior to her murder and found no evidence it was related. And now this morning, their focus is shifting to another timeline.
This morning, police zeroing in on the movements of 2 of the University of Idaho victims, Xana Kernodle.
This is when they shifted gears and said, no stalker, We're following Ethan and Xana's last moves. And that dude who made that video was watching it. Let's finish it out. There's only a little bit left, but I just wanted to know what the turn of events was. And damn, it was a big turn of events.
And Ethan Chapin the night they were murdered, looking specifically at the hours between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m. when the couple was believed to be at Ethan's fraternity.
Why are you looking for more information specifically about where Xana and Ethan were in regards to his fraternity house?
That actually seems to be one of the larger areas that we don't have a lot of information in. And so being able to locate what they did that night, to maybe who they contacted, maybe any routes that they took home, that would be important for the investigation.
Xana and Ethan stabbed to death less than a block away at Xana's home, along with Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan, who were found on the top floor. 2 roommates survived, along with Kaylee's dog, seen in this TikTok video. Authorities now say the dog was found inside the home, but in a separate room from the victims.
How important is the behavior of the dog in your investigation?
We don't believe that there was any appearance of forced entry into the home. And as well, at this time, we have not determined if the dog was inside the residence during the murders or not. What we do know is that the dog was inside when officers arrived. The dog did not appear to have any evidence on it.
Police also addressing information about the victim's manner of death after Kaylee's father said he learned his daughter's wounds were much more severe than her friends, fearing Kaylee was the target.
Please don't be my child. That's the target.
Police telling ABC News they have not provided the family with that information.
Now, authorities also tell me they're not trying to refute what the family is saying either. Ultimately, they want to protect the integrity of this investigation. But you guys, as time marches on, Steve telling us that he's been approached by private investigators to help solve this case.
Okay, Canna, thanks very much.
Okay. So think about the killer watching this. If he's the killer, if he's the one that made that video and he watched this update, what would the killer be thinking? Because they switched gears from Kaylee having a stalker or a stalking incident that Kaylee shared a month before the murders. That was squashed. I never even heard that before. All I heard was that there was speculation and her family blew it off in an interview. I think in order to squash that, the family did a separate interview and balked at it. No way. That's what I think. What do you guys think?
Mm-hmm. Well, to me, it's interesting that I know it's it's a separate thing, but that caller that called into that YouTube channel, he was mentioning frat boys from Sigma Chi, saying that he'd worked with some and they were asking him questions like, how would you get away with murder? So the fact that whatever he was watching there was mentioning that they had moved away from this stalker thing and they were looking into what Ethan and Xana were doing, and they were at this Sigma Chi house.
Right.
That kind of links those two things together, and that just kind of freaked me out.
Wow, it really does.
Yeah.
So do you think that this was worrisome for him? Or do you think that this was a little relief for him?
I think it made him think that they weren't looking for a stalker kind of person. So he was probably thinking, well, they're not looking in my direction now, so I'm going to go down the same path they are, try and guide everyone towards looking at frat boys.
Okay. I'm so glad you said that because that's exactly what I thought. And then I was thinking, maybe that's why he decided to make the video, because he felt that much more comfortable that he wasn't a suspect. If it was still the stalker thing, he may not have even messed with making a video. No. But because they switched gears abruptly like that, and this was the day that they switched gears, December the 6th, and this is the video in that video. So I don't know if it means anything, but I found it to be interesting.
Very interesting.
Because I was like, what's he watching in the background? And then I had another thought, you guys. Check this out. That video, well, let me show you this first. And then, because I'm telling you guys in chat, we're going to be all over the place because this case is literally all over the place. So there's not going to be any really rhyme or reason really until we get to the past murders. Those are going to go in order, but we have so much to go over from bits and pieces from everywhere. So the first thing that I want to show you guys is this. And this is a screenshot in the middle of the person who made that video. Okay. And then we have Brian's ear. And I know it's stupid, but I thought it was such a good shot of the ear, that it would be easier to compare that rather than looking at a pixelated nose or a pixelated face. So I trimmed just the part that was actually, you were able to see. And I know it's blurry and I know it's not the best. I don't know if making it smaller helps.
It's not even just the ear either. Like if you can see his cheekbone, cheekbone as well. Like there's an indent in the same place as there is on that other picture.
So yeah, you can see the indent you're talking about is obviously right here, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That shadowed bit, and this is the most recent photo we have is his mugshot, and he's got that sunken in area right there. And then if you look at the ear, see how his ear, hang on, let me go over here. Hold up. See how his ear like turns forward and there's a shadow in there because it kind of like flips forward. It's kind of like a Dumbo ear, you know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of flipping downwards. But if you look at the middle picture of the ear, you can kind of see that same shadow right here.
They look so similar.
Like there's that shadow of the ear flipping inwards. It's like totally, it's got to be him.
I mean, look at the neck. Then, like Tato said, the indent and the ear,
I got to look at chat. I'm dying. I just want to see what they're saying. Yeah, the shadow in the ear, Audra. Yes. Yes, so we have to go back. I looked at this ear and I was like, holy shit. Okay, but this Marky, you got to remember, the center one is a video where he's moving very fast. Like I had to try hard to get that exact moment when that ear is facing this way. So he's moving, so you're not going to have exact like you have on the left and the right. Yes, the length of the neck. Now, the photos aren't lined up exactly because that middle one, I couldn't get it just so to line up exactly, or it would have been, you wouldn't even been able to make it out. So, I mean, think what you want, take with it what you will. I think it's eerily similar.
Yeah. I mean, the jaw, the ear, everything.
He's got a very distinct jawline and cheekbone and facial structure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I think he's gone because I think he may have gone back on drugs or something.
Yeah, most likely. And when I first watched that video, I didn't see like similarities and stuff. But when you stop it and get an actual shot like this one,
yeah,
it really does look like him.
It's all moving too fast in the video to really make a good comparison.
Yeah,
without stopping it.
And that's what I'm saying. Like it moves so fast. I can't get it crystal clear. Because number one, it's a reflection.
Yeah.
The fact that I was even able to get it this clear is amazing. It's a reflection in a computer monitor that's turned off. So what's really weird to me too. Now, let me show you this. I've got one more thing and then we can put this to bed. Bad choice of words. Then we can move on to the next thing. But I've got this that I showed you guys last night. And I posted in community. Let me share that as well. I hope you guys don't mind that I'm just getting my shit out of the way.
No,
because it'll make me feel so much less stressed. Okay, where is the picture of that room that I took? Their CSI room. Where is that? I thought it was in my phone. Well, let me pull this one up while I look for that. Okay, so the next one I want you guys to look at is, obviously this was already in the community post, but I don't know if everybody saw that. So we're going to look at it again. Yes, I said again. Now this again is not clear because he was in a crowd and I had to zoom in and I had to try to, get the thing so we could see the structure. And everybody in comments was like, no, his hairline is wrong. Now, It's cold. It's cold in the Idaho. So what if he was wearing a beanie, took it off inside, and his hair was just smooshed down?
It definitely could be. When you look at his mugshot, his hair is long.
The cheeks. Look at the cheeks.
It was the mugshot that, looked similar.
Yeah,
to
you know
me.
what? I should have actually put it next to the mugshot, I guess. For some reason, I gravitate to this creepy ass picture. I don't know why.
That picture reminds me of Adam Lanza.
Oh my God. And the other one when he's younger and he's got really big eyes as well.
Yes, it's the eyes.
He really looks like him.
Lunatics.
Yeah.
Lunatics. Thank you, Crystal Amber, for subscribing.
Oh, welcome.
So this picture was for his ID for the PhD program, correct?
Yes.
Rex doesn't think it's him. Yeah, if you could see the nose better, it's so blurry.
I know.
I felt like the mouth matched up, though. I was looking at like how he has a straight mouth. See how that dude has like a straight mouth, too? Not that you're going to be smiling at a vigil, but what I mean is just the lips. You know, his lips just naturally go like a little fucking douchebag. He does look similar to Ted Bundy. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar. I was just looking at my poster behind me, and I was like, holy cow, that could be him, even with the curly, hair and stuff. The pic on the left is at, and someone asked if that was at the WSU vigil or if that was at the one at University of Idaho. Do you guys know which vigil that was? Because they did one at Wayne State, at Washington State. I'm thinking Detroit. I did, Angie. Shell showed us that too. So I don't know if that's him or not. That was just something else that was curious, but I'm trying to find that picture.
Yeah, I can't find it.
I
Of
was
that
looking
room.
too, and I couldn't find it.
Gosh, is it on my
Weird.
laptop? Weird.
Oh no, Leanne said he's a thinner Ben Stiller.
Ben Stiller. Well, you know what? You guys are picking Ben Stiller. What's the other guy? The virgin, 40-year-old virgin.
Oh,
Oh, that is Ben Stiller. No, who's that other actor?
no.
He looks like
That's
him
like-
too.
Yeah.
It must be the same nationality or something because they have similar features. I think that's what's making him look like all these same people. Where is the picture of that room, you guys? That is so maddening.
We've shared so much stuff on this.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'll have to look for it, I guess. Oh, here's another screenshot from that video.
Are you looking for the room where they had all the computers?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay,
That
yeah,
one.
I have it.
Oh, sweet. Okay. All right, so let's... You got it up on your screen? Can I share? Or no?
Yeah, give me. Whoops. I just have to switch
Sparkcraft.
the video.
I think you might be the first new member of the year. If not, you're one of the first few members of the year. Thank you, Sparkcraft.
You can
Shelby.
share,
Whoop, whoop. We've got 2 new members of 2023. Welcome, you guys.
Yeah.
Yay. Shelby, aren't you Audra, not Audra D. Shelby looks familiar. You had a different name. Not Audra D, but God, I can't remember. You've been around forever, though. You've been around since I've been around. Gringo can do. Welcome. Do you have it up? Okay, sweet.
I do.
Okay, so this is the CSI room for WSU students. And I was wondering, can you zoom in on that far table by the window? The monitors.
I think that's as far. Oh wait.
Okay, that's fine. It's got wood grain top, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so when we watch that video, you'll notice he's got a MacBook Pro sitting in front of the keyboard, and he's kind of pushed these monitors back. I think it might be in that room. Carrie Lee, whoop whoop. Look at that. Carrie Lee, Lisa. Lisa's a member too. We got
so many new Robertas.
Yeah. I know, this is so exciting, you guys. This is growth. This is our community getting better. Look at, she said, "Oh my God, yes." I know. I don't forget people. Okay, so I think he may have done the video.
Like over at this one.
Yes. Yes. And it trips me out because he's got
watch it now.
I know. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch it now. So let me pull it up. Oh, here's this too, you guys. Before, thank you so much for pulling that up, Heather. I'm sorry if I'm really just thrown. I want to like go through everything and I'm really impatient. So this is the poster that I have on my wall behind me. And I was like, whoa, I could almost insert his photo and be like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
It's just creepily similar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back here. And then I'm going to pull up that video. We're going to watch him. And if you could keep that photo handy, HJ.
Yeah.
Whereas we'll probably want to revert back to it. Because if he did this video in the CSI lab at school, and it was in the morning. I mean, not saying for sure, but Good Morning America. I don't know when he was watching it, but it came out December 6th in the morning. Or was it the 9th? December the 6th?
I think the 6th.
So, yeah, that just was crazy. All right, so here is the video. Let me pause and rewind. And it's just so creepy. If you think about this being him, right? And you think about him watching and looking at that house. But also what was interesting to me is that it's user 348-0800301753. That tells me this person made this TikTok account. It was a completely randomized username and they didn't bother to change it.
Didn't it used to have an actual username on it?
I think that's
like,
the
was
person.
It removed or something?
It does show someone's, but I think it was someone who was like screen recording it. I remember seeing someone else's name, but
yeah,
seriously,
it started with a J, I think.
But look at the bottom though.
Hey there, to those of you interested.
Oh, see, Jay Josco. I think he reshared it, maybe.
Oh, that was the original.
Which one would be?
Resharing.
I don't have TikTok, so which one would be?
The original would be the one that's under TikTok on the screen.
Oh, and the one that shared it is user.
Is that guy? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Josco 1970. Who the hell is that?
1972. He's been looked into, though, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
So is he?
My notebook.
We don't know. Like, what? What's Josco? Is that like his last name?
I'm not.
Because what I get is I googled Josco, and it says Josco Group since 1972.
Josco Group.
Look. There's sandals. The fuck?
Oh, weird.
Like literally
out of.
I don't about us. Let's see. I don't. JJ. Calicut. Fuck, fino, dude. I don't even know. What is this?
Watch, they probably only have a form.
Is it in Russian or something? Russia?
Oh gosh.
No, they're in India. India. Maybe this isn't the right Josco. But isn't it weird that it says since
the same
1972?
Is that Josco account still up? Do we know?
Oh, I'll show you. Look, it came up when I Googled it.
Oh, it did?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it exists.
Oh, yeah, man, look. All I had to type in was, yeah.
No, it says user underneath his account. Why? Why does it say Josco and then user? Why is there two?
I don't know. He's got other
I think-
videos.
What
though.
else does he have? I'm almost afraid to look.
Oh my God. What is that?
Harry Styles. Oh
What
my
is
God, what
this?
is that?
Look at the bear.
Look
Dude,
at
I
the
can't-
comment. It says the tag said Pennsylvania.
Hmm?
The comment underneath it.
It says Pennsylvania on the tag.
No, the paper. What paper? I mean, those are Reese's, so they're made in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
No, yeah. No.
But what paper says Hershey? Not the one behind the doll.
It says the tag as well. What's the tag? On the doll? I can't
Well,
really
the
see it.
Reese's are definitely Hershey, PA. But
That's weird though.
ew,
Yeah.
it's making me sick. It says Pennsylvania on the tag. Oh my God, the paper says Hershey, Pennsylvania. Hold on. Let me make this wider. Wasn't one of the girls almost decapitated? Is this a clue?
Oh my gosh.
I think that's part of the Reese's box. Reese's are made in Hershey. Definitely CVS. It is a CVS though. I can tell by that price tag. Halloween decoration. It's Pennsylvania. 8 videos on this page were posted on the same date. Another user says, "Where did you get this doll? I need it for my brother."
Oh my God.
Oh, that's probably a troll, right?
Yeah.
That was last night.
Possibly.
Pharmacy. I think it's creepy as hell. Let's see what the first one is. What? Where is this? A user says, "Look at the reflection."
I couldn't see it, and I've watched it.
Oh, is there? Oh, there's sound. Hold on. What the hell is this? It's all Madonna.
Like a museum or something.
Is this his apartment?
Oh gosh, I hope not.
I mean, it kind of looks like an apartment to me. What the fuck?
So his first video was on October 22nd.
How do you
and then he had a-
pause? Oh, there we go.
There.
Okay.
And then he had a bunch on the 24th, and then the last one is on December 14th, and it's a video of a news clip about the murders.
What?
But everything else is like just random, like Lizzo, Harry Styles. This account is very bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
This room is very bizarre. Why is he obsessed with Madonna? And what's with the typewriter? Why is there a typewriter? What does that have to do with Madonna? Look at, there's dolls, an old typewriter. This is bizarre. Is this at Hard Rock? I don't think so. It looks like a house.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a Hard Rock.
No, weird. Harry in Chicago? God, my daughter was at that concert.
Really?
God, yes. She went to Chicago for that concert. Lizzo in Atlanta. Where's this one at? Is this a clue we need to look in these cities? This is October 24th.
Yeah, he posted a lot on the 24th.
He was at that Harry Styles concert.
It looks like it.
What's this? Oh my God.
Oh my God.
What the? Can you slow videos down on TikTok or no?
I have no idea.
What the fuck movie is this?
Fucking creepy.
Guys, this is really weird.
It just keeps getting more disturbing.
The guy's naked.
What is it from? Is it a music video or something? Oh, it's a Harry Styles song.
Is that his
it
Harry
is?
Styles video too?
I think so. A sushi restaurant.
Someone put
Music for a sushi restaurant.
note the finger in the corner of the screen. First frame, door with lockbox and dog crate. His finger right there. Door with lockbox. I'm trying to make out what that even is.
Yeah, that's a music video for Harry Styles song. Music for a sushi restaurant. I think. Yeah.
His fingers are over the top of it though. Is that like balls? Like testicles? What was that?
I don't know, but it's disturbing that this part of that
It
music video
is.
has been clipped to put on here. Considering.
And then the knives like being used. I can't. My daughter is going to be shook when she sees that Harry was dragged into this. She's going to be pissed. Look at this girl says, I refuse to believe the person that did this is a Harry's fan, and she has crying faces. What? Okay, it's octopus.
Yeah.
But why does the dude in the video's shirt say senior on it? Is this,
Oh, yeah.
is this like, I don't know what this song's about. So maybe it's about like, I don't know, school classes. I don't know. Okay, here, we're going to watch the one now.
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing this report, I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside the investigation into the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory.
Okay, so he sounded excited when he heard that Kaylee's dad released some of the details himself. Like he loved hearing that.
Yeah, like now he can talk about it.
Uh-huh. Let's listen to that part again.
But it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has...
Okay, and another thing I want you guys to pay attention to, when you hear the nose breathe, typically when someone makes a video, you hear an exhale. You don't hear someone breathing in their nose. And I'm wondering if his broken nose didn't obstruct the air going up his nose and he had to breathe in harder to get air up his nose. And he's not really thinking about that. Because that is a really distinct, I mean, I would have to really go to make you guys hear that, you know, like it's weird because normally you'll hear an exhale and that's always what bothers me in my edits. So that's why I notice that stuff.
What I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory. As you know, the two women were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true, at least in regard to the fact that they hadn't fallen to sleep in the same bed.
Okay, this is first red flag number one. Only the killer would know these things. Who else would know these things? Not even Jack.
No,
because Jack didn't answer. No one would have any idea except for the killer and the investigators. And I do not believe for the life of me that any investigator leaked this to a family member and the family member got excited when Steve Goncalves released his own details and thought they would piggyback on that.
Yeah, there's no way.
How do you know what he's saying is true, Rexy says? We don't, I guess.
No.
Good point.
It's just weird the fact that they said that they were found in the same bed. And he's saying, well, they were found in the same bed, but they didn't fall asleep in the same bed. Like, that's weird.
And
it's a weird detail to add in.
Yeah, and who would think, oh, no, they were stacked.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going.
Were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true, at least in regard to the fact that they hadn't fallen to sleep in the same bed. One of the victim's wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed. Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The person must have been very strong. They think the man came into the room after
that breathing,
doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke.
And this is not someone, in my opinion, looking for 15 minutes. Way too detailed. Over detailed.
Yeah.
The way he says unalived. Unalived, cleanly unalived the first victim. And as he says this, crazily, there's Kaylee on the screen. Let's go back.
After doing what they did on the second floor, they went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. The man, they believe that the man possibly grabbed her and she screamed loudly, apparently.
There's that ear. There's that ear and there's that neck.
No one involved in this investigation would know any of those details either. They wouldn't know who was...
That she screamed. And...
That she tried to run?
That she tried to run.
How would they know that? Yeah.
Or that the first one was clean and silent. Like, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know where they fell asleep or anything. The only thing that they know is what they found when they got there. So, it's creepy.
And what date did he put this out? What's the date on? How do I... Oh, shit.
Hey there to the...
What was that? Oh, that video.
Hey there to those of you interested in hearing this report.
Okay, another thing, too, to point out. There's his MacBook Pro. and he's like watching this video on GMA on his MacBook Pro. But then when he zooms out, that's when you'll see the desk.
I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside the investigation into the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory. As you know, the two women were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true, at least in regard to the fact that they hadn't fallen to sleep in the same bed. One of the victim's wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed. Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The person must have been very strong. They think the man came into the room after doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. They believe that the man possibly grabbed her, and she screamed loudly, apparently. The man then harmed her, and the reason the wounds were of such force, he was doing it.
Look at his nose right there, too. What do you guys think?
And that window behind him, too.
Yeah, that's why I thought he was...
Thing.
Oh, the picture, yeah. But I thought he was on that end because of the, the reflection from the window.
Yeah.
Is why we can see him, because the reflection is from the window is shining on his MacBook.
He was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between.
Okay, now he's shown a little bit of that desk and the keyboard and the monitor. I don't know if it's the same flipping desk as the one over here by this window, but I don't know why it struck me, but it did.
I mean, it definitely could be.
Hearing
I know, right?
Between,
he stands up.
Between 3:45 and 4.
Okay, so what? Look there's like papers on the wall behind him. And then wait, is there another desk? Zoom out, HJ.
Yeah, it looked like there was another computer screen behind him. There is.
Oh my God! No!
Oh my God.
Make it stop. No. It can't be. It can't be.
Can you go back to that other picture real quick?
Yep.
Oh, no.
I feel sick to my stomach. Is that the desk behind him?
God, it really looks like
Did he make this video in the CSI lab? Oh, God. Let's go back. I wish this video allowed you to slow it down. Okay, look right behind him. Like right here. What is that?
I don't know. That TikTok thing is in the way.
I know. I'm going to try to just go frame by frame if I can. Does that look like a bag with a handle? Okay, and then he's going to stand up. Oh, look, there's behind him. Mm-hmm. There's a desk. What do you think?
I think it looks like it.
Yeah, so do I. I wish we had a picture of that other
Oh,
wall.
is that the window on the left? Because that window in that picture looked like it fills that whole side.
That
of the
whole
wall.
end, yeah, the
And you
whole
know
end
what?
of that little cove is the window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look, and then he's gonna stand up. He shows like there's the keyboard, and I was thinking to myself, like, why would there be another monitor? Like, he's got to be in a library or something. And then I went to the WSU website in their criminology department, and they have pictures of all their like classrooms and stuff. And I was like, holy shit, it looks like that place in that video, like that desk.
Does that desk in that picture have a black keyboard and a silver
Let's go
framed
back.
monitor?
Let's go back to HJ.
I can zoom in a little bit more.
Yeah, and he's talking a little quiet too. What did Audra say? Hey, Pan. DG thinks he might be standing up because someone's coming in the room, possibly. Oh, yeah. Audra D said he's talking quietly, too. I think if he was at home, he would be speaking normally. What was the question? What were we looking for? I forgot.
The color of the monitor, but it's black.
Oh. Yeah, there's two monitors as well. And then there's the mouse and the keyboard. But the keyboard, you know what? Let me try to... Can you throw that in... Is that in Slack, HJ? Because I can try to... It is?
Yep.
I got all excited. But he got really excited. I found it. He got really excited, too, when Steve Gancalvis, whatever, released his deets.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, let's take a look here. If you guys are just joining, welcome. We are not really looking at chat right now. But welcome to the channel. We're going to do a call-in tomorrow, so you guys can sound off on all of this. Because we need the more people and their ideas and thoughts, the better.
Absolutely.
That's not very close, is it? That's as close as I can get on this. Let me do one more thing. I'm going to keep my screenshots to a minimum as I go because I had like 50 tabs open yesterday or whatever day that was, Friday. Did you guys have a good New Year's Eve? We haven't really even talked about it. What are you talking about? All right, so what I'm going to do is this. Because I noticed the keyboard's kind of thick. Check this out. I love how patient you guys are with me. You know I put a lot of time into this shit, though.
Mm-hmm.
You really do. I mean, you guys know, like...
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll tell you. Most of the time I over dissect, but... In this case, it might be interesting. Instead of, no, Jay, that's not it. No.
No.
No, Jay.
Abort.
All right, here we go. That is as good as I can get it right now. I'm not putting any kind of filters on it, but there's that. And then, see, I hate that I can't put them side by side. That's what really irritates me. Unless I share my entire screen. I guess I can. So there's the close-up of it. And then, whoops. And then where's the video at? That I was playing. Oh, here it is. See how messy my screen is? This is my brain.
That's
Okay.
how this case is, though.
There we go. I mean, this is as good as I can get. Fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Did I ask you to do that? Okay. That's the keyboard. See how it's like kind of got a, I don't know if there's something underneath it. I don't know. Maybe it's not.
Oh, I don't know. Those keyboards look different.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do look different. So maybe it's not. Okay. So we're not going to beat that horse to death. But let's finish watching his video. Oh, that was another thing. He mentions A&W gas station. Who would say that other than someone who lives there? And then he kind of corrects himself and goes, I don't even know what that means. Like, he's smart enough to say all these things and word things specifically with big words, but he doesn't know what an A&W gas station means. Everybody knows it's one of those combos. Gas station / food. So he's playing dumb, I think, to cover up that he just kind of spilled that he freaking lives there. What? Oh, that's his arm. But see how his neck is too? Can you guys see that or no?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Or is it? I'm going to actually just go back to sharing one screen, the video. Okay, much better. But see how he moves? He's holding his phone up to his MacBook. I don't know, man. It's weird. It's weird that it looks like he's in the same type of room, but God, it's just bizarre. Okay.
That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning, yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why.
So is he telling us that they got the exact murder time down because of the scream? Like, didn't we hear about a scream on a body cam or something?
Yeah. Like in the background, you can kind of hear like a really high-pitched kind of scream. But it's so quiet, like it's hard to tell whether it is an actual scream or not.
So it's still possible that it could be. Or are you not buying it? What are your guys' thoughts?
To me, it just didn't. It didn't sound like a terror kind of scream, which is what I imagine would have sounded like. Obviously, I mean, someone in terror screaming is completely different to any other kind of scream that you hear.
Right.
And to me, it just didn't sound like that.
But wasn't it also said that there were people, or is this guy the one that says it, that several people heard the scream but thought it was just people partying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would he say that? I mean, like, for someone to make up a video, you've got to be, like, he should be arrested with this guy because he's a danger to society. Because it's scary what he's doing, what he's saying.
Yeah.
Whether it's true or not, whether these bodies were left that way or not, someone whose mind went there is fucked up, in my opinion, is weird.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's either someone that was there and knows these details, or they've got a sick mind and they're thinking up these kind of things.
Yeah. I mean, Kaylee, making it sound like Kaylee was the original. He killed her cleanly and the other one tried to run.
But what he's saying about someone trying, like, they woke up and they tried to escape and stuff, wouldn't they have defensive wounds if that had happened? Because neither of those two girls had defensive wounds. It was apparently only Xana that did.
I mean, you would think if she got up and ran.
But we don't know for sure. We don't know what the cops put out there for his sake.
True.
I think we have to assume that everything was put out there for his sake. Anything that they could release was released for his sake. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I think if you go back and kind of, analyze what they released, it probably would make sense that it was for his benefit, kind of like how they switched gears, like they did.
And they specifically don't give details because only the killer would know what the details are. So I think someone like this, given these kind of details, that's going to trigger them to look into it as well. because that's what they want. They want somebody to give that kind of thing away.
Right. They kind of baited him to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So that was one of my notes that I wrote down. Did they, hang on. Okay, this was one of my effed up thoughts. You ready? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This pertains to the body cam noise complaints. We know that there were 3, correct, from August.
Yeah.
3 noise complaints. Someone called the police. Remember back when that couple was interviewed early on with Jeremy, and they said, they're not really that loud. They're pretty respectful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why were they called on 3 times? Now, hear me out. What if he made noise complaints so that they wouldn't feel comfortable calling 911 when he attacked?
Yeah.
The reason I got this idea was from listening to Nancy Grace's podcast, and she was talking to that Body Bags podcast guy, the forensic guy that did the Body Bags podcast. He's got like tons of good credentials. I can't think of his name, but she was talking to him, and he was saying like, oh God, it's so hard to put it into words. But like he was making it sound like he was thinking ahead of what they would put together. You know what I'm saying? Like, would they put the noise complaints and make it seem like that was a party house? Is that going to throw them off to think, you know, this house was a nuisance? And then he happened to do it on Labor Day weekend when he knew all them kids were gone and that their friends were staying there like they always did. And they got spooked. Like even the kids that answered the door on Labor Day weekend, they were like, oh, I don't know. They didn't want to, you know, give the names to the police. And I looked up, and all 3 of the girls, Kaylee, Madison, and Xana, have all had minors in possession in the past. And they all fought them in court. So if the cops are starting to be called on them, are they going to be more prone if they hear like maybe a fight downstairs? Kaylee and Madison are upstairs. Are they going to be more prone to call Jack over versus the police if they just think it's a fight?
Maybe.
I mean, I know it's kind of far-fetched, but I just think that the couple saying they were respectful and it wasn't that loud, they live right in their backyard. If they were going to be disturbing anyone, it would be them. And they were like, no, they didn't. No one could have been mad over the noise because they weren't that loud. And then I was thinking, well, what if he called the police to fuck with them? And he watched as they got fucked with. I don't know. Maybe it's far-fetched. So were the police messing with him when they were saying, the persons in the car have crucial info to get him to call and say he was driving that car at that point in time and try to clear himself? Was that a bait by the police? The person or persons in that car, they already knew who owned the car. They already told us that. They knew who owned the vehicle, and that's how they tracked him down. So did they put that out there like that, like the person or persons, because that changed as well. That was added. Person or persons. And it got us thinking, oh my God, were there 2 people involved? Did they maybe want him to think it was the wrong Elantra? I don't know. But wouldn't it have been something if he would have called and said, man, that was me driving by, and had some sort of alibi? Is that what they wanted?
Ooh.
So that they could talk to him without, you know, calling him a suspect.
Without spooking him.
Yeah, like, hey, yeah, that was me. Oh, can you come in and, you know, talk to us so we can clear you?
Yeah. Which I think they kind of did throughout the entire investigation. Honestly, I think they put some things out there, left some things in because they didn't want to spook this guy.
Okay, so what I want to go back and do later for another podcast is look into the Elantra when it came out and what was asked by the police, you know, from the public when it came out. Did they stick with the same, you know, we're looking for the driver? Because I know things were added, because things were added later. Like if you lent your car to someone, that was one of the last requests from Chief Fry. If you know someone who owns a car like this, if you know someone who let someone drive a car like this, I mean, they were all but saying he's driving someone else's car. If you let someone drive your car and you have that kind of car, you might want to call the tip line. I don't know. So that was one of my other points. And then also, I think another message that could have been for him, being that he's so, you know, schooled on criminology, is Chief Fry pointing out in one of his last updates, he literally said they had 90 some years of experience behind the team that was looking for this guy. And I think he wanted him to know, you may be smart book-wise, but you've never worked a case in your life. And we have 90 some years of experience with the FBI, local law enforcement combined to find you. And we will find you. And I think that was a message to him. You might think you're smart, but we're a hell of a lot smarter.
Yeah. We have the experience. We've been there. We've been through this type of thing.
I mean, this guy really thinks he's going to outsmart people who have worked the most extensive cases within the FBI. I don't think so. I just don't think so. So my last point that I wanted to make before we move forward is the fact that Ed Kemper was asked to advise on this case. That to me says there might be a serial killer here.
Yeah.
Like that. Why are they asking, like you said, Potato, why are they asking a serial killer to advise on an isolated case?
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
To me, that says that they had an idea that maybe he was involved in some other crimes as well. And they're trying to link things together. So asking for his advice because, you know, he knows.
Absolutely.
He was the co-ed killer. He went around campuses in California killing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that brings me to our first case in the past. Wait, I want you guys to get anything out that you want to get out about what we just talked about before we move into that timeline. Do you guys have anything you want to add? Like anything new that you want to talk about before we get into the old cases?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know.
Well, let's take a look in Slack and see if anything pops out at you, because we've got so much, you guys. Just bear with us.
The Kohberger's parents did release a statement through the attorney, their attorney.
What did they? I didn't hear that.
That's right in Slack. The second one up.
Do you wanna read it, or do we need to share it, or can you just read it?
Oh, I can read it.
Yeah, just go ahead and read it. Let's
pump
through this info.
So it's dated today. First and foremost, we care deeply for the 4 families who have lost their precious children. There are no words that can adequately express the sadness we feel, and we pray each day for them. We will continue to let the legal process unfold, and as a family, we will love and support our son and brother. We have fully cooperated with law enforcement agencies in an attempt to seek the truth and promote his presumption of innocence rather than judge unknown facts and make erroneous assumptions. We respect privacy in this matter as our family and the family suffering loss can move forward through the legal process. And then, sincerely, Jason Allen Labar, Esquire, Chief Public Defender, counsel for Mr. Kohberger. Did I lose you guys?
No, still here.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. No, we have his actual Reddit. Actually, HD,
yeah.
I'd love for you to share that and walk us through what you saw. And let's read some of the comments.
All right, let me just switch my
So
screen.
explain what this is, because someone just said his Reddit comment was deleted. We're not talking about the questionnaire, the survey.
No, it's his supposed to, well, it's speculate that it's actually his account called InsideLooking. And there's a lot of comments on there that I think the account was created on November 22nd. And there are comments about the case, like replying to other posts and things on Reddit, with some speculation and questions and things, all the way up until, I think there was a gap. He was posting like every day. And then there was a gap on, I think, the 15th or 16th of December. And then over Christmas. And then right up until the evening of the 29th, which is obviously the night before Bryan's arrest. So it's really weird that there was nothing after that. And obviously a gap around the time that he would have been traveling back to Pennsylvania.
And he only comments on stuff regarding this case. There are no other comments in any other subreddits.
No.
And they're creepy.
Yeah. And even his username is weird because, you know,
what is it again?
Inside looking. So like he's on the
looking.
inside looking out and we're on the outside looking in. You know, it's just a bit weird.
So do you think he left these crumbs on purpose?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I wanted to show this one though. And this is his comments, and this is one of the things that really creeped me out. K was not a target in my opinion. XM were targets. Look at the killer's route inside the home. K being target doesn't make any sense. And then he goes on to share this.
He knew their bed was against that wall.
Yeah, like he knew where their beds were.
And when was this posted?
This was 5 days ago. And he talks about killer enters sliding door and exits sliding door. And if KM/KM were targets, the path doesn't cross XE. If XE Ethan were targets, the path doesn't cross KM. And then he goes to say that Xana was the target.
Xana. Well, that video, the dude says that Xana, the second floor people were done first. So I wanted to ask you guys, do you think that it's possible he was at Ethan's fraternity that night?
Oh, after hearing that call,
yeah,
he definitely could have been.
It's like he was trying to pin it on them, trying to make everyone look at the Sigma Chi.
Yeah,
it's also weird that video says that the second floor was like first, and this comment says the same.
Right.
When everyone was thinking that the girls were first.
Yeah. And he talks about the order quite a bit in these comments.
And it matches what Steve said. Steve said that he didn't have to go up those stairs. Yeah. So, and when we get into this old 1999 case, it was two people sleeping in the same bed, or the same room rather. I don't know if they were in the same bed. But the case in 2021 that happened in Salem, Oregon, was a couple, a man and a woman. Could Xana and Ethan have been the target? Did he have contact with them through that fraternity that he mentions in the call, which we still need to play that. I forgot about that. That is very telling. Dave, the call Dave. Leo says in Reddit, he gets annoyed when people aren't listening or believing him. And that was one known trait.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It matches his personality that's described by his friend and like other students he went to high school and stuff with, is that he always wanted to seem like the smartest person in the room. Like he'd over-explain things to, make people think that he knows more than everybody else. This post was really interesting as well, because I didn't notice that they'd taken the handle off the door.
I didn't notice that either.
And he explains like,
oh,
Well, this is a post that he made.
yeah,
this is his own. Wow.
uh-huh.
You know what's weird is we just looked at that photo the other night
Yeah.
when we did the live. We looked at that same one.
Yep.
This one,
When-
and this one, because remember I said he looked
When
like
did he post this?
25 days ago.
What?
Mm-hmm. And he was saying they took the outside handle because it's the only one that he touched because the door wasn't closed after him. Because he's saying that he went in and out of the sliding door and he didn't touch the handle on the inside. For someone to even think like that, like that wouldn't even cross my mind that they didn't take the inside handle because it wasn't touched. It had nothing on it.
So is it confirmed that Xana and Maddie worked at the Mad Greek?
I keep seeing that.
Yeah,
they
I
did.
do too. I never knew if that was actually confirmed.
I saw like a review had been left by Kaylee, I think it was, saying that Maddie was a server and stuff.
I'm actually going to pull up that video and we can kind of play it in the background of the audio of that call in, I mean.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And then you guys like butt in if you say like pause it, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I got to find his video first, but what else is in there? Are you seeing anything of
There's so many
interest?
comments.
I mean, I haven't seen it at all, so
I didn't
anything's
read through them
interesting to
all.
me.
So wait a minute. These aren't in order then. I mean, he's always commenting on the order of the killings.
Mm-hmm.
This is so weird. So what minute mark does he call in at?
Speculate it's one killer. Oh.
It was
58.
4:49:32, I think.
Thank you. 4:49.
welcome.
Let's start there. There he is.
Oh, he commented on that. Did they find that Hyundai Elantra? He said no.
Literally just no.
What?
Yeah.
I can't.
This dude is all over this subreddit. It's so...
He just, like, some of his comments just seem to be really cocky and arrogant.
And I think those two guys sound alike.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And they might sound slightly different because when he's in that room, he's kind of whispering.
Mary P says, this is going to blow your mind. I have heard this.
Yeah.
That's one thing. I have heard this, but I have not seen that Reddit or anything. Okay. This is crazy. So this dude was live. He's live for a long time when he goes live, but he had like 12-hour live. One of them was 12 and a half hours. I was like, holy shit.
That's a long time.
So he was live for a good almost 6 hours or 5 hours before this dude called in.
Yeah. And how long ago was it? 2 weeks, wasn't it? Can't remember.
This was, oh no, hang on. I'm at the wrong live. I'm at the one he did last night. Hold on. He's probably not liking the food much. Let's see. It was like 2 weeks ago, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, 3 days ago were his last posts.
I got it, I think. He clipped it, so I don't know when. I think it was like 2 weeks ago. So it says Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger calls in live ? And then he puts not confirmed, allegedly. He's covering all those bases. All right, I'm gonna have to take your Reddit away.
Is that bit on the right where cake day? His
Please
birthday?
don't take my Reddit away.
What about his cake day?
Is that his birthday?
Nope, that's the day you join Reddit, is your cake day. So he joined on November 22nd of this year.
I was going to say, because I'm sure that his birthday was around that time.
The 21st.
21st.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The 21st of November. All right, let me share. Bear with me, guys. And video credit goes to TRev757. His link is in the description of this video. So please do check him out. He's got a lot of good videos on this case.
Hey, what's up, Dave? You're live.
Hey, what's up, man? Is this T-Rev?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Not much, man. I found you today. I watched your live earlier this afternoon and been watching this one. And the thing that strikes me kind of weird about all this is that I live in a college town, and I've worked with probably at least 10 Sigma Chi members. And, you know, the one thing that every single one of them I feel like has asked me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it?
Oh, the way he says that creeps me out.
I know, his voice.
I know, and this T-Rev had to be sitting there like, am I being trolled? Because it's just so weird.
It gives me chills.
How would you get away with it? Now, remember, his friend came out and said, yes, that sounds like him.
Yeah.
But now she's not answering to him. So did the police tell her to back off and not say any more? Probably. Because she was in contact with him, she said.
I feel like his ask me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it? And I just wonder if maybe this is nothing more than some kid in a fraternity trying to prove himself. And that was it.
So you said you worked with 5 or 6 Sigma Chi kids, and they asked you if you can kill somebody, they can get away with it?
Yeah.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah. And I know that's a thing that just like maybe people say.
Yeah, this is just a thing people say.
No.
Yeah. People just randomly ask, like, hey, if you were going to kill someone, how would you get away with that?
Yeah, there's no way.
Unless somebody did ask him that, being in the position he is, like jokingly, like, oh, you're a criminology PhD student?
Yeah, but it's also the same as the research questions that are in his survey. One of the questions was that.
Yeah.
Like, how would you get away with it?
Right. Eerie.
Trying to like have interesting conversation, but like just in my head, it's like it's always been these dudes that were in the fraternity. And so it makes me wonder if it's a thing that's in their like culture, that they ask to see how smart you are and whatever, and what kind of answer you come up with, and someone took
to see how smart you are. There's that parallel again with him, always like needing to explain and make people know that he knows and he understands.
Yep. And the thing about proving yourself as well, he thinks that, you know, it was in their culture to try and prove themselves. And that seems like what Bryan was trying to do. He was trying to prove that he was cleverer than everybody else.
And possibly researching this case we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Heather?
One of his friends or maybe it was one of his fellow students described him as over explaining everything. He wanted you to know that he knew what he was talking about. And
he had to be smart. He had to clarify that he understood everything. Weird. And he was like OCD about it. I have a feeling that there's going to be some mental illnesses more than OCD coming out of this dude.
Yeah.
I've got to wonder if he's ever had a girlfriend. That friend never said anything about that, but he was at a wedding sitting with her and her mom.
Yeah.
So he didn't even have a date, it didn't seem like.
No.
Yeah, has to be the smartest person. Oh yeah, and he explains it in the most difficult way possible. They said. Look at the screen. It says sus. That comment. But the oh my God. It's hilarious because the dude talking can't hear that. Only the audience can hear that, you know? All right, here we go.
Took it too far.
Oh, that too. Took it too far. They get back to the research.
Yes.
7 months ago, did he not get the response that he thought he would by posting on the subreddits?
And why would you, like, did he really think that people who commit these kind of crimes are going to give those kind of answers? Like, did you get away with it? Like, what did you do to get away with it?
Whoops. Exactly. I agree.
In their like culture that they ask to see how smart you are and whatever, and what kind of answer you come up with, and someone took it too far.
Oh wow! Who? What kind of dudes would ask you that?
Well,
that's crazy as shit, man. That's an outrageous statement, man. I mean, I'd write their names down.
Yeah, man. Like you know, I like horror movies and all that kind of stuff, and I'll watch those kind of things. But like when someone like in person says some stuff like that, it's kind of like jarring. It's like, what? Why are you saying something like that?
Yeah, that's man. Who said that to you?
Like,
okay, hang on. I want to play that part again.
Like in person says some stuff like that. It's kind of like jarring.
Did he say something at that frat party and jar the people there?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It seems like there's like some truth in his own experience in this
Yes,
story.
Yes. Like
but he's trying to like deflect it away from himself. Like, it wasn't me doing it. It was them saying this stuff. But
yes,
it was most likely him saying it, and he jarred everybody by his questions.
Yes. It was jarring to hear that. Oh my God.
It's like, what? Why are you saying something like that?
Yeah, that's man. Who said that to you?
Like, literally, like, I before I even called, I counted on my hands, like how many of these guys I can remember that I worked with at this bar, and there's like 10 of them. I swear that question has always come up, and it could just be nothing. Like, maybe people say that, but it makes me wonder if that's a part of that thing, and like someone just took that question
too far,
that idea, and like took it too far. Like, oh, I'm going to prove to these guys that I'm in the club or whatever.
What club?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so he's talking about fraternity.
Yeah.
But what I think he's really talking about is the fact that he never fit in. That's come out, that he did not fit in. He was an outcast. So here he's talking about like being in the club. Was he sitting in that fraternity trying to be cool? I don't know.
And asking these kind of questions and not getting the kind of response that he thought he would.
Right.
Because these kind of things ended up being normal to him because he was like obsessing over.
Was he at this frat party going through his questionnaire in conversation? And these guys were like, what the fuck, dude? Like, why would you ask questions like that? You know, and made fun of him possibly. Like, dude, who asks shit like that? What, are you going to fucking kill people? I mean, I can hear it. Frat guys? Oh, forget it. And maybe, okay, and this is another theory. Maybe he was like going into these frat houses and asking these weird questions and making these weird conversations because he thinks that a frat person committed that 1999 unsolved case.
Yeah.
So he was trying to get answers from people from that quote unquote culture, as he calls it. He calls the frat, like the frat organization, a culture.
Yeah.
So he thinks in his mind, psychologically, they have a certain way of thinking. And I feel like he wanted to get into the mind of a frat boy.
Mm-hmm.
God, this is so twisted. This is like one of those psychological movies that you you watch and you don't feel right after you watch it, but you have to watch it again because you have to pick up on what you didn't. It's weird.
Took that question and that idea and like took it too far. Like, oh, I'm going to prove to these guys that I'm in the club or whatever.
So let me hear this right. You said you were working with 6 Sigma Chi guys, and they said how could they get away with killing somebody?
Yeah, more like 10. But they would say that to me. They would say like,
you are fake news.
If you're going to kill somebody, how would you get away with that?
And
you know,
what are these guys' names?
Well, I'm not going to.
Let me get like, come on, drop 2 or 3 of them, first and last.
First and last.
That's a broad statement. I mean, you're calling me with this information when you should be on the phone with the police.
Well, I'm in a different state.
I don't.
Which isn't a lie.
No, exactly.
He may be only 8 miles away, but he's in a different state. And I think we all forget that those state lines are so close when we say another state.
Yeah.
If you're in Mexico, if that's the case, and the people from the Sigma Chi told you that how can you get away with murder? I mean, I'd be on the phone telling them that.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe it's like an exercise of like, you know, if you were going to make pasta for 100 people, how would you like prepare? How would you like execute that?
Okay. What? This is so disconnected.
Oh my God.
From real life. Okay.
Yeah.
To me, it's like he's talking about pasta, like he talks about crime.
Yeah. Just a normal everyday thing.
And who would talk about that? Someone who works and obsesses on this every day.
Mm-hmm.
Pasta? He likens this to following a recipe. Yeah. I'm sorry. This is the recipe for murder. That is what I'm going to call this shit now. The recipe for murder. If this ends up being him, he compares it to a freaking recipe. Wow. Yikes.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe it's like an exercise of like, you know, if you were going to make pasta for 100 people, how would you like prepare? How would you like execute that? Like, it's not like they're actually asking you because they want to do it. It's more like, how smart are you? How good are you? That's what I'm getting at, is that maybe they're saying, I'm going to present you with this question and see like how, capable you are like with problem solving and this and that. And maybe somebody at that fraternity took that question and took it too far.
So you're saying, so you were saying you were in Moscow.
No, I wasn't in Moscow. No, I'm in a different state.
So, but you're saying you're in a different state, but you just said Sigma Chi House people asked how they would get away with murder. So how would somebody ask you that if you're in a different state? Where did that come from?
I guess what
you went from 5 to 10. So I mean, honestly, it doesn't even say, it sounds inconsistent.
No, I worked with at least 10 Sigma Chi members, but it was in a different state, not in Moscow, in a different state. I'm just saying maybe the culture of that fraternity, like they have questions that they ask, and maybe somebody took that question too literally and too seriously as a way to prove themselves.
And what state are you in?
I'm in Utah.
So, I mean, you can't give up the identity of anybody who asks you that? You don't think that's important to the families that need justice? That these people that could be there?
I worked with these people. This is probably 10 years ago. I'm not trying to say that I know the literal people. This is more of a me kind of scrutinizing the culture of like secret societies or whatever, like, fraternities, like this club mentality, like, our group and our thing, which I don't have a problem with it necessarily, but it's a thing that's kind of been in the back of my mind through all this.
I mean, that's pretty crazy, man. I'm just trying to figure out, like, who would ask you that and why you wouldn't even report something like that. If somebody asked me that shit, you wouldn't report that to the authorities?
I just kind of thought they were kind of trying to be edgy or something, like, if you ran over your neighbor's dog, how would you get away with it? Kind of that kind of attitude.
Yeah, but why would that conversation even come about?
I don't know.
And why does he have to bring in a dog?
I know.
After that dog was skinned. And I think he's trying not to sound intelligent. I think he's trying to sound he's talking slow, like, I don't know.
I got like surfer dude vibes when I first listened to him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But he did call the number back, the channel, this T-Rev guy. And the voicemail said Dave. And it had a last name. So, I mean, he could have bought a burner phone and put a fake voicemail.
Mm-hmm. And I think that Bryan would probably do that kind of thing as well, because he would know how to cover his tracks.
Yeah, and it's very weird that he said Utah. Someone in chat made mention of Bundy's, Utah.
Yeah.
I just saw those parallels. That gives me the chills to think that, we could be living in a time where we have a, historic serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
Every serial killer we've covered has always been either before our time or, well out of reach, So it's just a little eerie feeling, especially since he was driving across the country, possibly stopping in different states.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very unsettling. And I'm sure, like, someone in the comment section said, I'm one of those people you're talking about. I live like 8 minutes from where he was arrested. And she said it's very uneasy feeling being here.
Oh, yeah, I bet it is.
Knowing that.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do a poll. Deanna, I agree. We need a poll. And then we'll keep listening. Do you think this caller is Bryan right? K-O-H?
Yep.
Burger? Okay, yay. Okay, the poll is up. And I was do I need to slow the chat at all, or are we good? Seems like it's flowing okay. Let me know if we need to slow it down just a little bit. If you guys' comments are getting blasted too fast, let me know. Blowburger. Oh, you guys are going to give... I'm having a hard time getting it right. Now I'm really going to be messed up.
Oh, gosh. Lowburger.
Lowburger. That's my name for him. Lowburger. Because he's a lowlife.
Oh.
That's my thing. That's why...
And you're saying you're a teacher?
Stuck with me. I'm not a teacher, no. No, I just worked. I worked at a bar with some frat boys.
Okay.
It just makes me wonder if the culture of fraternities and that kind of thing, the things that they do, maybe it went too far.
I don't know, man.
Does that sound like a thing? Have you heard anything like that, or I don't know?
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like, I just don't understand how. First of all, how old are these people that you were working with? How old do you think they are now?
A lot of them are probably in their late 30s, early 30s.
Around the same age as Bryan.
And I don't think they had anything to do with this.
Wait, say that again?
around the same age as Bryan.
Yes.
28, and he's saying that they'll probably be in their 30s now.
Weird.
Also, the way he says, like, have you heard anything like this? Is like he's testing him. Like, are you following what I'm saying? Like, are you clever enough to understand what I'm saying?
Right. Making sure he's understanding. Cindy Hargett says, I don't think the caller is him. The caller mispronounced Moscow. So we talked about this before. They say it Moscow. Moscow. Well, he's saying Moscow, right?
Yeah.
So he just moved there.
Yeah.
He was from Pennsylvania, where, like, I'm from Michigan. He's from Pennsylvania. Like, if I never lived in Moscow, I called it Moscow too.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it makes sense that he mispronounced it.
Yeah, it does.
I would expect him to mispronounce it, being that he's from Pennsylvania. Right?
Yeah.
Because he lived in Pullman. He didn't live in Moscow.
Yeah.
I know Candy Smith says T-Rev asked if he's a teacher, but his tone changed when he answered that question. He was like, no.
Yeah.
Like, he downplayed it. No. And then you can hear, like, the wheels spinning in his head, and he goes, I worked at a bar. Candy Smith says, PA accent, anyone? I don't know what their accent sounds like up there. I think it can be a lot of different types of accents, depending on where you live, right?
If you're close to New York City, it's going to be more like that.
Like New York.
I think the fact that his high school friend thinks it's him, he obviously sounds like him.
Look what Charmed Girl said. There's a Moscow in Pennsylvania, and that's how we pronounce it. Moscow.
Oh.
Jacob Michael thinks that he lived there long enough to pick up how to pronounce Moscow without being ridiculed constantly for it. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, good point.
Oh, yeah.
We did get ridiculed here. I mean, just being on a live, so. Miss Julianne, yes. I think most of us would say Moscow, like Russia.
See, here we pronounce it Moscow, Russia.
You say Moscow?
Yeah.
Moscow.
Yeah, we never say Moscow.
Here's Tyson. I like Tyson's comments. Jay, this is absolutely him. Casey Arntz, who was friends with him in Pennsylvania, said this is his voice.
Yep, she did.
And then look at the knives. Yeah, Lisa, you're so right. People from Michigan. Okay, so we have a town in Michigan called Lake Orion, but it's Orion. And most people would say Lake Orion, but it's not Orion. It's Orion if you're from Michigan. So if you move there and you were like, oh, what's this town? Oh, Lake Orion? No, you're wrong. No, we would know you're not from there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, you would not live there and say, yeah, I still live in Lake Orion. So, yeah, maybe you guys are right. Winston, I agree with you. Winston says the pronunciation of Moscow is a nothing burger. It's a Kohberger. Let's move forward. It's the new nothing burger, the Kohberger.
I'm just wondering more about, like, if the Greek, the fraternity sorority thing, like, if they've got stuff going on in there that, like, someone feels like they got to prove themselves, and they take a benign kind of question that's more about trying to, ask you like to prove yourself, how smart you are, and they took it too far.
Okay. Trying to think here, man. So are these people that you seen on a regular night basis at where you worked at the bar? Or are these people that
Yeah, I worked with them.
So, how do you know? And you said you never lived out there. So
no.
How do you know they went to the Sigma Chi?
Because because I know they did. Like, some of them lived at that house in Utah where I live. I'm not saying that all fraternity members are murderers. What I'm saying is, like, maybe questions like that and things, know.
No. I get what you're saying on that end. I'm asking you, how do you know they were at the Sigma Chi? Because if you live in Utah, how do you know all these 10 guys, 5 to 10 guys went to the Sigma Chi? In case you're friends with them, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I worked with them, and then I'd actually been up to their house at like some parties before.
Okay.
You know, it wasn't.
I'm not trying to back on you, but I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to grasp how you knew these guys, or you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to grasp how you knew they went to the Sigma Chi. How? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Oh, yeah, some of them lived there, and I went up there and like hung out, and like, you know, they were all nice and everyone was pretty cool. I guess I'm wondering if there's like a thing, you know, because they have secret things they do in those fraternities, and it makes me wonder if, like, you know, questions like that, like, you know, if you were going to murder somebody, how would you get away with it? That's maybe more trying to like figure out like how smart you are. Somebody took it too literally and thought they could prove themselves. That's kind of my only thing, and that's why I don't know. That's why I called.
I'm just trying to figure out, you know, I really, really, really just trying to figure out how you knew that. First you said 5 and then it jumped to 10.
No, it was 10.
Well, first you did say 5 though.
Oh.
You said 5 guys and then you jumped up to 10. And I'm just trying to figure out how you knew that. I don't know the Sigma Chi like that. All I know is it's Sigma Chi house is in Moscow, Idaho. So
yeah, and I'm not saying that Sigma Chi's are murderers. That's not what I'm trying to say.
No. I didn't say you were saying that, but to say that they asked how do you get away with a murder, that's just it's a broad statement.
Yeah, man. It's a jarring thing to hear. It's like, what? Like, we're having some beers. Why are you asking questions like that? That's, you know, and I don't think they were asking for advice. I think it was more of a mental exercise, but to me it's like not that. It's not a cute question. It's messed up.
Right. Huh. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I mean, you did say 5 at first and then changed it to 10.
Well, okay. Well,
you
yeah,
did. Yeah, I'm just saying you did. I pay attention to what people say.
Okay. Yeah. That's cool.
But I mean, I don't. Maybe it was 6, 7, 8. I don't. Maybe you can't retract all the way and just said 5 because you were nervous. I have no idea. I don't.
I am nervous. I don't normally like call into things and do this kind of thing, but like this has been a thing in the back of my head after like hearing about this stuff for the last few weeks, and I don't know. I just wonder if if this was even more senseless than a jealous boyfriend or whatever. Like if it was just someone trying to prove themselves and that's it.
Right.
And I don't know, maybe this is an inappropriate call for your.
How could someone though have trolled this and got the same phrase that we later learn about the perp? That he had to prove himself.
Mm-hmm. And there's similar questions from the survey as well. Like it's just so similar to what he was asking. For it to be a troll from 2 weeks ago, I mean, no one knew about that survey.
Chrissy, I want to thank you for both your super stickers. Thank you so much. Yeah, if it's not him, it's another nut job. I agree, Chris, 71. Yeah. And I hope that we can hear him. I hope he speaks in his arraignment. Because he's not waiting for the hearing, the extradition hearing. He waived that.
Yeah.
And I think this guy, this T-Rev, did a great job.
Oh, yeah, he really did. he was kind of tripping him up as well, like saying your story's kind of not making any sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also weird how he said that he worked with them, and then he said that he'd talked to them in a bar, and then he said he actually went to their house.
Yeah.
Like, which one was it?
Ooh, I didn't catch the go to their house.
Yeah, he said he'd been to their house and hung out, and they were like cool guys.
Ooh, maybe he was there on that night, on November 12th. Maybe that's why Xana and Ethan were honed in on their time frame from 9:30 to whatever.
Because something had happened at that party as well, didn't it? Like
there was some kind of a
something.
scuffle. I heard.
And,
I remember hearing.
Yeah, and I'd seen that she like got in between Ethan and whoever it was, and then they'd left.
Wait, hold on. Someone in chat is saying they know him.
Know who?
What, the caller?
No, they don't know him personally. They said it was someone from another channel.
Huh?
No, they misunderstood. Someone in chat was saying, I know who this is, and the one I pinned, Snooks, said it was someone from another channel. They thought that they were saying, oh, I know this person personally. I know who it is. Like, like it's someone important. Maybe he was at the house with Ethan and Xanax. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think they debunked the caller. I think he just said the guy didn't answer.
Yeah. He said he called him in the voice like it was a Dave or something, and it was registered in Utah or whatever, but I don't really think that means anything.
That doesn't mean anything these days.
No, not at all.
You can spoof so many different things.
Yeah, not to mention December 15th. Sorry, go ahead.
What was I gonna say?
I'm sorry.
Oh, if you're a murderer, then you're not gonna like have your name attached to a call when you're calling into a show. Like, I don't think he's that stupid.
Yeah, no, he's not.
Do you think maybe he was at the corner bar?
Well, if he was stalking them, it's very possible. Didn't it just come out that apparently someone had been like stalking them for a few weeks?
Yeah, I just saw that.
I've seen so much stuff. I can't remember where anything is.
I know.
So Black Knight said that, oh, there's no way that this dude would get let into a frat party. Jay Leal said, depending on the drugs you have, they will let you in.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just looking at. Maybe that's the profile. He got rejected from a frat.
Oh, it's Daily Mail.
That's where it was. Yep. I thought I put it in Slack, but I didn't.
So maybe he's disgruntled towards the sorority fraternity life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he for sure has mental issues, but that I don't think that's where it ends. This is very complex, right?
Yeah. Candy Smith said incel type.
Yes.
Maybe. I mean, that Facebook stuff, Facebook profile, Papa Rogers. People are saying that it was linked to that Elliot Rogers, who was an incel and stabbed sorority members.
I got incel vibes from him when we first found him.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know that a guy got kicked out that night, Aaron? How do we know that? Was that confirmed? Unique trauma. I think maybe he's trying to sound differently on purpose as well. I think maybe the TikTok video is his normal voice, just quieter. Like he's talking softly, but I think he's almost trying to sound kind of dumb.
Yeah.
even though this guy doesn't sound dumb, I think he's just trying to sound dumber than he is. He's probably very intellectual when he talks, and that's probably a reason he never fit into
your show. But I just
No, I mean,
I'd
you
throw
said,
it out
you
there,
said
man.
Sigma Chi guys, but I mean, if they're in their 30s, it wouldn't. I'm pretty sure most of these other dudes are what? Are they any of them that go to the college now?
Oh no, I'm saying they're probably in their 30s now. At the time that I worked with these guys like 10 years ago.
That's
I'm not trying to say it's any of these guys. I'm more just going. I'm just trying to say like maybe that they have the culture of fraternity life has weird questions and weird stuff that comes up, and maybe that's what motivated someone to do something like this.
Right. Now, just when I hear something like that, when I hear something like that, you're like 5 to 10 dudes. You did say 5, and then you changed it to 10, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that you're just nervous. But I put it like you were like, they asked you how they can get away with murder or killing somebody or whatever. That just strikes me as super odd that somebody would even ask you that,
Yeah, they asked me like, how would I do that?
Yeah, how would I? Yeah, how would you do that? That's just
I'm like, I don't know. I don't think about stuff like that. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that is pretty weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something I thought I'd throw out there. Anyways, I subscribed, and I've enjoyed like listening to your live stream and everything. So thank you. I'll let you get to the next caller, man.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Keep up the good work, dude. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Oh no, that was a little weird for me, but anyways. I heard many contradictions in that, and that ain't attacking nobody, by the way. That's contradictory is what
That's it. So, I mean, I see a lot of contradictory opinions in chat, but Utah is right there too.
Yep.
So it's not like it's far. What if Bryan was into Ethan and not the girls? Savannah says he got chills from the caller. I bet he did. That was creepy. We read BK family statement already. So let's roll into the first case. You guys ready for that? Did I ask you to do that? Yeah, exactly. True crime nurse. He doesn't mind driving. Why did his dad have to come out? I mean, I get it's a long trek across country, but was it just to help him?
I think there were probably issues with his car or something because they took it to an auto shop.
Oh, yeah, they were seen at an auto shop.
Yeah, so he'd flown out there and he drove back with him.
I wonder. They just were getting it road ready then.
Yeah.
I guess. Okay, so... Oh, that's the 2021. My bad. Hang on. Bear with me. I got to go to the 1999 Pullman. Okay, so this is, I know that there's no way this dude committed these unsolved stabbings. Okay, I just want to preface that. I know he didn't commit these.
Yeah, he would have been like 3.
Right. So this happened back in May of 1999. This is when this article came out. It was May 25th. And it's interesting just to note before we talk about it is that his apartment complex is on the same little like valley road. Valley Road goes down by his complex. The complex where this happened was also on Valley Road.
Yeah.
So this crime that happened back when he was a little boy occurred in a complex right behind his current residence in Idaho or in Washington. rather.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of apartment complexes in Pullman, and he just happens to live right behind where this happened. Okay. So this is the article again from 99. There's not much out there about this. The girls that were stabbed were never identified publicly. And they never caught who did this. But how it went down sounds the same as the crime at 1122 King, as far as the time that it happened and how it went down.
Mm-hmm.
So it says a bloody cordless phone lay on its side, because that was before cells.
It's still showing the 2021 one on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay. A bloody cordless phone lay on its side where it was dropped just feet away from the crimson-stained concrete outside the Pullman apartment where 2 women were stabbed early today. The first call came in at 2:51 a.m. with a woman crying to dispatchers, "Someone's trying to kill me." When officers arrived minutes later, they found the 2 women on the ground near the door to a Valley Road apartment, both with multiple stab wounds. The 2 women were taken to Pullman Hospital while detectives combed the area for evidence. One of the victims, a 26-year-old woman, they were both members of a sorority as well, had stab wounds to the back of her head and chest. She was evaluated by a surgeon and listed in stable condition with non-life-threatening injuries. The second woman, 24, had stab wounds to her back of her head and was also stable with non-life-threatening injuries. They were both treated in the emergency room and were satisfactory condition. Both women are seniors in the microbiology department at Washington State. Police said a Vietnamese interpreter was brought in to talk to the victims, who are both Vietnamese. Police have not released the name of the 2 victims. Sergeant Jim Corcoran said the 2 women were apparently sleeping when a man entered through the front door, which apparently was locked. The man then allegedly went into the bedroom and began stabbing the 2. At this time, he said, it doesn't appear the assailant forced his way into the apartment. He reportedly fled on foot after the attack. Based on the blood and evidence collected so far, the 2 victims apparently ran from the apartment after the attack in an attempt to get help. Dispatchers were flooded with calls from people who reported hearing screams in the parking lot of the complex at 1325 Valley Road. Detectives secured a search warrant for the apartment about 9 a.m. and spent most of this morning going through the apartment to collect possible evidence. During the search of the apartment, detectives recovered 2 8-inch knives with plastic handles, which are believed to be weapons used by the assailant. So in this case, the weapon was not left behind. And remember, the TikTok guy says it was not left behind. The assailant took it with him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A suspect in the assault has been described as an Asian male, approximately 5 feet tall and weighing between 110 and 120 pounds. So the suspect they have is puzzling.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be what attracted this man to this case. Detectives are still trying to determine a motive for the attack. And that's it. That's
an
pretty much
interesting point as well, that they're trying to figure out what the motive was. So that could be like one of the things that he was into, is trying to figure out like
what the motive was,
what was happening.
Yeah.
And this could be a case that they were studying at WSU as well.
Yes, it was right there in Pullman.
Mm-hmm.
Craziness. All right, so I think I found a video, old school video on this, and I think I put it in the 4, I guess. Let me see. Yes, here it is. Here it is. Student assaulted. Okay, where is this from? Let me see. This is 15 years ago. And I don't know. Oh, I know why I saved this, because I didn't know if it was associated with the stabbings. But that would have been longer ago, right? The stabbings were 99.
Yeah.
I don't know why I saved this. Let me see. Yep, because it's stabbings. Hold on. Jesus Christ. You guys get ready to just be mind blown. I don't know if this is just a common thing to occur in a college town, stabbings, but they sure happen in They happen in Pullman a lot. Hang on. Let me open it up. I have to keep transferring over to Google. All right. Can you see it?
Yep.
Yes, Nick. The most concerning thing, he studied criminology. But like I said, Chief Fry made a point. We have 96 years of homicide investigative experience under our belts and our team. And I think he was saying, you know what, dude? You're no challenge. It might be a slight challenge, but we've got you.
Yeah, it's like saying you can study this all you like, but we've got experience. And you'll figure it out.
And it'll pay off in the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll find you. Don't worry.
Oh, he flew out there for an awards ceremony. Thank you, Angie B.
Oh, his dad?
Oh.
Going to begin this newscast in Pullman. Police are looking for two men they say entered 3 different WSU sororities, and in one case sexually assaulted a young woman while she slept. It all happened early this morning between 3 and 5. KXY4's Autumn Wells is near WSU. Police have any leads, Autumn?
Well, police are still in the process of interviewing.
Okay, can I just say how weird it is? Her name's Autumn Wells. Summer Wells.
Oh, yeah.
What? Stop it. Stop right now.
Process of interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence, and investigating the 3 separate incidents. But they do have a description of both men and a handful of eyewitnesses. Delta Gamma, Kappa Alpha Theta, and Pi Beta Phi all experienced a frightening encounter early this morning. 2 white men entered the 3 houses at WSU, but for what reason? Pullman police are still trying to figure that out.
These guys didn't fit into the Greek community. We have pranks. The MO of this didn't fit in with that prank. They didn't. It doesn't sound like they were college kids.
Police say one woman at Kappa Alpha Theta was sexually assaulted by the suspects and had to be taken to Pullman Regional Hospital. Members at the other 2 sororities also saw the men inside their house, but when they confronted them, the men just left. Patrol Officer Michael Crow says the common thread here is that the men entered the houses through unlocked doors and windows.
Simple fact of locking the doors, locking their windows at night. I know there's, a lot of people coming and going, but that's the easiest thing to do right there.
As police continue their investigation, the girls at these sororities are trying not to let their fears get the best of them.
We've never felt unsafe before in our house or pretty much Pullman in general. We still aren't feeling nervous. This kind of thing happens, so we're just going to keep moving on.
Pi Beta Phi President Paige Kilner says they have learned one very important lesson. Lock your doors and windows, whether you're on the 1st floor or the 3rd floor.
Oh my God, that is eerie. The 1st or the 3rd? Stop it. This was 15 years ago. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing, but I don't think this was him. Obviously,
No.
I just feel like maybe he was studying it, like you said. I don't know why. I just think this was on his radar.
And here's a description of the 2 men police are looking for. They say they're white men in their mid to late 20s. One man is about 5'9" with a stocky build and buzz cut. The other is more than 6 feet tall with a slim build and a full beard. And of course, if you have any information, you're asked to call the Pullman Police Department. And tonight, Officer Crow plans to meet with the different sorority members to talk about this situation and how to prevent this from happening in the future. Reporting live, Autumn Wells, KXLY4.
All right, what do you think of that?
I mean, it's interesting. Like, if he was studying these kind of things, it's all unsolved stuff. So, like, he's, I don't know. It seems to be like a running theme is like, how'd you get away with this stuff? Like, what was going on? What were they thinking? So that he could kind of replicate the same thing and get away with it as well.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, so on to my next point, my next video, actually. This is pretty telling as well. So I didn't notice during this investigation that they did refer to the WSU police chief on quite a few occasions about this investigation and what people should do and what they should not do. Well, now it's interesting to know that the unsolved stabbing of the 2 Vietnamese students was in Pullman. They went to WSU. So with that being said, I'm going to share this interview with the WSU police chief, and he's going into details about why the family should not release anything. Hang on. Oh, his name's Gary Jenkins. Now, what's interesting about Gary Jenkins is Gary Jenkins is not the current chief in Pullman. He's the former chief, and he just so happens to be the chief when these stabbings occurred as well. So this guy was working as the chief when these things happened back in 99, and they're conferring with him on this investigation. I thought that was really interesting.
In Washington State University's police chief, Mr. Gary Jenkins. He is the former police chief in Pullman, Washington. Now, both Pullman and WSU's campus, less than 15 minutes from Moscow. Chief, we thank you so much for giving us some of your time. We're hearing from Kaylee's family. They've been very outspoken recently. They are obviously frustrated, very upset by this, understandably. But is the information that they are sharing potentially complicating this investigation?
The more details that leak out, the more that can negatively impact an investigation and potentially a prosecution. The more that a suspect knows what the police know, and they're more likely to destroy potential evidence that they might possess, might make suspect interviews more difficult for the police, and it can also impact witness statements.
Well, you are a police chief here. Do you think investigators will ask them to stop talking to reporters?
I suspect that they've already done that. I feel for the families. I can't imagine what they're going through, and I know it must be very frustrating. But, Moscow PD wants to solve this case. They don't want to compromise the investigation. They don't want to compromise the prosecution. So it really is helpful not to release any kind of details of the case.
Yeah, and we know ultimately the goal here is to bring those families justice, to find the killer here. Chief, how hard is it for police to establish a timeline? Because
so this is we are watching this because he was the police chief in Pullman when the 99 murders occurred. So he's giving them advice. Okay, what you're hearing is probably what he did when those girls were stabbed. That's why there's no names out there. That's why we don't have any clue who they are. And the only thing we can find is that the suspect is 5 foot tall, a male, and 110 pounds. Right? We don't know anything about the scene. We can't find anything. Now, not only was it a while back, but there's nothing out there.
Mm-hmm.
So do you guys think that this guy could have helped advise? Because very early on, they were linking these.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that he's talking about this, considering a similar thing happened there.
Right. But he's not mentioning that case. They're just bringing his face out in the media.
Yeah. But we know because we know it happened.
And I feel that there's a reason for that. I just feel like this. All right, let's keep watching this.
Because we know some students left for break and then just have not come back.
It does complicate investigation. When I was at Pullman PD, we had a significant case involving college students that occurred right around the same time of year, just prior to Thanksgiving and the Christmas break. And it really slowed our investigation and lengthened the time it took us to complete a thorough investigation. So it does impact the investigation.
And, Chief, we know the sense of unease certainly stretches further than Moscow. We mentioned that you were in Washington State. You were about 15 minutes outside of Moscow there. Are you seeing fewer students on your campus?
I do know of some individual requests for remote learning between students and their professors. But I think by and large, most of our students are back on campus.
All right, and the last question for you, Chief. Do you have any concerns about how this investigation is proceeding at this point?
I have the utmost respect for the abilities of Moscow PD. We're very close here. Our communities are very close. They've called in the appropriate resources, Idaho State Police and the FBI, for assistance. So I'm confident they're conducting a competent and thorough investigation.
Well, we certainly hope so. That is, as I said, the ultimate goal. Chief Jenkins, thank you.
All right, so that's Chief Jenkins. He was, like I said, head of the Pullman Police back in '99. And then here is, and I just think his advice is, pretty much how the investigation went.
Mm-hmm.
Very close to the vest.
It's really creepy as well that she asks about students, whether they've requested to remote learn and stuff like that. And he's saying, well, a lot of them are back in class, and it's creepy because Bryan was there.
Too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he stayed there and he finished his semester.
Students and families.
I totally thought of that too. I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
These kids that went and had a conversation about the killings with him.
Yeah.
Afterwards, I mean, talk about jarring.
Yeah, because they said they were in class with him, and they were the subject came up about the murders, and he just sat there and he didn't speak about it or anything. He was just distant from the whole thing. It's just creepy to think that they were in class with him. Thinking that they're safe because it didn't happen at their campus. It happened somewhere else, but he was there all along.
And he was normal, according to everybody that talked to him after.
Mm-hmm. Well, to have the nerve to go back to his classes and stuff.
I know.
You see
He
his
felt real confident.
Correspondence with his students as well. He was still replying to them and everything. It's just really
Well, he
creepy.
had to play it, right? He had to play
Yeah.
it. Everything's normal.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here. I wanted us to answer Nick real quick. Nick was generous enough to drop a $9.99 super chat. So I do not want to ignore Nick. Nick says, I find it hard to believe the two roommates were sleeping in the house while all this happened. What are your thoughts? There has to be more to them just telling us they were sleeping. I think they really were sleeping.
Yeah, I think they were.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, they were in the basement room, so.
Yep. And
I mean,
he
if
said
the scream came from the third floor, maybe they really wouldn't have heard it, or there was always a lot of noise in that house and stuff. So maybe they just became accustomed to noises in the house all the time, or they could have slept with earplugs or anything. We don't know.
Right.
I mean, I don't sleep in silence. I always have something on because I can't sleep in silence. So
especially if the front door is by my room, I'm probably gonna have white noise and earbuds in.
Yeah.
But in that video of TikTok, he says that what spared the lives of them was the scream, and it made the perpetrator spooked and take off.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually uses the words sped off out of there.
Yeah.
And we know there was those track marks on the road.
Yeah.
But he did say the first victim, if that was him, and he was telling the truth, that it was clean and quiet.
Yeah.
So the only ruckus would have been the friend who tried to run, but was quickly harmed and tossed on the bed, not next to her friend, but on top of her.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it sounds like from his description, the only time there would have been anyone alerted to something that was going on is the last one. And then it was out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. I just had a thought. I got to do this before I forget. There's another video. I just want to make sure I remember to play it. Okay. All right, I won't forget now. All right, so let's go back. Now we're going to watch this. This is this Pullman guy, this chief from Pullman. But now he's way more detailed about the process for investigating the Idaho 4 murders. This is 1 month ago.
Still have a lot of questions about the murders, and some have criticized Moscow police for not sharing more information sooner. Graham 2's Kyle Simchuk spoke with the former Pullman police chief, Gary Jenkins, who explained why law enforcement is taking a careful approach to this investigation. Kyle?
Well, he told me it's a balancing act, especially since this murder suspect hasn't been arrested or even identified. Chief Jenkins says releasing too much information could jeopardize the investigation altogether. People across the country want to know what happened inside this home and why. For those living in Moscow, there's still a lot of fear and uncertainty. And how could there not be? 4 young college students were stabbed to death, and their killer still hasn't been caught. Ever since the yellow crime tape went up, the Moscow Police Department has faced scrutiny for not providing as much information about the case as some would like to know.
You know, there's some things that only the people that were at that scene would know. And so you definitely don't want to release that information to the public.
Gary Jenkins is the former chief of Pullman Police and now serves in that role for the WSU Police Department. He says sharing details is a balancing act, keeping people safe and informed without compromising the investigation.
Just trying to make sure that when detectives go out and interview people, it's based on what they know, not what they've heard on the news.
The University of Idaho told students this week they could go home early for Thanksgiving break if they didn't feel safe around campus, and many already have. Jenkins says that could pose a challenge for detectives trying to interview witnesses. It was for him during the hazing death of Sam Martinez, which also occurred right before Thanksgiving break in 2019.
Most of the witnesses left town, and that's the type of investigation you need to have a one-on-one in-person interview. And so it does definitely complicate that investigation.
Jenkins says the answers all of us want could take time.
They're trying to juggle a lot of balls in the air right now, particularly with 4 victims. It's going to be a very complex crime scene. It's going to be a complex investigation.
Okay, so anyways, blah, blah, blah. I just wanted to point out a couple of his. He's done more than that. And I think it's interesting that a lot of WSU students headed home early too.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's only 8 miles away, and I guess they commingle a lot.
Yeah.
So could Kaylee have been involved in psychology classes at all?
Do you know what she did?
Well, the only thing I could find was that she graduated with a degree in general studies.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense.
And from what I've found, the only degree you can get in general studies is an associate's. So unless she just got her associates, that would, ring true and make sense. But if it was her bachelor's degree, I don't think you can get a general studies bachelor's.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
So I'm not sure what kind of degree she acquired. I don't know. She was a marketing major. Did she take an elective possibly? That was a crime class. Or was he a tutor? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So what's next on the docket? Let's see. So we have let me go back down to your little links in the
So
review.
the 2020
2020 Washington, yes.
Sandra Ladd.
Yep. Okay, I've got it. Thank you. Sandra Ladd, another unsolved stabbing. This is the wrong article, though. This is the other couple. 2020 Washington is bringing this up for some reason.
Oh, yes, because I put the wrong link in.
Is it the one for 20? Are they just like opposite?
Hold on.
Oh, no, they're not. That's all right. Just throw it in there when you get it. There's got to be something else in here that I planned on showing. Who's Elliot Rodger?
Oh, that's the so that Papa Roger Facebook profile thing. People were saying that it's got the same last name as that incel who murdered, I think, sorority members or something, stabbing and shooting, and then he killed himself.
Oh, he's the one that killed himself. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a picture for you guys to look at. I just wondered if you thought this dude was him. This is a screenshot from WSU Criminology Department. This was on the website. One of their just instructors in a class. And I was just kind of looking. I thought the hair was kind of too short, but I didn't know if you guys thought
Looks
there
a
was
little
anything.
too young.
Yeah, he does look young in the face, but this is the PhD program. So all these people were in the PhD program. But look at the jawline and the ears sticking out.
In the ear, yeah.
And he has bedhead because he just got out of bed and went to class. Because the chicks don't like him. But look at his top. The top kind of looks like that one he wore in that picture with that design on it.
Which picture?
For his ID. This
Oh,
top
yeah.
has like, see how it's got like the pattern, the little, and that little design is on those pictures, or that picture. I'll show you the picture again. Hold the phone. We're just going to put all these puzzle pieces together, you know? I don't know. One of the pictures, he's wearing a shirt with a design on it. I can't remember which one it was, though. I think it's a blue shirt, and it's got little things all over it. I don't know where it is, but anyways, do you guys think that's his profile? Let me zoom back out so it's not pixelated. It's still kind of pixelated, but I don't know. What's chat saying about this? Let's see. When was this photo taken? That I don't know because it was in the college slideshow. Yeah, he does have a big nose because look at how, the angle you're looking at. Most people's noses wouldn't be so prominent. Could be on the same day as ID day. This could be like orientation.
They all look like they're wearing those red lanyards. Like there's one on the table there. The girl in the back at the same table as him is wearing one, and then in the left-hand corner. So it could be.
Mm-hmm. It could be the orientation day. Because that right there is the chair. She's like the head of the criminology department. I studied their website last night. No, they don't look very old. But you don't have to be very old. I mean, like, maybe this was orientation like before he joined. Who knows what event this was? Obviously, they had someone there taking pictures for some reason. You know? That's when they take pics for the brochure. No, they were actual, like, live shots of that. There's that stupid thing again. Let's see what else we've got.
Oh, did you want to show the area? That 1999 one.
Yes.
Because that was interesting how it looked similar to Kings Road.
Yeah, do you have that, or
it's in Slack, I think. I'm trying to scroll up on the screen.
I know there's Okay, so the review is all Steve except for those last three.
Yeah, it's in
Oh,
the
here's
other one.
Sandra Ladd. I found it.
Yeah, I just put it in there.
Oh, because you just put it in there. Oh, I'm so smart.
But the The 1999 one's further up.
Okay, let me get
Video of
that
it,
one
there we
in
are.
there. And then let's go back to Slack. The video is... Which one?
Keep going up.
Can you see what I'm looking at?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
Tell me when to
There.
stop.
There. Down a bit. There.
This video?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the walkthrough?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I haven't seen this. Hold on.
Yeah, it just stood out to me because it looks like the apartments that are next to the house. Like the way that they're on the...
Oh, yeah,
on
the
hill.
valley. Yeah, that
Mhm.
the valley road. And
Yeah.
same goes for the 1122 King.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me see. All right, so here he actually has a video. I didn't know he did this. Site of unsolved 1999 Pullman, Washington stabbings. He says, I went to the Valley View apartment complex, site of the unsolved 1999 stabbings.
Investigates. I am at the Valley View Apartments in Pullman, Washington.
All right, I'm going to mute him so we can talk. I just want to see, do I need to listen?
No.
Because he pretty much knows what we do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, he just goes up alongside and...
Because we don't even know what apartment number it is.
No.
We don't even know the apartment number. Like, nothing has been released. I mean, luckily and thankfully, the two girls did survive.
Yeah.
But would that make, someone who's studying criminology, would that baffle them? Like, what did they do wrong in their planning of the goal?
Yeah, especially for someone who's really interested in the psychology and stuff of crimes.
Yeah. Especially when it's right in his backyard, literally.
I just think it's really interesting. Like, it looks so similar. Like, even next to these apartments, there's a house. So if he was like really into this case and was, I don't know, trying to replicate it or something, see if you see down there, it's like a little house. Trying to replicate the same kind of thing, but try and complete it, meet the goal, which is what he was saying in the survey. How did you meet your goal? He could have seen it as a goal to, I don't know, try and actually succeed. Because these students didn't die. But obviously the aim was for them to die because they were stabbed multiple times.
Exactly. Whoever went in there wanted them dead.
Mm-hmm.
We know EDKH. We know where Bryan lived. This is where the 1999 stabbings happened.
Because there was a question like, were the girls targets or was the house a target? So then when I was looking at this, I was like, well, this looks similar. So, maybe the house was the target, like something that looked the same. So he's kind of
See,
trying to
there's his
recreate.
apartments.
Yeah.
That's how close he lived to where that happened. They weren't posh enough for him to move into, though. They're too old. Because why wouldn't he try to move in there?
Maybe he did, but he couldn't. So he got the closest thing.
Well, let's not bash JLR in here while we're watching his footage, because if he didn't film this, like, we wouldn't be able to see what, like, literally how close it is. That's not very nice.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
So we saw, though, back, let me go back. I want to see that's what I find just to be jarring right there. That's where the killer lives.
Yeah.
That's bizarre.
Drives by it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, so on to Sandra Ladd. Here is Sandra Ladd. And really the only thing we can find is on Heavy. Not a lot about her either.
Yeah, there is stuff on other things, but it's kind of mixed in with the 2021 ones. So this one is just her.
Okay. So Sandra Ladd was a resident of Washougal, Washington. And how far is that from Pullman? And a former school secretary who was stabbed to death inside her home in 2020. Sandra Ladd's murder remains unsolved. Her full name was Sandra Galen Ladd. According to her obituary, she died on Sunday, June 14th at the age of 71. Her LinkedIn page says she went by Sandy as well. The unsolved murder of Sandra Ladd is back in the news after the knife attack that killed 4 college students from the University of Idaho in November of 2022. No connection has been found at this point. However, there are similarities between Ladd's homicide and the way the college students died in Moscow, Idaho. In addition to the stabbings of the couple, which we're going to get to next, because that happened in 2021, Travis and Jamie Lynn Juten in Marion County, Oregon, bear some similarities to the Moscow homicides. If you don't think that this guy went and visited WSU before enrolling in the PhD program, you're insane. You're insane if you think he didn't go out there and check this school out.
Yep.
I mean, do you think he just went there in August and like that was the first time he had ever been out there?
No.
No, not a chance. I mean, he was all the way across the country. Of course, you're going to go and visit the place that you intend to go to.
During your master's, you would be planning your PhD. You would already be like knowing the requirements for this program. It's extensive to apply for a PhD program. You're not just moving there and starting like community college.
And I want to know why there as well.
I think his father had ties out there.
Oh, did he?
I read that. Maybe the Daily Mail.
I went on their website and read everything they have to do to even apply for this program, let alone get accepted. He may have been there in 2020 and 2021. Now, it's interesting that Washougal is 5 hours from Pullman, and so is Salem, Oregon.
Yeah.
5 hours.
Yep.
And we know he's not afraid to drive.
Nope.
Okay, let's go back to Cheryl. Or not Cheryl. What's her name? Sandra. I'm sorry.
Sandra.
My bad. Sandy. The unsolved murder. Okay, Okay, so the similarities are Ladd may have been attacked in the late hours of the night on the 13th of June. Stop.
Yep.
13th. November 13th. The 2021 ones happened on August 13th.
Yep.
Isn't it interesting that these happened in the summertime when he's not in school?
Oh, yeah.
Of these years, right? June, he's not in classes. August, he's going back at the end of August, but not on the 13th.
Yeah.
If this is the case, all 3 incidents would have taken place on the 13th of their respective months, only a little more than a year apart. So it says, according to Kama's post record, there was a reward of $2,500. Washougal Police Chief Wendy Steinbron said in October of 2020, we want to make sure that we have all the information that we can possibly get. Sometimes people see something or know something they don't think is relevant. We want to draw that out. We don't want people to worry about feeling silly. We want people to hear about it, no matter if it turns out to be relevant or not. Some people who don't know if their information is valuable or might not be aware of the investigation. We want to raise the profile and keep the case in people's minds, fresh in people's minds. Here's what you need to know. Ladd died after being stabbed in the torso. And this is her house, just a run of the mill, but look, it's up on a hill.
Yeah.
You could sit down. You could sit down below and see right into her house, probably.
Yeah.
Why are these all similar?
Just so many coincidences.
Way too many.
Okay. According to the Post record, Ladd was the victim of homicidal violence and died after being stabbed in her torso. The Idaho Tribune reported that she was stabbed to death in her bed, although the exact time is unclear. She was in bed. Mm-hmm. She died in her home at the 1900 block of 41st Street in Washougal on June 14th, 2020. According to the Columbian, she was discovered at 4:30 p.m. the next day. Although some news sites, it says her exact address was 1903 41st Street, and it says some news sites say she died in an apartment and others in a home. Google Maps indicate that address is a home. The house sold in 2021 for $450,000. And then it says in the Idaho Tribune more, Ladd was presumably sleeping in her Washougal, Washington home, possibly in the late hours of the 13th when an unknown intruder entered her residence and stabbed her to death. Her crime was never solved. Oh, she worked for the schools as an administrative assistant.
See, that's another
his mother
thing at school.
Yep.
His mother was a paralegal, right? Or a paraprofessional, not a paralegal, like a teacher's assistant.
Oh.
We call them parapros, like paraprofessionals. Okay, she was born on March 27, 1949 in Portland, Oregon. Robert B. and Gladys Stevenson.
She was born in Oregon.
Yeah, she graduated from Washougal High School in 1967 and attended the University of Washington.
Uh-huh.
She worked for the Washougal School District from 1986 to 2016 as an administrative assistant and receptionist. She loved to travel, especially to Hawaii, and worked with state organizations supporting classified school employees. What does that mean? Worked with state organizations supporting classified school employees? What are classified school employees? She was very dedicated to her family and excited about them. She loved people and children. What? She worked at Burgerville, USA? Stop it.
Oh, jeez.
Are you kidding me right now? What did Mary Tiller say? Yeah, Papa Rogers, we're getting to that. That comes later. Her Facebook page is still up. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not logged in on Facebook on this computer, so I can't look at that. Let's see. She works at Washougal School District. What's Burgerville, USA? Is that from SpongeBob?
I don't think so.
What's Burgerville?
Pacific Northwest icon that serves burgers, fries, shakes made with ingredients from local farmers, ranchers, and producers.
Okay, so that was
It's a
just
chain.
put on there. Like, she must like that food. Her Facebook page has little on it. She has Oregon campsites, a recipe for pasta. Oh my God.
And his name's Kohberger.
And he said it's like if you're going to make pasta. Did he go in her Facebook?
I mean,
Or
if
read
he
these
was
articles?
like, yeah.
She worked as a legal secretary in Vancouver for 15 years. He found her on LinkedIn. I wonder if he found Kaylee on LinkedIn as well. And
Wasn't there something about that? I'm sure I read something about he'd found her on LinkedIn.
it was said that Kaylee's sister was looking at her messages on LinkedIn and I know what it was. It was like active or something, and after her death. And then it was shut down when her sister went back to look at it. You think it's a far stretch? A recipe for pasta? This dude laid this all out. He had notes. He wrote this out. This isn't something he decided to do on a whim.
Yeah.
And it's not just one thing that's like drawing similarities. It's a lot of stuff. So that pasta thing sticks out. Like normally maybe it wouldn't, but with everything else, geez.
Look at this. She had 4 kids. Having a teenager is like having a cat that only comes out to eat and hisses if you try to pet it. She had 6 grandchildren.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Listen to what it says about Washougal. Beautifully bordered by the Columbia and Washougal rivers, the Washougal area is filled with many family-friendly parks, hiking trails, businesses, and neighborhoods. Approximately 15,000 people call it home. Here's the Washougal police asking for help, and her friend shared it. Her friend happens to look Vietnamese. What the? Dude, was her? Did he?
I think it's weird as well that she's from Oregon and the 2021 ones happened in Oregon.
Very. Okay, a friend wrote in 2020, this woman is greatly missed. She took care of people up and above herself. I'll find it grateful. Her heart was bigger than ever. Her family and grandkids were her life. A woman was taken way too early over what we don't know was a senseless crime. She was loved by all. Please share and let's find out what happened. So many people miss her and things need to be figured out. Sandy, God bless you and may you rest in peace. The 4 college students were also stabbed in their beds, which we knew. Okay, now we're going to get to Travis and Jamie Lynn. Now, Travis and Jamie Lynn had a recovery fund because he was stabbed to death and she lived, but she was stabbed 19 times. Jamie Lynn and Travis were married in 2018, having been each other's first partners. In the ensuing years, they grew together and were finally going to be able to take their own real-life vacation together. Instead, it turned into the worst day imaginable. Early in the morning on August 13th of 2021, the day they were to leave on their vacation, tragedy struck Jamie Lynn and Travis. Around 3 a.m., they were awoken from their sleep by someone attacking them with a knife. In the ensuing struggle, Travis gave his life to save Jamie Lynn. Jamie Lynn was transported to the hospital with multiple stab wounds, where doctors were able to operate, stabilize, and have started her rehabilitation therapy. It was at the hospital that she learned her husband died. Travis was 26 years old. The police are still investigating the attack. While Jamie Lynn survived the attack, she has a long and difficult path ahead of her. She suffered 19 stabbed wounds, a fractured skull, a fractured shoulder blade, 2 fractured vertebrae, and some nerve damage, the extent of which has yet to be determined. A surgery is coming up soon to determine the nerve damage severity and prognosis for recovery. Jamie Lynn's road to recovery is not only physical, but also mental and emotional, as she faces both the loss of her soulmate and the inevitable changes her life will now have. This page was created to support Jamie Lynn's potential medical and other life expenses. Jamie Lynn and Travis did not have extensive savings, and Jamie Lynn will not be able to work for months to come. Jamie Lynn has never asked for assistance before and feels uncomfortable doing so. However, she cannot maintain car payments and life expenses without help from others. Any assistance you can give is appreciated, and if not, Sharing the post is extremely helpful. The last update is on the 24th of November, but I wanted to kind of go through and see the donators to this. I mean, there's an anonymous for $1,500, an anonymous, an anonymous. Oh my God, 28 days ago, $1,500.
That's weird.
Yeah. Who's gonna give 1,500 28 days ago?
Yeah.
Maybe a very nice person who came across this while following this case. Or what date was 28 days ago? All these are 16 months, 15 months. Here's one for $120 15 days ago.
Can you sort it by date?
No, I can only sort it by top. No, I can sort it by date too. I'm just looking at the names.
Would have been around December 4th.
So like right around the time that video on TikTok was made.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's another video uploaded by that Josco.
A new one?
TikTok. Yeah.
Where is
Unique
that?
Trauma Obsessed emailed it. I put it in Slack.
Unique Trauma Obsessed just emailed this. Where this? It was on TikTok.
TikTok, the Josco one, the same account of the one that we watched.
Oh, what is it? Deleted?
It's a new one, I think.
Oh, a new one. All right, hang on. Weird.
Oh, yeah. He just posted it 36 minutes ago.
What?
Yeah.
How is this happening? In real time? Are they
Yeah,
watching us people that are live like talk about it?
But people are saying that it doesn't sound the same.
All right, let's listen. You ready?
Hey guys, I wanted to report some new information regarding the Idaho 4. Let me first say that, you know, my posting this quote unquote insider information is not some
Sounds like his dad. It would be his
It
dad.
really
man.
doesn't sound the same.
Hey guys, I wanted to report some new information regarding the Idaho 4. Let me first.
Is that an ashtray right there? On the desk? Oh, wait, let me.
I can't see.
Yeah, there we go.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like him at all.
No, it really doesn't.
It sounds like someone trying to be him, though.
Uh-huh.
Is this part of the defense? Is this part of the plan? Okay, Dad, if I get arrested, you have to make a TikTok.
Oh my gosh.
His dad could have been born in 72. No joke.
Yeah.
I was born in 73 and I'm going to be 50 this year. I have a 26-year-old. His dad could have been born in 72.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Hang on, what the heck? But why did it end? Why didn't he report the new information?
Was that it?
It's only 15 seconds long.
What?
No, that's
weird.
it.
Hmm.
You heard his dad is 67. He doesn't look 67.
Mm-mm.
I'll tell you that much. I'll show you what his dad looks like. Oh, members, have you noticed that there's a new emoji for you guys for the beginning of this year? I gave you a little present. It's the mugshot of...
I want to see it. I haven't seen it.
It's the mugshot of, what's his name? Bryan. Oh, I can't find his dad's picture now. I know it's somewheres, but yeah, he doesn't look 67 to me. He totally looks like a boomer in his early 50s, mid 50s, maybe late 50s, but he looks like he's kind of maybe had a rough life. So I think he might look a little older than he is. I don't think he's 67 though, is he?
He doesn't.
He doesn't look. No, he doesn't.
He
look
definitely
Find
didn't.
this picture.
Hi, Carrie. Happy New Year. She said, yeah, you're still live. I think we're going to be live for a while.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to this guy's voice again, trying to act like he's the same person. Yeah, I mean...
Is it playing? We couldn't hear it.
Oh, you couldn't?
No.
Oh, because I'm playing it on Safari. Sorry. I'm so rude. I'm all over here play the movie, share.
You know, my posting this quote unquote insider information is not some hey guys, I wanted to report some new information regarding the Idaho 4. Let me first say that, you know, my posting this quote unquote insider information is not some
like he was gonna say is not some desperate attempt for attention or some shit.
Yeah.
The way he says words is totally different. Like the way he said "say" doesn't sound anything like him.
No, it doesn't sound like him at all.
It seems like this has been put out to like throw everyone off.
Okay, so flower, and I want to zoom in on what he's looking at because what is that? I know it's
Flower
Chief Fry, but
Oh.
I'm just
It's
wondering
flower
what he's
plus
reading.
Or minus.
Fry said he does not anticipate additional arrests in connection with the murders of roommates. The suspect, Brian, he's got Brian's name right on the screen, was arrested early Friday in Pennsylvania Pocono Mountains. Authorities said he is a graduate student of WSU, located less than 10 miles. And then it says Washington State University identifies Kohberger as a PhD student in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology. He completed his first semester in its criminal justice program earlier this month. They have that pulled up.
He's also got tabs.
Hey guys.
Let me look. I'm screenshotting it and zooming in.
I
Yeah.
wanted to report some new information regarding the Idaho.
He's got YouTube. I see YouTube. But he's on MSN, which is interesting. Who gets their news from MSN?
4. Let me.
What does that one say? Leaf? Something? What is it?
Password?
Leaf Pass? Is that, does he smoke pot? Is that like a dispensary? Leaf Pass?
Aspen Leaf Pass. Colorado Parks.
Colorado?
Yeah, it's something. It's a like the Leaf Pass is a state park.
Oh,
thing.
God. So this person's an outdoorsy person?
For residents. Maybe. Those are the only tabs I can see.
Weird.
First say that, you know, my
What's the one next to Gmail? Can you see that one on the far left?
Yeah, YouTube.
No, on the other side.
Oh, on the other side?
Mm-hmm.
Oops. I just almost commented on this guy's video. I can't.
I think the web address says we believe we have our guy in the
It does, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Posting this quote unquote insider information is not some
Okay, well, make another one, dude. We're waiting. This is creepy. These are called mind games here. Look at that. It's got 500,000 views on that one.
And that was only updated a half.
This is weird. That is so creepy.
It is.
Leo says F this shit. It says, oh no, do you want to play with my teddy bear? And it says, oh no, I think I've pulled its head off. I don't think I can put it back on. And it's British. Did you hear that?
Oh, stop.
No, it's British. You guys, let's do a poll. Is it British? Put a 1 if the doll is British. Put a 2 if it's American.
I'm out.
I don't think that's British.
No,
I think it's just, I think that is just creepy.
We say teddy bear.
Yeah, that's just creep talk. I think that a lot of this is mind games, dude. Like, and there could be people that are going to start playing mind games as well. You know, getting off on watching all of us watch their shit and think it's, you know, part of the case.
Like when we were first going through everything and we were finding all these fake Instagram accounts. Same thing.
Yeah.
But this Josco, obviously, I mean, this was 10/24 of this year. This was posted. And his first video with the Madonna stuff was 10/22 as well. This is some type of a museum.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Well, all you have to do is Google where there's a museum with Madonna memorabilia.
Yeah, I tried. I couldn't find anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what else. What were we on before we went to the new video? Oh, we just got done with Lad.
Yeah, 2021 stuff.
And now we're going to go to the couple. Yep. We were on the couple, actually, I think. Let me get back where I was. I'm going to keep his TikTok open in case he posts any more. I'll keep checking it. Okay, we were on the fundraiser. That's right. Okay. So the very first donation... God, I have to go all the way to the bottom. Alex Stahl was the first $50. And then there's nothing really weird in the beginning. He probably wasn't paying attention to this in the beginning. I just want to see if there's any weird names that pop out at us, you know? William Crumb. Weird that the first 2 victims that lived were Vietnamese. Wouldn't it be some weird shit if he targeted the 2 girls that happened to survive that knife attack in 99? Their friends?
Yeah.
One of their friends? Like, oh, you survived, but your friend won't? Like he's coming out of the woodwork. Like, who was the 99 killer? And where the hell did he go?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, most of these are 16, 15 months ago, which is normal. It's usually active, you know, when the thing first happens. But when you go to the current ones and you see $1,500 thrown out there,
Oh no.
That's a little weird.
It's the biggest donation as well.
Like all these little ones, I can see these people going, oh my God, thinking these might be connected or just finding out about it and feeling bad. But that 1,500 is pretty crazy 28 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Anonymous, too. Would he give that kind of money?
I was just thinking that,
to stand
why?
out? Because, we're doing everything that almost like he would want us to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what we do. And it's like breadcrumbs.
Yeah. Yeah, giving you something to find.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the first thing. That's the couple. He didn't make it. Let's find out more details about that. And let's go here. And it's interesting to note that they were on November 24th trying to figure out, look, Idaho student murders may be linked to a stabbing a year earlier and 400 miles away, police reveal.
And then that expanded. We started the day of the crime. And then that expanded as we got more investigators to the area for assistance, and we started putting together teams. And one of our team's sole job was to go through the King Road area, associated neighborhoods, and eventually the main thoroughfares in the city of Moscow, trying to identify video. Through our tips, through our leads, some of the evidence that came in, we start to identify patterns. And like we said earlier, we are confident that the occupant or occupants of that vehicle have information that's critical to this investigation. We also understand that even though there's sometimes a fascination with a particular case.
Why do I hear him doing nose breathing?
Some people simply don't see the news.
Maybe in Moscow and Pullman, they just have really, really sensitive mics.
We also understand that even though there's sometimes a fascination with a particular case, some people simply don't see the news and may not know that we're looking for it. So if we get the word out there, hey, maybe your neighbor has one in the garage that they don't drive very often. Maybe there's one that's just not on the registration database.
Your neighbor has one they don't drive very often. How spot on almost was that?
Yeah.
Almost speaking to their neighbors.
Registration database, let us know. So far, we have a list of approximately 22,000 registered white Hyundai Elantras that fit into our criteria that we're sorting through. That's an awful lot of information, but it may not be all of them. So the public can help us with that.
The public can help us with that. So it says here, investigators are exploring the possibility that the quadruple murders of 4 University of Idaho students may be connected to a 2021 unsolved stabbing murder 400 miles away in Oregon. Back on the 13th of August, and he talked about patterns. We're looking at patterns. The 13th of August, a couple was attacked in their home in Salem, Oregon by a masked assailant. So this time there was a mask. Do we know if he was wearing a mask in the Idaho 4? No, we don't. We couldn't know that. He broke in armed with a knife. Travis Jutin, 26, and Jamie Lynn Jutin, 24, were awoken at around 3 a.m. in the morning when the mystery attacker entered their bedroom and stabbed them both multiple times. Mr. Jutin tried to fight off the attacker, but was stabbed to death. Miss Jutin was stabbed 19 times, but miraculously survived. Despite the victims' families putting up $50,000 for a reward, more than 1 year on, the case remains unsolved. Similarities are now being drawn between the stabbings and the slayings of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. Both unsolved cases involve a suspect armed with a knife, breaking into a home around 3 a.m. and attacking victims while they slept in their beds. Also, in both cases, other people were home at the time of the killings and were unharmed. At the time of the Oregon stabbings, a friend was sleeping in another room as they were going to cat sit for the couple, as they had a trip to Hawaii planned the next day. The friend was woken by the commotion and believed to have scared off the attacker before calling 911. Similarly, 2 other roommates were in the home at the time of the murders in Idaho. They were unharmed and are believed to have slept through the attack. Was that his goal? Because they woke up in every case. During a press conference Wednesday, and this was an article from 24th of November. So in the article, in the press conference, Moscow police confirmed they were aware of the Oregon incident and were, quote, looking into any possible connection. He said, we're looking at every avenue and we have other agencies reaching out to us with other cases and stuff that we are going to follow up on. He added that he had received a tip linking the 2 cases. I actually had a tip come in on that case and I forwarded it, he said. So the possible connection comes 11 days after the murders. Officials gave few new details in that press conference where he also said they had a tip come in about that other murder. And they said they refused to say why they believe the murders were targeted. Instead, telling the terrified community to, quote, trust us. And it explains why they ruled out the 2 surviving housemates, the man in the grub truck video, the person who gave Mogan and Goncalves a ride home, and Jack D. so quickly. They also revealed that they had been unable to confirm that Kaylee had a stalker, but were also unable to rule it out. They left that wide open. And then we have, again, these multiple calls, 2:26 and 2:52 a.m. Now, let's go back to the actual article on that 2021 case. There's another one I think that I put in here. You guys there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You just listening? What are you thinking? What are your thoughts? Share what's going on in your brains right now.
I don't even know where to start.
Like, do you think that these are all connected or could be?
I do. Hold on. Dog's barking.
No, it's okay.
No, there's just way too much going on in all of these that are similar. It's Diesel. Sorry.
No, you're fine. The dog's fine. What about him studying under Kathleen Ramsland?
I know.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let me find that article on that 2021, and then we'll talk about Kathleen. So it makes me think that maybe it was Xana and Ethan that were targeted. It's similar to the couple that was stabbed, and he lived, so the goal wasn't accomplished.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Oh my God, Travis Juten's mom spoke out. Oh, I didn't know she talked to the New York Post. So the victim, Travis, his mother was on Fox. Did you see this?
I didn't watched it.
Does she say anything important?
I didn't watch it.
Oh, you didn't watch it. I thought you said you did. Okay. We will watch it right now. After this ad, I'm sure. Look at all these ads popping up. Here we go.
FBI supervisory special agent and criminal behavioral analysis expert. He tells Fox that he believes that the suspect is likely a young man and someone who has not carried out such violent crimes before. This is what he says. This is probably more of a compulsive kind of person that would put him at a younger age and maybe in the age group or just above the victims. Going into an occupied dwelling with 6 people in different rooms in the middle of the night is an extremely high-risk crime. Unless he knows one or more of the people, this offender did not just randomly choose this location. This is a personal crime. The coroner says that it most likely was the same weapon, the same knife that was used to stab all 4 victims. But
I don't know if this is his mother in this video, but we'll read it. The mother of an Oregon man who was fatally stabbed said she's hopeful the case will finally be solved after police said they are looking into its possible ties to the brutal knife slaying of 4 University of Idaho students. Myra Juton told The Independent, "I want answers for all 5 of them. If law enforcement can work together and solve both cases, that would be the best Christmas present ever." The grieving mom made her comments a day after Moscow Police Chief James Fry was asked if his department was looking into any possible connection. Fry confirmed that last week's attack, in which Jamie Lynn was stabbed 19 times, was on his team's radar. So that's where he said, we're looking at every avenue, and they're taking tips from they're talking to other agencies. Let's see what else she said. I heard it on the news conference the other day. She said that they were exploring it, or that they were aware of it, and that was the first I knew. I did get my hopes up, as it's been a year and a half and we have nothing. She adding that she couldn't understand why anyone would have wanted to murder her son, who was the sweetest, kindest, loving person. Juton noticed similarities between the 2 cases, both of which involved a person armed with a knife breaking into a home and attacking victims as they slept in their beds. So the cat sitter scared off the attacker. Oh, shit. His mother revealed that a pet dog was left unharmed in her son's home when he was killed.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Stop. She said, I hope that law enforcement now solve not only Travis's case, but also find the killer of those 4 beautiful people. That poor woman. Ugh. Guys, so there's another parallel.
Answers.
The dog.
Yeah.
That is so disturbing. Whoops. Okay, so let's get, I think that's all of the stuff with the old cases, right?
Yeah.
All the parallels.
Mm-hmm. And even some parallels we didn't even realize existed until going through all that stuff.
Yeah, that last one, the dog survived. So that brings me to one more thing that I want to talk about that happened in Moscow. Okay, sorry, I just refreshed his TikTok. I'm like insane about this.
Nothing new on
the
there.
vandal alert, thank you. Knife attack, vandal alert. Remember that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, I want to read through this vandal alert again because I think the wording in it is so interesting now. So let me pull that up because this was a mere weeks before the murders. And we don't know if this group of kids was fraternity guys.
No.
But it says, Moscow PD received a report Monday night, and this was, where the heck is the date? The incident occurred at 8:05 p.m. Gosh, it doesn't say 12/9. Oh, 11/29. This guy commented, but yeah, I don't see a date. But anyways, we can figure that out. There's other reports on it. They received a report Monday night that a man threatened a group of students with a knife on Paradise Path between the Student Rec Center and the university steam plant near the LLC parking lot 14. The white man appeared to be 18 to 22 years old in all black with a black baseball cap. He was last seen heading east on Paradise Path, riding a mountain bike with a blue backpack. The incident happened at 8:05, and the man has yet to be identified. So the University of Idaho's Vandal Alert sent a 9:39 p.m. advisory to say keep your doors locked and use caution if going outside. What? Then, when they were asked about it, they said the guy turned himself in.
Mm-hmm.
Turned himself in? What? And another thing why would the guy turn himself in? Oh, hey guys, I was the dude that pulled a knife on that group of kids.
Mm-hmm. And if he turns himself in, what happened?
Charge me with a misdemeanor. They're
Like they haven't said.
They're like, oh, he was charged with a misdemeanor. That was it. That was all I could find. I'll show you. I mean, they're telling these students to stay indoors. When was that lifted? Mm-hmm. Was it ever lifted? Were they supposed to be being vigilant? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that why the chiefs keep saying, we've talked about being vigilant?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right here. Idaho cyclist charged in knife threat incident before student murders. They don't name them, nothing. There's no court docs, which we usually get. Newsweek says a cyclist who allegedly threatened students with a knife on University of Idaho campus in September has been charged. However, the Moscow Police Department has said the man isn't connected to the ongoing. How could they know that?
Mm-hmm.
And then they don't even say the September incident involved an argument between a group of people. Now it's an argument. Walking on a bike path and a cyclist. It was reported that during the confrontation, the cyclist displayed a folding knife. Both parties dispersed. There were no injuries. Moscow City Attorney Mia Batista confirmed to Newsweek on Wednesday that her office had filed a criminal complaint against the cyclist. The person is facing a misdemeanor charge of exhibiting.
Oh my gosh.
Exhibition of a deadly weapon. On Wednesday, Moscow police said the cyclist turned himself into police. The case was investigated and misdemeanor charges were referred to Moscow City Attorney's Office. There is no connection with the individual involved in this incident and the current murder investigations. Unless they knew who their perp was early on. Days after the murders, it was reported that the university's campus security issued an alert with the subject line, threat with knife. Now, does that make sense?
No.
Look, there's nothing else about the incident. That's it. There's no name. There's no hearing. There's no misdemeanor like paperwork. And a misdemeanor for pulling a knife on people?
Yeah.
Since when is that a misdemeanor?
They want people to like take care of themselves and stuff and be vigilant and whatever, but we're not going to give you any information on the person who did this so you can properly protect yourself.
Right. And a misdemeanor?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's just out there to do it again.
Yeah, I can't. I can't. Like Leotech said, F this S.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't even make sense. I think that is all. I think maybe it was him, and that was to throw him off, to think that they didn't think it was him.
Mm.
It can't be corruption. It just can't be. You guys, we always think it's corruption, and it's tactics. Their tactics can look like corruption to an outsider.
Yeah.
Maybe look at Elle. Look at Elle Elizabeth coming in hot. Maybe looking at the PhD program at Oregon State in Corvallis, only a 45-minute drive to Salem.
Oh.
2021, he would not be a student there. He would be going and maybe checking out the different campuses.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is a really good point, Al. Are you pouring some tea?
That wasn't
Potato?
me.
Oh, I thought it was your tea. Okay, so let's talk about how he's studying under this criminologist. Can you guys talk about that for a second? I've got to go get something to drink. It's here I go.
Oh gosh.
Oh God, I gotta pay to read it.
You do?
Yeah. On Daily Beast.
I had
But
something
you can
else
share.
too. I'm
You can
just
share.
scrolling through all of it.
Do you want me to share your screen? Lisa says, "Let's watch Chris Laundrie mow his motherfucking lawn again and relax." And then she put the yoga. Oh, I do need a Coke Zero. Oh my God, Olive. So true. I need 24 more members to be able to open up more emojis. I'm at my max. So I have to keep replacing. I think the next one to go is going to be Josh from Northport Police. He's pretty much useless at this point.
I can't find the other article I had on her.
Well, you could just talk about it. Just read it. You don't have to share it.
I don't remember her name.
Oh, her name is, I'm sorry. It is, oh God, now I can't see it because of the ad. Hold on. I'm still shocked by the Ed Kemper stuff.
I know.
And that's your guy too. I got you that
I did.
shirt.
I know.
I got you that shirt and then I have the Ted Bundy thing behind me. Yikes. Okay, her name is, it's on NBC News as well. Hold on, this is a long article. And isn't it weird? He worked as a security guard at a school.
I know.
Is Pleasant Valley where that lady? Oh no. Is Pleasant Valley where that lady was an assistant administrator, lad?
No.
I can't remember where it said it was now.
Could it have been the same district? I'm confusing you guys, aren't I?
Yeah. I found the Daily Beast article.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I don't know anything about this lady, so I'm interested.
So,
too.
her name is Catherine Ramsland. She's written over 68 books that include How to Catch a Killer, The Psychology of Death Investigations, and The Mind of a Murderer.
Welcome, Megan. Whoop, whoop. We're getting closer to opening more emojis. All right, I'll really be right back this time.
All right, so she teaches forensic psychology, and she is the one who created the forensic tract and the psychology program at DeSalle University.
Ooh.
And yeah, she's appeared on more than 200 crime and magazine shows. I don't know what's a magazine show.
I don't know.
And she's a producer of Murder House Flip and has consulted for
A
CSI.
magazine show is like E-News, like those tabloid kind of shows. Sorry, I'm really getting up this time. I'm still digging.
She's the author of more than 1,500 articles and 68 books. And oh my gosh, she worked with the BTK serial killer, Dennis Rader.
Oh my.
Oh my God. She teaches seminars on extreme offenders and death investigations and homicide detectives. Oh, man. Yeah, so she came to this university focusing on her field of expertise, extreme offenders.
Extreme offenders.
Man.
And he was studying under her until June.
Yeah. I'm just reading through her credentials real quick to see if there's anything else that stands out. Okay, so this is what she taught at the university, or teaches. Forensic psychology, psychological sleuthing, dangerous minds, the psychology of fear, psychological logic, behavioral criminology, introduction to profiling, forensic science in the courtroom, and survey of forensic science.
Seems right up his alley.
Psychological sleuthing? Dangerous minds, psychology of fear. Like, I want to know which of these classes and how many of her classes did he take?
Mm-hmm. I know. One of his classmates said he was very leveled and somewhat imposing. There wasn't much emotion displayed by him.
Really?
Goes along with that whole dead eyes, dead expression thing.
Ooh, that's creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, did you hear that she worked with BTK?
Yeah. You're on my TV out in the living room. So when I went out there, I didn't miss a beat. But guess what? I have something shocking for you guys.
Even more shocking.
Even more shocking than the prior shiz. We have a Southeast Port. How far is Port? Oh, wait. Southeast Portland restaurant owner was stagged. Lori Staggs. I love you, Lori Staggs. It's proof. Southeast Portland restaurant owner was attacked and stabbed in Salem. November the 8th, 2022. Check this out. Wait, and this is a vegan restaurant.
Oh.
I don't know if that matters.
Well, it matters
per
to
se.
him, doesn't it? I mean, he was vegan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that matters per se, but I'll let you guys be the judge. Here we go. There's a video. This is him. God, is he Einen? Oh my God, is it Einen Harsh?
What? Oh no.
Stop it. He was a chef. Dude.
Oh, this is the carjacking.
Yeah. Here we go.
In Southeast Portland is recovering after being stabbed in an attempted carjacking.
He's now asking for the community's help in order to keep his restaurant going. Bryant Clerkley reports.
And it went like pretty deep. It's like, I don't know if you can see it,
Look
but then on my leg, they stabbed me 2 or 3 times, and one of them hit an artery in my leg.
Owner of Menya Hokase ramen restaurant Ryan Callahan is recovering after being stabbed. In the early hours of Saturday morning, he was in Salem on South Commercial Street with his friend after a night out at the Chatty Shack. They walked out to the car in the parking lot.
And then like we both fell asleep in the car, and I didn't have my doors locked because I didn't.
They were sleeping.
Yes, I know.
I didn't know they were sleeping. Oh, wow.
Think I was going to be in the car very long, and like I guess we fell asleep for like an hour. That's when he came up and started stabbing me, trying to get me out of the car. And yeah, he was probably trying to get the car.
Callahan says he awoke to a man opening the door, telling him to get out of the car. That's when he started stabbing him with a knife. When Callahan put up a fight, the suspect finally ran off. His friend ran to a nearby gas station and called police. Ryan says he didn't even know he'd been stabbed at first, but he ended up in the hospital for 3 days.
They sealed it up pretty good. They have like the internal stitches in there, like the dissolving ones. And then I don't know if they like glued it shut or whatnot. Oh, here it is. And then these ones, I can't really, they're like wrapped up right now. So I can't really like unravel those at the moment.
Now Ryan is just trying to get back to work. His restaurant behind me is closed while he recovers. He's
this poor dude,
the one that runs the place. So he started a GoFundMe so he can keep things going.
So I'm responsible for like people's paychecks and stuff like that. So I need to make sure my employees can pay their rent. I need to make sure everything like that. And then also getting stabbed's not really cheap. So medical bills are like gonna probably be piled high real soon.
Callahan says police have some leads on the suspect, but he hasn't heard anything about an arrest.
There's $1,000 anonymous donation on his thing.
No way.
In Portland, I'm Bryant Clerkley, KGW News.
Yep.
From
when?
Well, it was this screenshot right here says created 1 day ago, and it was one of the top donations. So it was a brand new GoFundMe. And this occurred on November the 8th. So this was just a few days.
Yeah.
Was he trying to get a car to use in this murder?
It really could be. This guy is so lucky to survive as well, being
Oh
stabbed
my
in the
God.
neck.
I know.
Hey there, to those of you interested.
Oh God, shut up, dude. Seriously, he's so lucky, just like Jamie Lynn. Jamie Lynn was lucky after 19.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
But that stab wound, he went right for his artery in his neck.
Yeah, it's so close.
To make sure no one survived, you would go right for the artery in your neck.
Awful.
All right, I want to see what chat is saying about this. Oh, that could be possible. Holy crap. Put Bryan in the same room with Kemper. He will get everything we need to know.
Kemper's very, very smart. He really knows how to manipulate people. He probably could get this guy to talk.
It's so interesting that they consulted him on these crimes.
I know.
Like, it really tells me that they're thinking it might be serial.
Well, you know what's interesting is Kemper was the first one that they studied when they opened up the serial killer like crime unit at the FBI. Kemper was like their go-to to study to try and figure out what makes serial killers, and he participated and he helped them out. So I mean, it kind of makes a little bit of sense, but still.
Yeah, that it's the path that they're going down.
What is Gringo talking about? He said doors were locked. Who did?
Whose doors?
The car doors? I had no idea that they were sleeping. I didn't play that. I just saw the headline and I was like, weird. You guys want to see the weird TikTok again? Is there a new one?
No, I just looked.
Oh, wait, that one's gone. He deleted it.
Oh my God. Casey commented on this one. Casey Farts.
Oh,
somebody
did she?
Commented. Yeah.
He deleted it. It's gone.
Really?
So
I
don't
can still
refresh.
see it.
Don't refresh. It'll be gone.
Somebody commented and said it's his dad. He helped him drive his white Elantra back from Idaho to PA. Casey Farts commented, "Stop this. It's not his dad."
Oh.
Do we know it's the real Casey Farts?
It's her account. Yeah. Oh, she just uploaded a. Oh, that was 6 hours.
Like
ago.
I said, okay, she probably spoke to law enforcement. Well, she said she did. And they could have told her to stop because she deleted her video. The video she made about Bryan is gone.
Yeah.
So they probably would have maybe said, don't say anymore. And who knows if she's trying to do her due diligence and throw people off and be like, no, it's not him. Stop. Who knows? I just don't think we can go off just that.
No.
I think it's
but
interesting
the fact that
she's watching. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah.
And commented. I would think if it wasn't him, she wouldn't say anything. Like, why would she comment in their defense right now? I feel like she I don't know. I'm not even making sense. I know what I'm saying, but I'm not getting it out and making sense. But he deleted that and it was like a 15-second video that made no sense. It was cut off mid-sentence. So maybe he's working on the new one. Can you see who he's following, HJ?
I'll take a look in a minute. Somebody said, so is this the real Papa Roger?
Okay, tell us about Papa Roger. I'm going to stop screen sharing because
So-
I don't know anything about this. So this is new to me as well.
So it was an account on Facebook, and he was in the University of Idaho discussion group on Facebook. I haven't seen all of the posts and stuff that he'd made, but apparently they were really strange. And his picture on his account looks like him, but it's like a cartoon version of a side profile. And then the name as well, Roger. People were saying that it could be linked to the Elliot Roger, who was an incel and also murdered people and committed suicide.
Oh. What the hell? Happy New Year, Noelle and Matt. They're both in chat. Right. So the girl that knew him said that the laptop reflection video doesn't sound like him.
Yeah, she did.
That's what I think, Jenny. They probably want to keep the friendship open in case police need to use her to get close to them. Could be. Jennifer says Kemper is very smart and has worked with the FBI for a long time. He must have linked it to others.
Yeah.
Hi, headphones. Happy New Year. Love you guys too. I hope you guys have an amazing New Year. Better than the last. And she said the phone call definitely sounded like him. So the call into T-Rev, she said sounded like him.
Yep.
But now she won't answer T-Rev. So I think she's been told to zip it.
Yeah, she probably has.
Kemper records audiobooks?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I did not
So
know that.
You may have listened to an audiobook read to you by a serial killer.
Oh my God, that's creepy.
That is really weird.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to the Department of Justice and Criminology at Washington State for a minute. If you guys are up for it.
Yeah, I'm just going to screen record this.
I
video
have
real
more
quick
for you.
before it goes away.
Yeah, screen record it. Someone's sending it to the team email too. Meep
Oh, okay.
says she wants Kemper to read to her. Yikes.
I feel like Meep and I could be friends.
Yikes. They made a statement yesterday on the arrest of Bryan Kohberger. The Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State is aggrieved by the alleged horrendous acts of one of its graduate students. We are relieved that justice will be carried out. Our hearts are with the victims' families. And that was on their thing there. Funny too how him and his dad were seen at an auto shop getting the car cross country ready. Okay, did we go over this stuff that you shared, Potato, from the Daily Beast?
I don't think so.
Nick McLaughlin, 26, who was friends with Kohberger in high school, described Kohberger as down to earth and overweight when they graduated. But at the start of senior year, Kohberger was thinner than a rail and turned aggressive. He also picked up a new hobby, taking boxing classes. He always wanted to fight somebody. He was bullying people. We started cutting him off from our friend group because he was 100% a different person. Oh, they took, interesting. He took classes in high school related to heating and air conditioning, which is what his daddy does.
Oh.
This is what he originally, oh shit, dude. Look at this. They took heating and air conditioning classes. He said Kohberger also took criminal justice courses to potentially become a cop.
Oh, God.
I'm not sure if it's in this one, but one of his teachers had said as well that she always thought that was what he was going to go into, because he used to watch like cop shows and stuff and showed a real interest in it and always asking questions about
Well, it seems like he was kind of a wimp. So maybe he started the boxing and the kickboxing to get into shape and not be such a wimp.
Yeah.
Maybe his original plan was to be a cop. And he's just weird.
Holy crap.
Oh, I know. He liked school. He got good grades and he did well at Votech. He had plans and he planned to go to school for criminal justice, but I think, to be a cop. I wonder what made him take psychology and major in psychology the first time. Because the first time he got his degree in psychology.
Yeah.
Then he got his master's in criminal justice. This other high school classmate said, I remember he was very quiet and shy. A lot of people made fun of him. I don't know if it was because he was quiet and shy or how heavy he was. So did he take the heroin and then did he maybe, when he was in school, switch to Adderall and stay skinny? It says that they got into a disagreement, him and this DeSales classmate, during a group project, but they didn't remember the conversation exactly, but they recalled that Kohberger was very intelligent, well-spoken, but seemingly detached. He was very level-headed and somewhat imposing. There wasn't much emotion displayed by him, and they remembered his intense stare.
It always goes back to his
his eyes.
Yeah.
He took care with how he spoke, the person said. His high school years were marked by drastic weight loss, cruel bullying, a deep interest in police movies, and criminology. His parents were battling financial issues, filing for bankruptcy the year he was born, and again when he was 14. On the second occasion, they surrendered their house and car after facing $260,000 in debt and having just $512 in the bank. That sounds like must be a very volatile household.
Mhm.
That is very stressful. Let's see. Is there anything else in there? Oh, this guy was friends with him. McLaughlin said the friendship ended when Kohberger began putting moves on his girlfriend.
Yeah.
He was reaching out to her saying, I can get us a bottle and we can hang out tonight. Another high school friend, Thomas Arntz. Oh, could that be Casey's brother?
Yeah.
Yep, it is.
Thomas Farts
Yep.
recalled Kohberger as a bully who would point out his friend's flaws and insecurities to distract from his own struggles with his weight. He did that to me all the time, Arntz said. He did that to me all the time. So this guy was a dick.
Yeah.
That is so bizarre. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Bryan Kohberger stalked Idaho victims before murders, wore gloves in grocery store weeks afterwards. Can we talk about this?
Sure. We can talk
You guys,
about whatever.
you guys aren't giving me any ideas. I'm going through Slack.
Sorry,
just-
I'm still digging.
I can't even remember what's in Slack anymore.
I'm just picking stuff up that's in here and anxiously awaiting his next TikTok.
Yeah.
Oh, it's back. It's back.
Oh.
Oh, it is?
Is it different?
Nope. It's the same. Same
Weird.
exact one. Meow says, why does his voice sound so much different?
It does. It doesn't even sound like him.
Look at his, user says, look at the recent dude he followed. Ty Stickland. Watch his vid. Sounds like an old man. So he just followed Ty Stickland. Oh, God. Oh, Ty Strickland, maybe? No profile pic. Oh, God. Smoke past. What is this?
We can't see it, by the way.
Wait, did TikTok exist in 2016?
I don't think so.
How is that dated 2016 then?
Where? What?
I'll show you. I'm about to share. Hey, what?
2016.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Hang on. I got sent a text. There must be. Oh.
I also just found some updates on Twitter.
We have an
odd potential connection between Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger and the BTK killer. You spoke exclusively with BTK's daughter today. What is she saying?
I did, and this is just a chilling connection, and we're going to get to that in just a second. First, though, I want to update you on something that we just discovered through the public defender here in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. He confirms that Bryan Kohberger's father traveled out to Idaho and then drove in the car with Bryan Kohberger back here to Pennsylvania in mid-December, that they were in the white Hyundai Elantra and that they drove back together here in mid-December, which is very, very interesting because remember that basically the entire country has been looking for that white Hyundai Elantra, and now that we know that they were together in the car driving back here to Pennsylvania where this whole thing ended. But back to that chilling connection, Bryan Kohberger's professor here in Pennsylvania, professor of criminology, actually wrote a book on the serial killer BTK and interviewed him.
We just talked about this.
An intimate relationship. Yeah. They spoke on the phone and had in-person interviews many, many times. And she actually wrote his autobiography. And now BTK's daughter is speaking to us exclusively about this very, very strange connection. She is wondering whether Kohberger perhaps had a fascination with her father. She's also talking about what families go through in situations like this when someone in the family is arrested for a brutal killing, like what happened with BTK or Kohberger. Take a listen to what she told us exclusively. One of the most disturbing aspects of Bryan Kohberger's past is what he was studying, criminology, and who he was studying under at DeSales University in Pennsylvania. Dr. Catherine Ramsland, a serial killer expert who had a close relationship with serial killer BTK, even writing his autobiography. What did you first think when you heard that Dr. Ramsland was teaching Bryan Kohberger?
Personally, my first reaction was just like my stomach churned, and I
Oh no.
What happened?
I don't know what happened.
Uh-oh.
This is not
Carrie
good.
Rawson is serial killer Dennis Rader, a.k.a. BTK's daughter. BTK stands for Bind, Torture, Kill, and Rader is responsible for killing 10 people. Do you think he may have had any sort of communication with your father?
Kohberger could definitely have had communication with my father. Well, obviously we know he studied my father in criminology classes. He probably studied him heavier since he had Ramsland as a professor. But we need to find out if there's a deeper connection. It concerns me.
A deeper connection, like if Kohberger was corresponding with BTK in prison. He would have had access because of his professor, Dr. Ramsland, who's appeared in more than 200 crime documentaries and was even on News Nation in October discussing the Delphi case.
Help explain to me the mindset of a killer living in a community where they have carried out, allegedly, this heinous act.
Well, if it is the person, the suspect that they have under arrest right
Now, he was married, so he would have had to have secrets.
Dr. Ramsland is known for her TV appearances, but she's not talking now. When I asked her about Kohberger, she responded, "I cannot make media statements about him at this time." For Carrie Rawson, the nightmare in Idaho has now come full circle.
I want to figure out how to stop it. Like, it's hard to be the kid of this guy and live with this, and then see somebody else go do this and wonder, did your dad influence him? Did your dad talk to him? Like, was he studying my father outside of academics? Am I ever going to get answers to that? I don't know.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Whoa.
On your television provider, and don't forget to click the red subscribe.
Guys.
Wow.
Why is who hiding? She's not hiding.
Who?
What?
BTK's daughter, I think they're talking about.
Oh, she's
not hiding. I was just playing the audio. But this, okay, so this apparently is the account that they just followed, this Justin, whatever.
Money, you and me. I'ma walk through usually with my dreams that will lead that I got.
Walk through. So they're following this person that's putting these videos up about the murder is following these clowns. I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
I mean, this could be trolls. I can't get lost in TikTok like that. It's too much. I'll stick with the one guy, Josco. Look, this Cameron says there's no way this is the same person. What were you going to say, HJ?
I want to know, I know she can't speak out right now, but what his professor has to say about him. If she got any red flags when she was teaching him.
There is something out on her.
That she said about him?
Yep. Yep.
Oh.
Criminology professor says he was a brilliant student. Here. And since you volunteered, I'll let you read through it. Aren't I nice? Here, I'm going to pull it right up for you, too. I'm going to do everything for you. I'm just going to let you be the voice for a second because I need a little break from the voice. Can you tell it's getting a little raspy?
Oh my gosh, I even posted this. See, there's just so much information.
You could not even keep track. I mean, I was literally posting stuff and not even reading the whole thing. Just like, okay, this is new. I haven't seen this. Now we've got DeSantis in here. Like, why? Okay.
Oh, this is a different professor.
She's shocked as shit.
Was that her comment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, here, I'll go down here. Okay, can you see it all right?
Yep. A former university professor accused of quadruple murder suspect Bryan Kohberger has told Daily Mail he was among the smartest students she had ever had. In an exclusive interview, DeSales University professor Michelle Bolger said she's in absolute shock after hearing what her former student has been accused of. He's a brilliant student, she told DailyMail.com, exclusively from her home in the Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania. I'm shocked as shit. At what he's been accused of. I don't believe it, but I get it, she said. What do you mean? She gets it.
I don't believe it, but I get it. Maybe he was fucking weird.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
And she doesn't want to say that. Maybe that's a nice way of saying, I don't believe it, but I get it. Like, it's not that surprising.
Yeah, I guess. I don't think they say anything else.
Oh, this picture creeps me out.
Oh, yeah.
He looks like Steve from Blue's Clues.
Oh, he kind of does in that picture.
He kind of looks like a morph of like a bunch of different people. He is
His
scary.
eyes, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you guys notice in that photo where he's younger looking and he's got a fuller face? His freaking pupils are huge. Did we talk about that?
I think so.
He had like his pupils were ginormous. And I was like wondering if he wasn't on something.
Yeah, he could have been.
It wasn't this picture, but maybe they have it in here. These poor kids, man.
Yeah.
This is 33. Okay, this was she was an associate professor for 8 years. She taught him in an online class and helped him with his master's thesis. What was his master's thesis?
Yeah, I'd be interested.
I haven't heard.
Okay, she never saw a dark side. This news is upsetting. I haven't slept at all since hearing about Bryan. Oops. Oh, here it is. I was one of the professors who helped Bryan with his proposal on his graduate thesis, his capstone project. He did put out a routine questionnaire for his thesis.
Mm-hmm.
It looks weird, I understand from the public view, but in criminology, it's normal. It's a criminology theory called script theory. We need to look up script theory. It's a normal theory on how and why criminals commit their crime, etc. She said Bryan didn't even end up using any of the data that he got from the questionnaire. You're not going to find it anywhere. Instead, because he ran out of time, his graduate thesis was a narrative one based on the information. She said she went on maternity leave and then another professor took her place. She never saw him after that.
I mean, that sounds like that survey was his own research. He didn't even use it.
Right. He didn't even get any responses.
Mm-mm.
They searched his office, which is in this building. Yeah, his data was real, right, Leo?
Yeah.
Ben Roberts said he was always looking for a way to fit in. Hey, guys, if you were going to kill somebody, like, how would you do it?
Mm.
And then he gets what the hell's wrong with you, dude? And then all the guys probably join in and tease his ass, you know?
Mm-hmm. I mean, what a good disguise as well to study criminology when your mind is like into that kind of thing, because no one's going to suspect you having those kind of thoughts and stuff if you're just a student. But really, he was literally interested in it and ended up carrying it out.
Oh, look at this. B.K. Norton, a student at the WSU Criminal Justice and Criminology Department, said Friday that they didn't know Kohberger well, but didn't like him. We interacted in class, but personally, I was not a fan of Bryan because of comments he had made about LGBTQ plus individuals. Wow. Okay, so someone commented on one of the videos that we've done, and they said, could the shooter in Colorado at the gay club have conversed with him via his questionnaire? Why is this person in Colorado have Colorado Park on their tabs, like Heather said? You know what I'm saying? Like, someone brought up that attack, but, that was a shooting, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But could this guy have, I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but she says that he didn't get any responses, but he still had it out there as of just a few days ago.
And his email address was there as well. So someone could have contacted him separately, like
For
not
sure.
wanted to fill in that survey, not knowing who the answers could go to, because there were a few of them on that research team. So they could have done it direct.
Yeah. And then the new TikTok follower has the Confederate flag and makes it look like they're, like skinheads or something. I know. I agree, Shannon Lee. It's the stupidest hate crime ever. Just leave people alone, you know.
Seriously.
Let's see what other images. This is the Daily Mail. We love their. It's not really anything. Ugh. Other than that.
Oh gosh.
Blues Clues.
Don't we have a Blues Clues? Yes, we
Yeah.
do.
We do have a little clue.
Yeah, I just put it in.
The OCD libertarian vegetarian.
That's a mouthful.
Let's see, what else do I have?
So I don't know much about that BTK killer.
I don't either.
I was reading about it, and it said that he liked to taunt police by giving details of his crimes, which is kind of weird considering that phone call and that video giving detail of crime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know much about his crimes either.
Mm-mm.
Now I'm going to be studying that.
Yeah. But I mean, he could have been inspired by him.
Oh, look at this. On Twitter, Ann Jeanette Levy, some reporter. Oh, Law and Grime. She spoke with Jason Labar, attorney for Bryan and chief public defender for Monroe County. He said BK spoke with police at the Pennsylvania State Police Barracks for 5 to 15 minutes before invoking his right to counsel. He recalls being asked whether he knew what was going on, and he responded by saying something to the effect of course I know what's going on. I live 10 minutes from this. Then he asked for a lawyer. His lawyer said he's calm, he's fully aware. It's obvious he's very intelligent. It shouldn't shock anyone he's intelligent. This lawyer also said he has no concerns about his mental health, and he's not concerned about him taking his own life.
I thought he was on suicide watch.
Some people have said things about wearing the suicide vest, but that's standard procedure in a case like this one. It says Labar said his father flew out to Washington and drive back. This is just 45 minutes ago, too. To PA with him for Christmas break. However, Labar said it was planned before BK went to Washington for the fall semester that Dad would fly out and drive back. So that was pre-planned, and they believe this happened between December 13th and 16th.
Mm-hmm.
His family is in shock. They can't afford an attorney. It's not clear who will rep him when he returns to Idaho, which could happen sometime this week. He anticipates this will be a capital case. And he says, I don't want Bryan tried in the court of public opinion. Let's wait until the facts come out. Let's not assume anything. It's so important you don't jump to conclusions. I asked if BK asked police, did you arrest anyone else? And Labar said he doesn't recall him saying that.
Where did that come from then?
I don't know. And this person has a really good question. Would be interested to know when the flight ticket was bought for the dad.
Mm-hmm.
Was it before or at the last minute? Before the murders.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he'll get a Jose Baez that steps up to the plate for him.
I hope not. But I think if he really did ask if anyone else had been arrested, I think it shows that he's already been thinking about his defense.
For sure. I think he was thinking about his defense before he even did this.
Yeah, probably. Because I really don't think anyone else was involved.
No, I don't either. Here is another screenshot you guys put in here that I didn't see. Hold on. Here it is. I am glad that this course has given you a more nuanced perspective pertaining to CJ. Have a great break.
Oh yeah, this is him replying to his students.
Who's CJ?
I have no idea.
Criminal justice.
Oh.
Ooh, David Skywalker. She said she never had any professional interaction with him after that. I wonder if there were any personal ones.
Oh.
I said the same thing, Winston.
Oh, not another Daryl Brooks.
Yeah, and I think he probably would. Like, he seems like the kind of person that would want to represent himself.
Oh, here's another one. Hey, Ava, not a problem. I updated it. Best, Bryan. December 16th.
Mm-hmm.
These were both at, oh my God, both on December 16th. I wonder if that was when he got back to PA.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because they said,
do we know when the semester ended?
I don't. But they said that they think he left between the 13th and the 16th.
Oh.
And they said he completed. So that would mean he left after, right? This is really creepy too.
It does kind of look like him, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that Facebook account was deleted like 6 days ago or something.
December the 9th. Thank you, Frenchie. Yeah, that looks a lot like him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And the fact it's called Papa Roger as well, and there's that incel that's called Roger. Weird.
Wed.
We're so nice to you, Data.
I know, we just make fun of her all the time. I'm surprised she even comes back. All right, now we're going to go into the Reddit. Is this what you've been looking at, HJ?
Mm-hmm.
So he's been answering up to 3 days ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally the night before.
Literally.
The arrest.
Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on.
No.
Now you can.
Google fingers.
Yeah. Sorry.
Why does it say... Sounds like they're closing in when all the students come back. He's smiling, thanking everyone, and cleaning the scene. It's looking positive for an arrest soon. Or just slowing down on updating the public with the same info all the time. Sorry if this is a dumb question, but in this kind of situation, what happens to the house in the end? Yeah, it goes back to the owner. Where is the dog kept in the house? I haven't figured out that piece yet, since they said the dog didn't impact the scene. Not sure. Maybe kept in Kay's room.
Kept in where?
Kay's room.
Kay's room.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
You believe X and E were targets? X and M, in my opinion. Xana and Maddie?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've seen this proposed anywhere else before. You've got a lot of astute observation. How do we know any of these aren't him too?
Yeah.
Tchaikovsky. 1 year ago. You've had a lot of astute observations regarding other aspects of the scene. So I'm guessing that you have some well-reasoned logic to back up this theory. Would you care to elaborate on why you think these two in particular were targets? Look at the map and killer's movements. Why would the killer leave two people alive at the scene? Movement was intentional. The kitchen was the entry point. So if Madison, Kaylee, what? MK and then M and then K was the targets. The killer's route would be kitchen and stairs. that path does not cross with XE. If XE were the targets, the killer's route would be the kitchen and living room. That path does not cross with MK. Therefore, X and M are the targets, in my opinion. And then we have this. So the camera is what? What are these cameras for?
The screen's not moving.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not? What the heck?
No.
I'm just going to share my whole screen then, because... What are the cameras? What's 1, 2... 5, 1, 6, 14, 15. What is all this numbered for? And there's not all the numbers there. What is that?
Hold on.
I mean, they even have the TV and the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. I don't know if this is just a marker, but what is he marking? It's the question.
I don't know.
So what he's saying is the kitchen was the entry point. So if MK were the targets, the killer's route would be kitchen and stairs. So in other words, he's saying they would have come up this in the kitchen and went up the stairs and got the two girls. Ethan and Xana were over here. So if he came in the kitchen, he would have, and they were the two targets. He would have went immediately upstairs, is what he's saying. So in other words, he's saying he targeted X and M. Right, because E and K should not have been in the house on a normal night.
Oh,
Kaylee had moved out. Ethan didn't live there.
Yeah.
It says, right, but what if XM were targets and coincidentally they both had people in the rooms that night? He goes, that's what I'm saying. XM were the targets, in my opinion. I keep seeing comments all over that Ethan was found outside his bedroom door. Can anyone clarify for me that this has been confirmed officially? I remember the coroner saying something about them being killed in their beds, but I want to know if a newer update confirmed about Ethan. E in the bedroom, in my opinion. So he wasn't outside the door, he says. I'm missing something and can't find it in search. If Kay is often referred to as the target, do you think he went to Kay's room first and saw she wasn't in it? Or do you think he knew they were both in M's room before he went in the house? Killer went XE room, then MK room, in my opinion. This one... Wow, you got him? 4 days ago? How could this be him? And put, wow, you got him. How could that be him?
Moscow police reports. What did it say?
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see what this is. November 6th. Oh, wait. Pullman Road. November 3rd, vehicle VIN check. West Pullman Road. Malicious mischief. West Pullman Road. Rite Aid. Was maybe that doll in the Rite Aid, not the CVS? Woman being harassed by two males. Pullman Road. Is that Kaylee? Suspicious male intoxicated looking for their vehicle. West Pullman Road. Suspicious males intoxicated acting suspicious. 1100 block Polk Street. Suspicious vehicle. Pullman Road. Theft. West Pullman Road. So he comments on that and put, wow, you got him.
4 days ago.
So he's saying you got him in this report. He says K was not a target, in my opinion. XM were targets. Look at killer's route inside home. K being target doesn't make any sense.
So 4 days ago, wouldn't that be the 29th? 29, 23, 28?
People that do this type of crime don't freak out like that. You're looking at this case through the lenses of a model citizen and regular person. Try to put yourself in another's shoes, but without accepting the norm that society says is normal. Things are a whole lot different. He says being on the run is not fun, in my opinion.
What?
Can we talk about one of the guys in the video? And then this was removed. Let's not. I don't know what. He put this laughing. The judge. He's got to see.
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought X and E were targets, but didn't know who. But it didn't know the house sleeping arrangements. They went into M and K's room while completely dark and started in on K before realizing, shit, this isn't E or X, and then had to take M out too to prevent her from screaming and waking up intended victims. After the perp went, anyways, this guy goes on, and he goes, no, the killer went to XE room, then MK room, in my opinion. NFS Radar says there's no way to know the order yet, but I suspect he wanted everyone upstairs dead, so not to be disturbed. And he says again, killer went in XE room, then MK room.
I mean, he's just repeating himself.
Uh-huh, and he keeps sharing that diagram.
Yeah.
Killer's car would be spotted on one of the two cameras we know about in the area. This is no expert, says this. The apartment on Linda Lane. How does this person know this? Has a camera facing Taylor, and the west-facing neighbor's camera covers Walenta in the background, and maybe coming up King. One of these two cameras probably captures the white Elantra coming and leaving. InsideLooking goes, exactly. Crime scene was also expanded to the parking lot and not to Walenta. Unusual Resist says, you can't say wrong and correct when you have absolutely no way of knowing. None of us do. We can all guess, and that's it. It doesn't even involve logic, just guesses. I put IMO in my opinion. Person goes to house to target one specific girl, finds two in the same bed. Witness elimination, same thing. Wrong. Killer went to XE, then MK.
Oh my God.
Just using any sort of logic tells you this is highly unlikely. And he puts, actually, this route is correct. And the most logical, in my opinion. He has to be fucking right.
Yeah, it's got to be right.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
Look at this. If and when they have a suspect, someone will be arrested. Will there be enough info about this person to be able to identify them if they were posting on these subreddits? Write them a letter and find out.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. My theory is still JD. However, the white car in the immediate area confused me. Because if JD did this, he'd be able to walk from his house. The whole thing is so confusing. Comment removed by moderator.
Removed.
That part about Ethan being out in the hallway is speculation, rumor. No report says that. Removed. The killer entered and left via the rear of the house and used the hill to walk to parked car on Walenta. If he used car or he walked home, he stayed locally. Too much police activity out front at Band Field for the perpetrator to have entered and left any other way. Wrong. Killer was in parking lot behind house and drove off from there, in my opinion. I am curious why some people still believe Ethan was found outside. I feel like this is him asking his own questions.
Mm.
It has never been confirmed a fake. It was speculation that has been repeated as fact ever since, and I don't get the reasoning behind it. This is very detailed. Come on.
I know.
In this interview with Xana's mother, she said she believes the roommates couldn't get past the locked bedroom door. It's here, starting at 10:25. But okay, She could be mistaken, and we can't prove that. So let's remove it for a second. If Ethan was outside the bedroom, there would have no doubt been a decent amount of blood, right? How could anyone stumble upon that scene and think, something doesn't seem right here? Wonder why he isn't waking up. Best call a friend and see what they think. No. If you found a guy stabbed to death in your living room kitchen, you would surely know something very bad had happened. You might not immediately know what that something was, but you would know enough to get the fuck out of there and call 911. So, on the very realistic assumption that there would have been visible blood, the options seem to be scenario 1. They didn't think to go and knock on Xana's door and say, hey, come check on Ethan. Looks like he's hurt and not waking up. Instead, they just called other friends and then 911 sometime after. They waited for their friends while he just lay there unconscious and bloody, obviously in need of medical attention. Scenario 2. As above, but they believed he was dead. They still did not feel any urgency to call 911. Or scenario 3. They did knock on Xana's door, but got no answer, couldn't get in. Even though her car was in the drive. So the roommate's boyfriend was there, lying bloody and unresponsive in the middle of their living room. She was locked in her bedroom and wasn't answering. And somehow this didn't alarm them even more than 1 or 2. I mean, I feel like he had to do a lot of logical jumps for these scenarios to be possible. If I am eventually proven wrong about this, you have my humble apologies. But until then, it seems wildly unlikely to me. Genuine question. If you support this idea, am I missing any info possibilities that convinced you? InsideLooking says, they were in their rooms, in my opinion.
It's just the way he keeps on replying.
Yeah.
So in other words, they were all bloody and dead in their rooms, and they couldn't get in Xana's room because her dad changed the locks.
Mm.
So they didn't know they were all bloody. That's why there was no sense of urgency.
Mm-hmm.
Confused about the K had a stalker angle. He says her parents can't get any closure without the Y, in my opinion. What an asshole.
He is.
What if this was a sexual assault attempt? Due Order says, you got a better idea of what happened? Ellie states no essay, stick to facts. Old Backstop, New Jersey says, did I say there actually was a sexual assault? Clearly there wasn't. Also, clearly the script got scrambled into mayhem. InsideLooking says, I don't know what you said because I never responded to you. No sexual assault. End of story.
He just seems like an arrogant asshole.
He really does.
He really does.
Diana of the Dunes. I think that poster means, hold up. How did people find this before we knew who he was?
I really don't know.
So are these really his shit going back and forth with himself?
Like it could be. I mean, a lot of these comments are so detailed,
and they seem like the same writer.
Yeah.
I think that poster means like they're speaking for another poster, like it's all the same person. He could have been Ethan 2.0 murdered in his girlfriend's bedroom. So the breakup was lucky for him. Oh, this is under JD's Fam Speaks Out.
Yeah.
He could have been Ethan 2.0. So the breakup was lucky for him, just like it was lucky for Jake that he was in Boise. InsideLooking goes, yes, that's what I mean. Feel bad for him, Crunchy Nuts says. Crunchy Nuts 1. Just imagine this happening in 1 month. Your girlfriend. Oh, shit. Crunchy Nuts says he feels bad for Jack D.
Mm-hmm.
Your girlfriend who you think you'd marry breaking up with you. Her then getting murdered 3 weeks later. And the world pitting an unsolved murder on you. I hope he has the right support system to get through these times. Of course, if he is involved, then my perspective changes, but I'm not going to rush to pin theories on him. InsideLooking, he dodged a bullet, in my opinion.
What? That's...
Wow.
I don't even know what to say about that comment.
InsideLooking, JD is cleared. He has nothing to do with it. Blonde alibi, no lie. Exactly. K's Fam says nothing speaks volume, at least IMO. InsideLooking, JD is cleared.
Like, what does he mean by dodged a bullet? Does he mean by not being with Kaylee anymore, or what?
Or not being in the home that night.
Just weird.
So he's responding on the fixed blade K-bar knife. Okay. This is his response. Cricket says, I'm not a knife expert, but from various experts I've seen recently, the type of knife likely used dulls fairly quickly. If Kaylee was the last killed, the knife would have been dulled significantly and caused more damage compared to the injuries the first and second victim experienced. Because of that, even though her wounds may have been more significant, it really doesn't necessarily mean she was the target. Inside looking. Killer went to XE room, then MK room, so K was likely the last victim. Extent of the stab wounds. He responds, yeah, it's not the movies. Did they find the white Hyundai Elantra? No. 10 days ago. The 300-mile corridor. If fleeing in the white Elantra, where would the offender go? How far in 2 to 3 hours? Then they go on to say the 300-mile corridor. Look what he says. Go drive out there and look for everyone.
Asshole.
10 days ago. Why did police believe these murders were targeted? They didn't have a suspect at that time. He knew that he was going to be a suspect.
Mm-hmm.
Is the killer on these boards? Speculation. They are on one of them 100%. Let's see the next one. Speculation unconfirmed. He marked it. What? He marked it. Speculation. One killer.
Mm-hmm.
Just put it. Wait. Home security tips. Just put a yard sign out that says you're a gun owner. Most effective way, in my opinion. Database SAD 1088. I just started researching this case today. They started researching it today and they found this freaking post? Come on. Does anyone have an answer to why the surviving roommates thought the victims were passed out? It was a brutal stabbing. They would have known if they saw them. Speculation. Bodies were inside room. The sliding door. Here's the full image. I thought here's brain can't stop, wants to. 14 days ago. I thought I read and saw earlier that the slider was left open by the killer. People in TikTok are saying that was never disclosed. It's been weeks now. So who knows where that was originally posted? This was also why comments about the house being 20 to 30 degrees inside, and how did the roommates not freeze? Do you remember? Oh, they removed their comment. Then they said, do you remember where that originated from? I can't remember if it was news or someone said the roommates saw it open. Look at my first comment. I edited it so you got the info.
Is he referring to that comment where he says that the person went in through the sliding door and left through the sliding door?
No, it's a different one. He posted a screenshot. I don't know why it's not showing up on there. He says, before the look at my first comment, he says it was left open. It should be convincing by this picture as they took a part of the outside handle for evidence, but not the inside. Also, ISP Snell confirmed it was a sliding glass door for entry. And that's when he talks about all those pictures, but he also puts up where ISP Snell confirmed it.
So he's commenting on all these different subreddits.
Yeah.
This is just a compilation of all of his stuff.
Yep.
So his name was UserDark145. And also InsideLooking. Cake Day, November 22nd, 2022. Which his birthday is the 21st.
Yeah. And these are the only things he's ever commented on. There's no other
Nothing
topics or
else.
anything. You literally made that account to just comment on all this.
That is so bizarre.
And then to suddenly stop, like you'd think that he would be commenting on, you know, that they got someone and stuff.
Did you
But there's
read
nothing.
his speculation? Killer parked behind the house, approached property through tree line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I did, and I want to see that road because I've never even heard that road mentioned. That he talks about parking behind, in the parking lot behind the house.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that?
I knew that there was one back there, but I don't know how you get to it.
I've never heard of a parking lot back there. I didn't know there was one. I thought it was just a drive that kind of circled around.
I think there are pictures of them like doing investigation and stuff up there.
Whoa.
Wait, what am I doing? Where's my little guy going? Get back here. Can you still see the map?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. That saves me from having to click back to check. Sigma Chi, is that the fraternity that they were at?
Yeah.
Okay, let's zoom in here. Yeah, you can't really see it because all the trees, but you're talking about where this car is? This blue car?
Yeah.
That's like a little parking area? Okay.
Yeah, the road goes between.
Oh, and they went out to Walenta. This is Walenta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would make sense that they would take that back way. So maybe those tire tracks mean nothing.
Yeah. It would make more sense to be behind in that parking lot that's hidden by trees and stuff rather than being out the front where they could potentially be seen by anyone.
This image is from 2021, and I see like no cameras whatsoever. I'm just saying he would have driven down this road, Walenta, if he took that way out. That is just too creepy. I didn't even know this road existed. Taylor Ave. There's Taylor Ave. He mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
See this house. Have you already looked at all this? Am I like the lodge?
I think I've been around there, but I didn't look at these buildings.
I'm just wondering if any of these places had cameras that are visible. But look, I mean, clearly there's a student just crossing the road. This is just insanity. That's the athletic field, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could have gotten... That would not have been hard to do at all to escape that route. Let's go back out.
I think it's very possible.
So that would mean he went from here, like where this blue car is,
Yeah,
drove down that
straight
little
out.
road, straight out this way, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's just crazy. So there was squeal marks, though, in the front of the house, which... Does he say anything in this Reddit about...
I thought there was a comment about the tire marks out the front.
Yeah, about the tire marks or the door being left open.
Mm-hmm.
Did he say anything about that, I wonder?
I can't remember. I think there was a comment about it, but he like repeated the same thing, that it was out the back or whatever.
Yeah, I think he just said like
he didn't really address the actual tire marks or anything.
Where did he get this diagram from? He made
Maybe-
this on like a program.
What do those cameras mean?
Oh, God. I think this is maybe like a criminology program. Maybe that's evidence, like cameras.
Oh, maybe.
I want to see his key to this 5164 because vacant bedroom with a question mark, but there's evidence things in there or whatever these are. I mean,
They seem like they're in some kind of random order.
Yeah.
13 is Xana and Ethan's bedroom, and look at all that blood.
I know.
And the X, that's that foundation where it was dripping.
Yeah.
And then we have another camera outside of their bedroom and outside of the bathroom. Another camera over in the corner on the sofa. One on the kitchen counter. Is that the refrigerator right here? 6. One right in the middle of the room. And then over here on this wall, and that's that window they were focusing on that we saw all those investigators standing around.
Mm-hmm. There's no 7, 8, 9, 10.
Unless the 7, 8, 9, 10 are upstairs, and that's a different slide for him that we don't have. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
and then up
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 are missing. We've got 6 missing. And then we have 13 and 14. 15. The last 3 is Xana and Ethan's, and then vacant bedroom question mark. 14 and 15. And that's the other window that had the marks on it.
Yeah.
But
Is
interesting.
there anything else written with this?
I don't even know where this came from. I think you put this in here.
There's nothing else with it. I'm trying to dig a little bit.
Where
and
did this
see.
even come from? Reddit?
It's what he posted on Reddit.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's his fucking diagram, duh. But he never used the other diagram. Maybe he never used it. Maybe he never used it.
So weird.
But whoever did this, he's saying, wanted to go in and kill Maddie and Xana.
Yeah.
Because apparently they were the only 2 residents. Isn't that interesting too that the cops were called when the girls weren't even there? And they called Maddie?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I almost feel like he made these noise complaints on them. I feel like he was maybe sitting back there on that road on Walenta Drive back in here and just watching the action.
Yeah.
But wait, how do you get out of there? Is he saying he went? This doesn't look like it connects. This is a house.
Oh, I didn't even realize there was a house.
This
right in
is
the
a
middle of
dead
that.
end. So I need to read what he said again because he went through, because that doesn't make sense. Where is... Oh, you guys, where is it that he says where the person left? Was that Rupert?
No, that was me. I was checking that TikTok account to see if there were any updates and my phone went off.
I never know if it's Rupert now. I love Rupert. What is Rupert doing right now?
He's gone out. He was in here
Oh.
sleeping. He's gone.
Oh,
He's
here it
gone out
is.
for the night.
I found the door thing, the slider.
Oh yeah.
It was left open. It should be convincing by this picture as they took apart of the outside handle for evidence, but not the inside. ISP spokesperson Aaron Snell told me this afternoon it was believed that the potential suspect came through the sliding glass door, but again, there appeared to be no signs of forced entry. Now, another question. Who besides him is going to be following all of this and have all of this so handy that they're ready to throw it out there for proof?
Yeah.
If this person was doing this and they're not on YouTube making a bundle, they're doing the wrong things. If they're wasting all of this research on random Reddit posts. That's what makes me believe it's him.
Yeah.
Anybody else who figured all this out would have a blog, would have a vlog, would have something.
Sharing it everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But he's just on there trying to prove people wrong.
He's on here just laying it all out and probably laughing. These people are so fucking dumb. I'm so smart. Look at me. I fooled all these people. It makes him feel smart.
Yeah, I bet he got a huge kick out of it.
It makes him feel important, which he's never been.
Yeah, which makes me think that he was on other platforms as well, doing the same thing, like with the Facebook one.
Which makes me think he's the caller and the TikTok maker.
Exactly. And plus, there were things in the Reddit things and the caller that were the same, like with Kaylee being the last.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the route. I don't know the targets. How would he know the route? No one knows anything about this. He knows the route for 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
But he's saying he doesn't know the targets, but then he was saying who the targets are.
Yeah.
Like it's like he just adds a bit more info in and stuff.
Broken Trojan is another one he's commenting on. Where's the one though where he talks about where they drove? This is sick. Where this person figures out this 300-mile corridor. And he's probably reading all these comments, just getting off on it.
Mm-hmm.
Extent of the stab wounds. This is leukemia. You guys have to read this because this is way too detailed to not be him. Musical family doc. 27 days ago. These are new accounts.
Yeah.
Leukemia. Oh, 3 years ago. Okay, so that one's not. But look at their quoting. They're citing like statistics in criminology.
Student.
Most victims with heart and great vessel injuries were dead within an hour. Purdue 2000. I mean, this is research.
Like an essay.
And then Musical Family Doc goes, you're correct. There are a lot of closed spaces in the body. So we got to read through this.
Oh my gosh.
Look at this one. Kaluna says, this is the Fox print article that the sister claimed afterwards was never given to them. And later deleted her post saying that they hadn't told that to the media. Did she? Pineapple Clove just made an account 12 days ago. Yep, she deleted her post that said her family hadn't shared that with the media. Yep, a real for sure. Here's another one. Impressive words. 1 month ago. SG said his daughter's lungs and liver were ripped through. You're not walking or moving much after something like that.
It's gross.
Musical Family Doc. Correct. Flash Tray. Correct me if I'm wrong, Doc, but this type of wound would also require a decent amount of strength, right? Strength and momentum, I would think so. It takes a bit of effort to stab through the skin and abdominal wall. using a sharp scalpel. Skin is tough. I'm not a hunter, and I've never participated in field dressing or butchering an animal. The dog. Perhaps others can comment on effort needed to do this using a knife more similar to what they use. Oh, so now is the dog skinner going to come and make a comment? Zuby Sue. It's an old account. All I know is it's way easier to pierce human skin than, say, deer skin or elk skin or bear skin. As a species, we're fairly thin-skinned. Musical Family Doc. Dig this. My son hates it when I say this. Click on the photo in this article and look at all 15 photos.
Oh my God, what is this? Oh,
Oh my God.
On the rooftop in an empty building, and Zareb Dino Elvita carefully pierces his client Caitlin's torso, legs, and face before putting hooks through the skin.
what the heck?
He's saying, look through all of these slideshows, pictures. This is his inspiration. This is where this is what he looked at, y'all. He looked at some shit like this. This is
That's awful.
Yeah.
Why do people want to do this kind of
This is professional body artist Dino Helvita, 27, and his girlfriend Zorana Yunkovic, 27, as they prepare Caitlin, 28, from the United States, for body suspension in Zagreb, Croatia, June 7th, 2016. And he's just randomly sharing this right now.
thing?
Does that guy look familiar to you guys at all?
No.
Oh,
God, that looks...
Her
Oh,
face?
ugh.
I know.
She's being suspended by her skin.
I mean, what is he sharing this for? To prove that skin's tough or something?
I don't know, but he wanted to make sure that they looked at every single, all 15 photos.
The ones in her face.
I can't with those ones. I mean, I can't. with any of
Well,
them,
there's
but-
one on her heart. Okay, there's one here on the heart. I think this is a secondary one here. 2 in the ribs, abdomen. Oh, I know her face. I can't. There's all the supplies. Wow. God, it kind of looks like a young Cher.
Oh gosh.
It's her face a little bit. Oh my God, look at her. Why would you want to do that?
No, I have no
Gosh,
idea.
no.
It says he's holding the rope that suspends her too. So grossly, he can control. Look, see the rope? Blit. That is the most bizarre shiz. And what alerted him to this?
Research.
Oh, good God.
I can't even
Oh,
look
she
at
has
it.
them right above her knees too. Oh.
Yeah, right above her knees.
Ugh.
Her damn sinuses.
Mm.
Wow. Okay, that started over. I'm good with that. She said she watched a documentary about body suspension, and when she saw it, she knew she had to do it.
Oh,
why?
It's very hard to explain what it feels like. For me, it's releasing all the negative and bringing in the positive in. Okay.
Okay.
That makes very little sense to me. Whoops. Where was I? Oh my gosh. Dude, what was I showing you guys? Oh, routers. Okay. Let's go back to here. And then Dang Straight says, holy crap. What did I just see? We humans are so freaking weird.
Yeah, true.
Pineapple Clove says disgusting. Flash Trey says thank you. And then Helix Harbinger, 2 years. I really want to know the circumstances surrounding the dog that was skinned about 3 miles away recently. Offenders with this type of proficiency with that specific weapon who decide to act out criminally are not your garden variety offenders. And the probability of it being 2 separate sick fucks has to be very low in a 3-mile radius. Oh, really? I think people are underestimating the offender profile of someone who can accomplish this with a single weapon not recovered in consideration with the other set of facts in this crime. Look at this. The types of wounds we are hearing about speak to the tactical abilities of it, possibly as inflicted by a skilled person or by design itself. Then they go into quote again about the resistance of soft tissue and muscle fascia. And they're quoting books. Look at this. O'Callahan, 1999, found 1999.
Yeah.
What? Found that skin did indeed provide the greatest resistance to penetration with a mean penetration force of 49.5 N, whilst significant secondary resistive forces were provided by subcutaneous muscle, but not a adipose tissue. This is him. Look at it. Read more. Forensic Med.
What?
Good Lord. What? This is him. Forensic medicine for medical students. Stab wounds are incised wounds where the length of the injury on the surface is less than the depth of penetration into the body and are the result of a thrusting action where the force is delivered along the long axis of a narrow pointed object. The force of impact is concentrated at the tip of the implement, and the sharper the tip, the easier it will penetrate the skin. Solid organs such as the liver may retain the characteristics of a knife causing a wound. And at autopsy, for example, these wounds can add to the information obtained from an examination of the surface characteristics of the stab wound. Look. Assessing stab wounds, type of weapon involved. Double-edged bladed knife, Soviet NR-40 military knife. Look, in 62% of the cases, the knife was picked up at the scene. There were invariably the sorts of knives that are found around the home, such as carving knives, etc. Look at those weapons tended to be domestic kitchen knives as well as lock knives and such implements as screwdrivers. So he went out of the norm and used this hunting knife, which is another characteristic of his being unique. Because look, hunting knife isn't even in this list.
And took it with him, so it was never found.
Right. Oh, God. Now they're talking about like fishtailing of the wound. Look at these wound marks. Oh, it's so gross. But this is what he studied, you guys. There's a serrated, look, Pathologists and forensic physicians are often asked whether a knife was serrated or not. Serration, it's like he's answering all the questions to what we've all heard about. Serration markings can sometimes be made out of where a knife has been drawn over the skin surface. For example, at the termination of the wound. In practice, this finding is not at all a constant feature of wounds made by serrated knives. They are usually indistinguishable from wounds caused by other single-edged knives.
It's just so chilling that he could have done all of this kind of research in his everyday studies and stuff and then actually carried it out himself.
Right? Didn't Bundy stab with a screwdriver?
Did he?
I thought he did.
I don't know.
Assessing stab wounds, movement of the knife in the wound. Knives are rarely pushed in the body and withdrawn at exactly the same angle, unless the victim is incapacitated at the time of the assault. So they're usually V-shaped or irregular, also referred to as twisting cuts. Rocking movements of the knife during an assault distorts the appearances of the wound, and the resultant defect is often much larger than would otherwise have been created by the same knife in a more static situation. The depth of thrust. The clinician is interested in the depth of injury in order to assess which deeper structures may be at risk. The chest wall or abdomen can indent during a knife attack, and structures deep within that area can be damaged at a depth that at first indication seems to be beyond the reach of the suspect weapon. Oh, that's so gross. So it goes deeper than the weapon is even long. Look at this. If a knife is passing from below the umbilicus toward the nipple, for example, subcutaneous tissue may be visible at the inferior surface, but not the undercut surface. Degree of force. Look at this. Once the skin surface has been breached, the knife would pass through the body with relative ease. It was therefore the sharpness of the knife tip that superseded all factors, such as momentum and impact. So this says that the tip of the knife, the sharper the tip, the easier it goes in and the deeper it goes. I mean, but look at, this is all stuff he studied. Activity following stabbing. Levy and Rayo, 1988, found that 71% of victims survived for more than 5 minutes, and that post-injury activity and survival time was not influenced by the degree of alcohol or drug intoxication. They found that slit-like wounds produced during stabbings led to less massive blood loss. He studied why those women lived. As the wound margins were in close proximity and the elasticity of the tissues helped to tamponade the blood flow. Unless and that's, those other people were stabbed in the head. The Jamie Lynn and her husband, they had stab wounds in the back of their head. Now listen to this. Unless the stab wound involves the brainstem, death is not instantaneous. And victims of stabbing are capable of energetic actions such as running and climbing stairs before they collapse.
So if he did do these other stabbings and stuff, was he trying out different methods of like where to stab them and stuff? What's going to be most successful?
Right. Because now it goes on to talk about the heart or the great vessels are targeted. The assault may be enough to drop the victim right away, but consciousness will not necessarily be lost immediately. Most victims with heart and great vessel injuries were dead within 1 hour. Purdue 2000 refers to studies that had shown 68% of victims stabbed in the heart surviving, compared to 14% being shot in the heart. Survival from stab and other incised wounds may therefore rely on prompt trauma care and resuscitation techniques, hence getting them in the middle of the night when no one's going to find them until the next day, especially with locked bedroom doors, right?
Yeah, and the stabbings that he did as well, they weren't just stabs, they were like gouges.
they're going to have the
this
most
picture,
blood
though,
loss.
he wanted, like, that's the actual knife still in the victim.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's chilling. Chilling.
Jay, I just put a video in Slack from ABC, the most recent thing, where Casey Fart's brother talks to ABC about Kohberger. I'll never get his name right.
Okay, I'll check it out. I'm like enthralled with this. Yes, definitely not an easy task. One has to wonder if he stabbed them through the blankets. This would slow down the whole process, make him less precise, create more opportunities for victim to wake up and dull the knife. And then Lo Gazelle says, if using the knife through a duvet or quilt, would that not make things awkward when pulling the knife out? Would he have needed his other hand to stop the cover moving around excessively or obscuring their view? Or would it not move around too much? Lucremia says, I think so. Here's Pineapple Clove again. Probably depends on whether victims were side sleepers, back sleepers, or front sleepers. Kay in Maine, so true. And my guess is based on how little these young women were, the knife probably went right through them and into the mattress. That's what that thing was saying, that if you stab with a sharp enough tip, right, it's going to go deeper, and it's going to seem like it goes deeper than the knife even is.
Mm-hmm.
Probably went through abdomen just below front of rib cage and angled towards the lung and heart, says Musical Family Doc. Secret University 651. Saw a video on YouTube from a man that was related to someone that was investigating this case, and he described Kaylee's injuries as her lung and liver were ripped through. I can't remember the exact terminology, like spelled wrong on purpose, but it was very close to that. They don't know how to spell terminology, but they use the correct punctuation throughout the whole paragraph. DMC. This post is pretty accurate and in line with an experience that hits close to home for me. Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Oh, jeez.
About 10 years ago, when we were in college, my friend was murdered via stabbing in his apartment. He had multiple slashing wounds. The wounds were from a knife into his chest, abdomen, and slashing on his throat. He was not able to call for help, 911, but evidence at the scene confirmed he didn't die instantly, as blood was all over his apartment from him trying to move towards the door to get help.
God.
He eventually collapsed near the front door and ultimately bled out and died. Lucremia, I'm so sorry for your loss. It must have been a difficult time for you. Was the killer found? Thank you for sharing your experience and insights here. I'm conscious, spelled wrong on purpose, not to get, isn't that spelled wrong? Or no? It just look weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
Not to get too graphic, as some people were offended by it. I'm simply trying to understand, and there we go with that, offended by it.
Mm.
You know, it's kind of jarring when someone asks that kind of question, you know, in public. I'm simply trying to understand how 4 people can be not killed with a knife in bed, not make a noise, etc. I guess only Ellie mentioned that victims were attacked in bed and likely to have been asleep when attacked. But what Ellie has not shared is where they were found. And so in my theory is they have moved around and there was much blood around. I'm keeping in mind statements about the crime scenes being horrifying views and LE officers being shocked by the views. This leads me to believe victims were not simply stabbed through the blankets, which in turn would have absorbed the blood, which in turn would definitely lead to the perp, or lead the perp to have left since bloody footprints, etc. Wait, which in turn would definitely lead the perp to have left since bloody footprints, etc. I hope he left evidence. DMC, thank you. It was incredibly difficult. The killer was found within a week, but not from anything left or evidence from the crime scene. I'm sure there was evidence that would have ultimately linked him, but that crime scene was not the major break. The killer's mother turned him in. This is what he's saying.
Wasn't there speculation that his mother turned him?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
After he committed the crime, he fled to his mother's with the murder weapon, and within a few days, he told his mom what he did. What's interesting in my case is the killer was the victim's best friend. And there still are unanswered questions about the true motive. Though they were friends, the killer did not attend our college. He lived in a rough neighborhood nearby. As for motive, the killer claimed he did it because the victim made unwanted sexual advances towards him in the victim's apartment. Both are males, and I never saw this behavior from the victim. What? Where it gets trippy is, a few months before the murder, I was drinking with the victim and catching up with him at a pool party, and he introduced me to his friend, who he brought to the party. This friend turned out to be the killer. At this party, is he talking about the frat party? We were all, killer, victim, myself, standing in the pool, drinking and catching up, when the victim mentioned that someone kept calling his phone anonymously, threatening to kill him. I asked him if he had told his parents if he knew why someone was threatening him. He said yes. He told his parents, and that he believed it was a drug dealer who thought the victim stole his drugs. The victim never did drugs when I lived with him, but mentioned in this conversation, he had been recently experimenting with weed and acid. It was so weird to be talking with my friend about someone wanting to kill him, and the person who ultimately killed him was a part of that conversation. It was never revealed to me if the killer was the one calling and making threats, or if the drug dealer put a hit out on the victim and had the killer do it, or if it was truly from sexual advances. I don't think I'll ever know, and I think about it all the time. As I'm writing this, I had another thought. After the murder, I retained counsel to advise what I should do with this info. I was given guidance to not openly go forward to the police or media because I could put a target on my back, as the motive was unclear and it may have been drug gain related. They advised that I submit an anonymous tip. So maybe some students in Idaho are holding out of fear for their safety. This is deep, man. Lucremia responds, you retained counsel, as in hired a lawyer? This was very wise. And should I ever come close to being in a similar situation as you were 10 years ago, I definitely would get a lawyer. There is too much risk danger if one tried to navigate the situation alone. I absolutely think many students in Moscow would get lawyers. From what I read, many of the fraternity sorority kids have parents with money. And if money is no worry, getting a lawyer is no biggie. I also think that Kaylee's parents must have been very recently reprimanded. You surely noticed her dad being very vocal about Ellie not doing a good job. And each time he went public, he seems to have divulged more info about the case or crime scene. Suddenly, it seems he's done a 180 and is all nice and supportive of the Ellie. So again, there must be many conversations held which we know nothing about, rightly so. And I can imagine people telling the police, or I can imagine police telling of people like SG, Kay's dad, who might compromise detectives' work. Coming back to your post about your friend, I cannot help but think that what we're dealing with here is now someone who targeted the victims or victim's home. Oh, is not someone who targeted the victims or victim's home, but more like a serial killer or a psychopath living out his fantasies. If it was someone who knew them, this would have led to LE at least having a person of interest. And so I believe there is no evident evidence which would indicate it was a person the victims knew. Again, I'm so sorry for the loss of what you went through. I imagine how the unanswered questions must weigh on you. The same as Redditors are trying to piece together how and why such a heinous crime could have been committed. Seems like you and your friend's family will never know fully what happened to your friend. Wow, is this person in jail for life? Yes, this person was convicted and serving time. Unfortunately, he reached a plea deal and is serving just over 30 years.
Wow.
Was that, That dude we just read about?
Which one?
George.
George?
Yeah. Is he talking about George? Was George his friend 10 years ago that killed his Yeardley love?
Oh, Yardley.
And then they say, wow, is this person in jail still now for life? Yeah. They reached a plea deal. Served just over 30 years, but he didn't get a plea deal. Just reading a third of this has me feeling faint. Can't comprehend how this person could have done this 4 times. Says Stacy O. Leukemia again. You're absolutely right. Can someone look up what leukemia means? Or if it comes up anywhere else? You're absolutely right. It's important to remember there are some very sick and evil people out there applying our normal logic to their behavior, spelled like a British person, will get us nowhere. Complete psychopaths, or at least psychotic. Immediate barnacle. Not what I wanted to hear. Basically, they lingered while bleeding out. Horrifying and sad. Weary winter. Passing out from pain, shock, or blood loss would likely take place. And if you pass out from blood loss, you're probably not waking up. Still effed up, though. K in Maine. That may have happened if they were all stabbed in their abdomen, but my guess is they were stabbed in the heart, lungs, and or neck first, which would make going unconscious pretty quick with no suffering. Oprah Winfrey, many years ago, had a medical examiner on her show, and a mother in the audience asked about her daughter who was stabbed to death. The mother wanted to know if her daughter suffered, and the medical examiner said the first stab one would have made the body go into shock, and she most likely didn't feel anything after that. Sunglasses at night. 25 days ago, they made their account. I've also heard someone who had been stabbed multiple times and lived describe it as feeling each stab as hot instead of painful, which is promising in my opinion if you're wondering about suffering. I would think they'd feel tired from shock and blood loss mostly. K in Maine. Yes, there have been many instances where a person has been stabbed tens of times and the person survives. They don't remember the pain, and that's because of adrenaline and shock. That's why a paper cut hurts way more than a deep cut. More nerve endings on the surface. God. Reddit mods are retards.
Nice.
If the aorta was severed or ruptured, they'd go unconscious in 10 to 20 seconds and die in under a minute. Elon says learn to code. Exactly. If the killer walked in on K and M asleep, all they would have to do is put a gloved hand over the first victim's mouth while simultaneously severing the aorta. The other victim likely wouldn't even hear it, just gurgling. If that's the case, the extra damage done to the body suggests this person was very pissed for a specific reason. Personal. The coroner stated the fatal wounds were to the chest. No, she didn't. She never said where the fatal wounds were.
No.
Thank you for the confirmation.
She didn't give much information.
She definitely didn't say where the fatal wounds were, what ultimately killed them. All she said, and I remember, because she was asked about drugs and she in the toxicology and how long that would take to come back. Are you like premature in saying that this was the cause of death was stabbing? Could it have been something that will be found in the toxicology? And she said no. She didn't think the toxicology would have any bearing on the cause of death. That's all she said. Explain this 9 days ago. The coroner stated fatal wounds were to the chest. Look at this. Interesting information for sure. The only thing I can think of is that they had so many stab wounds to major arteries that they were incapacitated, even if death didn't occur immediately. Leukemia. True. However, if we refer to the cited source, It sounds like the victims would not have been immediately incapacitated. So it boggles my mind that nobody screamed and none of the ground floor roomies heard anything. Pineapple Clove. I feel the victims went into shock or passed out. Death was quick, not lingering. Look at this shit. Read that one, Heather. Weary winter.
There are some variables to consider as well, like number and location. Then there would be the type of wound. Most stabbings are quick and thin, but if someone is really angry or sick, they'd be more likely to twist and pull, making larger wounds both internally and externally.
Like, who is going to say that?
Yeah.
Look at this. Your blood isn't thinner, making you bleed out faster when you're intoxicated. Is that just a tale then to get you not to drink? Like my parents telling me that my stomach will stick together if I swallow my gum. This is whatever you say, schmegma.
Ew.
The same medical source does not touch on the topic of alcohol intoxication. They say that there is no difference on survival, whether you're drunk or sober. What about anemia? Good question, but I have no clue. I'm not a doctor. Ah, my bad. You're so knowledgeable. I didn't know if this could be related to what you found. Ha ha. Thank you. I'm more curious than knowledgeable.
Seems like a bit more than curious.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to let you read Alicia. Read Alicia.
This is what is so crazy to think about. Imagine you're drunk or in REM sleep and this happens. I obviously have never been stabbed, but do you get jolted awake by adrenaline with full consciousness? Or would they be coming to like you do if you're startled awake? I can't imagine being asleep and this waking you up and being so confused before ultimately passing out again. I keep putting myself in their position thinking, did they feel anything? Did they wake up? If so, how scary and confusing for your last moments.
And then Lucremia says, absolutely scary. I do think you would wake up. Alone where pain would wake you up.
Oh, maybe I think they meant the pain alone would wake you up.
Oh, the pain alone would wake you up. Okay, go ahead, Alicia. Alicia.
I'm just thinking of the amount of time for your brain to recognize things sometimes, to register pain, being scared, etc., especially when sleep, to the time it took them to then lose consciousness from blood loss or pain. It's just scary to think about and absolutely haunting. I hope these families get closure, and I hope the community does too.
And then Pineapple Clove says, yeah, by the time you would wake up enough to know what was happening, the shock of such a horrific and unusual things happening would help one not even feel the fatal blow. Secret University, I agree. I have been doing that too. Okay, Jimmy, they. Think about how hard it is to kill two people at once with minimal noise. It could be really a handful. It could really be a handful. Is it an alternating assault between the two? Is it kill one, move to the next? I've thought a lot about if someone were to stab my girlfriend next to me while we were sleeping. I wake up when she sleep talks. There has to be two people. I simply can't see one man taking on two people. Quietly, I'd say more than likely the attack started at the front of the neck and the side to inflict the most damage the fastest. But the back of the neck would paralyze. I'm really weighing on the fact that all the kids were very intoxicated, and that's the only way this was pulled off the way it was. Lucremia, maybe they got a cut to their throats, which would have damaged all their voice boxes. All speculations, and only medical examiner L.E. know what happened. Chief Inspector 69 says, InsideLooking 2 is probably the killer, said the murderer is not like the movies, so I'm assuming they must have lived quite a while. Interested party 1 month ago. This was a long blade weapon. I'm convinced that the weapon used will be important to solving the case. It will likely provide insight to the killer's personality and background. I think that if this is a knife enthusiast, it would be more than one knife. And they're talking about swords. Any thoughts on a sword weapon? Then they leave a reference. Oh my God. It's a photo of a pig carcass with samurai cut marks.
Oh my gosh.
Warning, trigger warning. I'm clicking it. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oh my
What are
God.
these people doing?
Poor pig.
They
Oh my
packed the
God.
carcasses with styrofoam packing to keep the internal cavities stable. Then they hung them from metal frames to simulate standing victims.
Oh my gosh.
So that pig was stabbed to simulate someone standing up. The researchers had volunteers wield a factory-made machete, a factory-made katana, and a katana forged using traditional methods. Factory-made weapons. Machete marks. Chattering. After the volunteers hacked away at the carcass, the researchers examined the resulting cut marks on the pig's ribs, flat bones like the shoulder bone, and long bones such as the limbs. Chattering. This is what these knives did to the bone. I think that's it on this. Oh my God. And then Lucremia says, I don't think it was a sword. Why are they even talking about it being a sword? Oh, look it. Wow. I never thought about the killer bringing two knives. Interesting. What if he brought two knives and only the killer knows this information?
Yeah. I mean, we don't know.
Look at this. My money is on a Bowie knife. Look, that basically looks like a K-bar knife. No, that's Lucremia. Then they put a Walmart link. I did read they get dull really quickly. I have no idea if this is true, though. Interested party. Good call on the Bowie knife. Short sword or long knife. Very well could be. Great points. I've thought a lot about this. As it is probably the best evidence we have so far to the killer's identity. This is the great so what. At the very least, you're talking about an extremely experienced hunter with incredible blade skills. The list just goes up from there, including all the professions and hobbies that contain deftness with a blade and knowledge of anatomy among with their prerequisites. So this dude took anatomy as a prerequisite. I mean, he would have had to for his degrees.
Yeah.
I've seen so many stories where the victim gets stabbed an ungodly amount of time, but they're still able to think fairly clearly and move. This perpetrator took out 4 people very quickly. The victims fell asleep at approximately 2 a.m. And the Hyundai was screaming down the road at 2:45. Nobody made it to their phone to call 911. Nobody was able to scream enough to alert other roommates or neighbors. Leads me to consider several possible occupations, trades that are part of our suspect's identity. Among the possibilities, the aforementioned hunter, ex-military, probably special forces, doctor, butcher, taxidermist, and so on. Lucremia. I don't think you need to have anatomy knowledge to do it. Ellie did say killer was sloppy, and it was a messy crime scene. It was simply a psycho living out his fantasy who reverted to overkill the victims. Actually, I think someone with anatomy knowledge or a hunter would not have butchered 4 people in such a fashion. Very sorry to use that phrase. They would have used their knowledge to kill effectively, which would allow them to get out of there ASAP. And then there's deleted things. It says drunk people. Okay, so then this Emma whatever says they were drunk though, and drunk people bleed faster, so death would have happened much faster. Lucremia says drunk people do not bleed faster, according to the forensic medicine source. It is specifically stated that level of alcohol intoxication did not affect the bleeding or time of death. And then this person goes, whatever, alcohol is a blood thinner. And then they go, and then Lucremia goes, whatever, that's what the pros say. And then Pineapple Clove says, being drunk would have been the best thing to be, in my honest opinion. That is just one of those things that I clicked on. There was that much. Impossible Wonder 12 days ago. All I know is I can't wait to watch the documentaries to come out when this fucking shit is solved and these people get jealous or get justice. God, I'm reading way too much. My eyes are going, Well, there's a lot to go through on this.
Yeah, there's so
Reddit
much stuff.
Holy cow. I mean, just seeing the ones that come up. He's given so much information.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what Heather put in the Slack. Okay, so I'm starting with the chief. Where is that one that I asked you guys to put in here earlier, where the one guy from the police spoke out?
Oh, God.
Oh, here it is. Here it is with the Associated Press. I found it. Let's watch this, and then we're going to watch the latest that Heather shared. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot. I'm trying to stay focused here. Can you see it or no?
Can see it, but can't hear it.
Okay, because I couldn't remember. I have like 20,000 windows open. Let me stop and then reshare it. All right, here we go. That cleaned it up a bit.
Police departments believes that the person we have in custody, which would be Kohberger, is the one who's responsible for these crimes. We are still continuing to investigate, and certainly we're looking into all aspects, but he has been named as our suspect, and we believe he is the one that is responsible. Now that we have a suspect, we're going to be investigating every aspect of him that we can absolutely find out. And that's why we asked yesterday for the public's help, and we got 400 phone calls within the first hour after the press conference, which is great. But we're trying to build this picture now of him, who he is, his history, how we got to this event, why this event occurred. The city of Moscow is a very safe place to live, and always has been since I've lived here. And the unfortunate aspect of an event like this is that it just continues to show that these horrible, horrible things can happen anywhere.
And he says he's excited to, proclaim his innocence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did. Yeah, to get it all like over and done with.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to get back there so I can prove to them that it wasn't me. He's got a whole plan for when he's caught.
Oh, yeah, he does. He's obviously put a lot of thought into it.
And he's
knows like, yeah, I want to come back and I want to help you guys because it wasn't me.
Yes. And he knows that everybody's watching.
Yeah.
That's the picture I was talking about with the little design.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Okay. Let's see what you've put in here, HJ. We've got NBC News. Where am I? Oh, my God.
So in the NBC News one, if you scroll down, that's why I included this one. Where is it? His attorney talks all about it, and then they have some friends that talk, and also someone that owned a bar near where he lives in Pennsylvania.
That he got kicked out of or something?
He didn't get kicked out of. He was on the verge of getting kicked out of, but he speaks and
Is it in the
talks a little
video or
bit.
is it all just we have to read it?
I don't know if I
don't think it's in a video.
No, I don't think it is either.
Okay. So on Saturday, the public defender of Monroe County, Pennsylvania, says that obviously we knew that he's waiving his extradition. So that means that he's going to be, it'll all go down faster. He should be presumed innocent until proven otherwise, not tried in the court of public opinion. And this is the public defender saying this. Mr. Kohberger is eager to be exonerated of these charges and looks forward to resolving these matters as promptly as possible. Jordan Cyrulnik, 34, lives in Center Valley and is owner of Seven Sirens Brewing Company. Cyrulnik says Kohberger came into his brewery a few times and female staff would often complain about his behavior. The brewery is located in a college town and it's not unusual for them to get unusual characters. But he remembered Kohberger from some interactions he had with female patrons and staff. He said Kohberger would often come in by himself, sit at the bar, and be observing and watching. So they scan everyone's ID, and they have a system where they can add notes about a patron that pop up whenever the ID is scanned. Staff put in there, hey, this guy makes creepy comments. Keep an eye on him. He'll have 2 or 3 beers and then just get a little too comfortable. Cyrulnik said Kohberger would ask the female staff or customers who they were at the brewery with, where they lived. He said if the women blew him off, he would get upset with them a little bit, noting that one time he called one of his staff members a bitch when she refused to answer his questions. These interactions were months ago, Cyrulnik said, likely when Kohberger was a student at DeSales. During their final interaction, Cyrulnik said he approached Kohberger. I went up to him and I said, hey, Bryan, welcome back. We appreciate you coming back. I just wanted to talk to you real quick and make sure that you're going to be respectful this time and we're not going to have any issues. He said Kohberger was taken aback. He was shocked that I was saying all that, and he said, I don't know what you're talking about. You totally had me confused. He said Kohberger had 1 beer and left, and he never came back to the brewery. B.K. Norton, a WSU classmate of Kohberger, told NBC News that they first met him in August at a student orientation. Oh my God, I think that's the picture I have where they're sitting in that orientation. In August. We took classes together this past semester. We didn't work on any project together, but we spent extensive time together because our courses were very long. Norton said Kohberger seemed, quote, odd from the beginning, but that they thought it was just because he was awkward. He said, I'm in complete shock over this murder because he continued to attend classes and continued on like nothing had happened. Still can't wrap my head around it. He did attend class up until the end of the semester and seemed more upbeat, honestly. When discussed in class, Bryan did not mention or contribute to the conversation of the murders. We were released from class early after the murders to get home when it was still light out, and Bryan was in those classes with us. It says here, too, authorities have said investigators didn't want to disclose key details in order to not compromise a potential conviction, and so a suspect wouldn't be tipped off. I can't wait to see that arrest affidavit and see what it says.
As soon as he's back in Idaho, I'm going to be searching and searching and searching for that. Like, I can't wait.
Oh, I put in a couple requests today.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but they're not open, obviously. I don't even know. Are they open tomorrow or no?
Probably not. Because I think tomorrow's the official
Actual
federal
holiday.
holiday. Yeah.
I want to thank Paula for sending the still frames from the TikTok video. She sent us 23 of them.
Oh, awesome.
That will be interesting to go through. And Mary D, she sent the link to the InsideLooking. Thank you so much, Mary. You guys are awesome. And I'm sure there's tons in the team email as well. Those are just the J's for Justice.
Yeah, I'll go through and have a look.
All right, Heather. Video details. Oh, childhood friend. We've got another one, HJ.
This one is Casey Fart's brother.
Oh, this is the guy that's mentioned in the...
Yeah, you actually hear him speaking in this video.
Okay. We will listen to... Can you see it or no?
No. It's showing Slack.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It's still the Infinity ad, so...
Oh my gosh.
And you can't skip these either.
Mm-mm.
28-year-old man charged with the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students as they were sleeping is due in court on Tuesday. Bryan Kohberger now faces 4 counts of first-degree murder. He was arrested on Friday in Pennsylvania, thousands of miles away from the crime scene. His attorney says he'll waive his extradition hearing because he's, quote, eager to be exonerated. A childhood friend reveals new details tonight about the 28-year-old graduate student. Here's ABC's Kana Whitworth.
Tonight, Bryan Kohberger's childhood friend Thomas speaking to ABC News, describing the Idaho murder suspect as mean in high school, saying Bryan was eager to be seen as dominant.
He would just put me in, he would grapple me and put me in headlocks and arm bars and stuff like that.
Kohberger's family releasing a statement which reads in part, "First and foremost, we care deeply for the 4 families who have lost their precious children. There are no words that can adequately express the sadness we feel. We have fully cooperated with law enforcement agencies in an attempt to seek the truth and promote his presumption of innocence." The small community in Moscow terrified for weeks after roommates Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin were found stabbed to death in their off-campus home in mid-November. Kohberger's lawyer saying Bryan's father flew from his home in the Poconos to Washington State for a pre-planned cross-country road trip back home to Pennsylvania for Christmas in that white Hyundai Elantra.
Driving cross country took them approximately 2.5 days. Mr. Kohberger indicated that Bryan was acting normal and not out of character on the drive back from Washington.
The car seized from the Kohberger's home after Bryan was arrested early Friday morning. The Monroe County Chief Public Defender saying Kohberger is eager to return to Idaho and be exonerated. Police in Moscow say they're confident they arrested the only person responsible for the murders. Still, they're searching for a murder weapon they describe as a fixed blade knife. The police chief saying the community has a name and a face, and now they're hoping more people will come forward with information.
We have a lot of work to do still. We still have a lot of pieces we have to put together. That's why we're still asking people, if you have known this individual, contact us.
And Lindsay, Chief Fry telling me that within an hour of releasing Kohberger's name, they had more than 400 tips pour in. Also, Kohberger's lawyer confirming to us that he remained there in Pullman working towards his PhD until mid-December. Now, of course, he's set to appear before a judge on Tuesday and is hoping to be quickly sent to Idaho to face charges. Lindsay.
The 28-year-old man charged with the...
I never heard he had a kid. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at chat. I never heard he had a kid.
No,
That's been thrown around, but I don't think it's been confirmed.
Yeah, I saw it thrown around too, but I don't. Yeah, I saw it really once that he was married with a kid, but I think that's when we weren't sure who he was yet. And I don't know if he has more than one sister. I agree, Jenny. He's the only little bitch in this story, for sure. Karina says, no kid, not married. I didn't think so. Yesterday, someone said that Ethan's brother, Hunter's girlfriend, is Bryan. What? I never heard he had a girlfriend. No, I've never heard of a girlfriend either.
You would think one would speak out.
Yeah.
Considering all his friends are, or anyone that knew him.
It just sounds like he was a bit of a creeper.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, the notes in the bar thing.
Yeah.
And he got mad at one of the waitresses and called her a bitch.
And it links back to when he was in school and stuff and he'd hit on someone's girlfriend or whatever.
I think it's great, though, that owner of the bar went up to him and called him by name. Because Bryan probably didn't know that they had that ID store. And that the guy, the owner could see his name.
I didn't know they did that.
I
It's
didn't
very
either.
smart, and I'm glad they do.
I didn't know that either, but so it threw him off. He's like, oh, fuck, he knows who I am. The bar owner knew what to do to keep the creep away.
Yep.
But the sad thing is he's going to go somewhere else and creep, He just shoot him away like a fly.
He'll just go to a bar that doesn't check IDs or...
Well, I'm sure he was like shook and left there going, how could a bar know who I am? And then figured out, yes, when they scan your ID like that, they're keeping that information. And how amazing that you can put notes. I mean, what a great safety feature for his employees to keep track of these creeps. Oh, thanks, Headphones. Headphones says that Bryan Enton shows the back parking lot. I'm not going to make a habit of showing Bryan Enton, but all right, Heather, you've shared something else.
I did.
The criminal complaint.
Oh, yeah, I just found these. And I don't think I had
Affidavit of
seen
probable cause. Okay,
They
I
don't
haven't seen
give
this
away
either.
anything really, but they're official.
I know,
so
but I
threw
haven't.
them in there.
That's cool. I haven't seen this at all. I'll let you do the honors of reading it. Feel free to summarize.
Yeah, I'm going to. I just want to pull it up on my computer where I can see it a little bit.
I got to
easier.
get something else to drink too.
So, oops, I'm looking at the criminal complaint. It says docket number MD-104-22, date filed December 30th, 2022, for Bryan Christopher Kohberger. And it lists the procedural things, your affidavit, it is signed by so-and-so, these are my credentials, this is official. And then a brief breakdown. On Tuesday, December 30th, 2022, the Pennsylvania State Police were assisting the Moscow Police Department, Moscow, Idaho, Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation with a criminal homicide investigation. On the same date, Bryan C. Kohberger was taken into custody in Chestnut Hill Township, Monroe County, Pennsylvania, based upon active arrest warrant for murder in the first degree issued through the Moscow Police Department and Latah County Prosecutor's Office. The warrant was confirmed through NCIC with the NCIC number, and then it was signed by the troopers.
I cannot wait to get the actual probable or the arrest or the, you know what I'm saying.
I know, I saw this and that's why I was getting so excited.
I know, it's like, oh my gosh, is this it? So here's the criminal complaint too. I've got that up now.
Criminal complaint. In that, on or about said date, the defendant having been charged with the commission of any crime from another state or having been convicted of a crime in another state and having, I think that says escaped from confinement or having broken the terms of his or her bail, probation, or parole, and having been declared a fugitive of justice from the state, the defendant has been located within or is believed to be within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And it lists Bryan Christopher Kohberger.
I wonder if we can
there
request the body cam from this incident.
I requested everything that they had on him. Like, it was a broad request, but obviously I haven't heard back from them.
I requested some things from Pullman. That's what I did today.
Yeah, I did Monroe County.
I did the city of Pullman.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I tried to request things on the 1999 case. I don't know if they're going to release anything. But I did ask for that. There was 3 different requests that I put in. and I can't remember what they all were. It's all a blur, but we'll see when they open up on Tuesday. And I don't think we can expect anything to happen until Tuesday
Mm-mm.
due to the fact of the holiday. But I think this, what you just read, is like protocol for extradition.
Yeah, it's just all their like regulations of what they have to do, their formalities.
So there's a new one about knowing Bryan in intermediate school?
This guy just did like a Reddit post about it and then goes through the comments. I just didn't know if you wanted to look at it at some point.
OP has been verified by our mod team. Yep, they verified who he is.
Yeah.
He got into a fight with the dude 2 or 3 times. Funny how those people that were all over those comments before he got arrested are no longer commenting.
I know.
God, that's weird. You can almost, process of elimination, figure out which ones are him to see when they last posted. Because I don't see those names anywhere. I think all of those really, long, detailed posts that are cited with, criminology textbooks, I think we can assume it's him.
I think it is. I really do.
Wow, we've covered a lot of ground tonight. And
Yeah.
my head's about to explode. She put a new video without... Who did? Wait, who put up?
Casey Farts. She just took down the original video where she named her friends.
Oh, she put it up again?
I don't know if she put the same one up, but she did put other videos up.
Let's take a look at her TikTok before we get off here. And everyone was asking, is her name really Casey Farts? And I'm like, yes. Okay. Let's see what she's got back up here.
We went through a lot, but I also don't feel like any less all over the place.
Well, because all of this stuff we all talked about just privately, and we just gave it to everybody that's watching. Because it was all just bits and pieces of a puzzle that is still missing a lot of pieces. So like when you put together a puzzle and you put the outside first, and then you find like just little bits and pieces of the inside of the puzzle, that's what we're doing. That's all we've done.
Yeah.
That's all we can do. Okay. Here's her original. It's got 77,000 views. I would think this is the original. Let's see.
That I did know Bryan. He was always nice to me too.
No, this is different.
I'm not.
This is different. She did not look like this. Her hair was not done like that. This is new.
I just wanted to say that in the time that I did know Bryan, he was always nice to me too. I'm not using this as an excuse to condone his behavior. No, that's fucking disgusting. This shouldn't have happened. But he was nice to me. He would message me. He would start the conversations. He would compliment me. He would want to invite me to hang out with him. We did a hike at there's like this pipeline next to my parents' house, and it goes up a decent sized mountain, I guess. I remember hiking that with him, my brother, and another friend, and I was freaking out because my anxiety was peaked. I hate heights, and it was just a terrifying experience, but he pushed me to complete it. He, again, was nice to me. However, I can't speak from other people's experiences. It's coming out on Facebook. A lot of the kids that I was in school with are saying that, Bryan was bullied as a kid, which I can believe because he was an overweight kid. But then he lost all the weight. And some people are saying that he accepted apologies from other people. Other people are saying that he then bullied them back. I don't know. There's a lot of speculation. But coming from me directly, he was, again, nice to me. At the end of the day, I just want to get the story out, just like other people do. There's going to be a lot of claims. There's going to be a lot of speculation. There's going to be a lot of different statements that are being said. But as far as I know, more people that I knew were friends with him or just knew him in general are coming to speak out. This has nothing to do with any 15 minutes of fame. This is a big case. He did not steal candy from a store. He murdered 4 fucking people. That is insanity. But we want to provide clarity on the case, whether it be private or public. In this instance, it is public. My name's out there. The video's out there. We want to just let everyone know. Like, it's... People are asking why I'm personally inserting myself into this crime. I wouldn't say I'm doing that. I'm just providing what insight I had on him in the time that I knew him. That's all this is. It's not anything more. I just wanted to say,
she made sure that she did her makeup and stuff for her follow-up video. Here's another one. Looks like she's done quite a few. This is the orig, right? 668,000 views. So let's start here. I haven't seen any of these.
okay, I'm just gonna jump right into it. I had to write myself a flashcard with 1,000,001 questions. Number one, why did I take the video down? Again, out of respect for my friends. I was in shock. I posted the video without thinking. I didn't blur out faces. I didn't blur out names. I just wanted to get how I knew him out there. But yeah, I took it down. I know the internet is forever. I know it's now circulating and it's everywhere. And I just respectfully asked if you see it, just to get them to take it down or at least blur their names and their faces. Yeah, because I talked to my friends and they don't want anything up. I'm not going to be reposting, even with blurred faces. It's out there. If you've seen it, you've seen it. Number two, why did I post without asking them? Again, I was in shock. I didn't, it was the last thing on my mind. I was friends with him. And that's that. Number three, what does his character from 5 to 10 years ago have to do with him now? It could mean nothing. But again, someone's character 5 to 10 years ago, I mean, it could help in some type of way. If not, who knows? Like I said, he was on heroin in high school. He seemed to have gotten clean. That's who I knew him as. There are people.
She got some big pupils too.
She talks about it.
Oh, she does. I mean, it's pretty bright. Yeah. It's pretty bright in that room. I'm like, damn, girl.
People who know him now that will have better answers than I do. That's just how it is. Number four, did I report to the tip line? Yes. The constant comments saying that I shouldn't have posted a TikTok and should have just went to the tip line. I did. I called, my mom called, my brother called. They gave their statements. I gave them a novel of an email, including a Google Drive full of screenshots, photos I had, everything. I reported to the tip line. Please stop telling me that I have to do it and that I shouldn't be posting a TikTok and just sending it to them. I did. It went to the tip line. Number five, well, I talked to reporters. I am bombarded with reporters. The TikTok blew up. I just wanted to get out to the people that I feel like would want the information that I knew on him, but it blew up and I can't stop that now. I talked to a couple of reporters already. I will be talking to more. They want to know who he was and how I knew him, and that's fine. I will do that. I'm going to make another video because, again, I don't have 6-minute, 10-minute videos. I only have 3.
You will soon, honey.
I'll post another part.
You will soon. I want to show you guys a picture really fast before we play the rest of hers. Before I forget, because I will forget. Really quick. Check this out. This is from the screenshot of the TikTok he made or whoever made of the reflection. These are his notes. I don't know if you guys saw this, but these are the notes he was reading about the crime that he was telling us about. So I don't know, like, I'm sure the department there has plenty of handwriting of him. Of his. But do we believe that a family member gave him these notes like this, or he wrote notes when talking to a family member, it's just too much.
Mm-mm.
Okay, back to Casey Farts.
All right, jumping back in. I don't know what number I'm on, but the video of the caller on the podcast, I believe that's him. It sounds exactly like him, in my opinion. I sent it to my brother. He said that Bryan usually spoke with more clarity and certainty. So he can't be 100% sure if he believes that's him, but I think it sounds exactly like him. And then regarding of the video of the relative who posted with the reflection of them in their laptop, Josco, I think was the name. I don't think that sounds like him. I mean, I must have watched that video 100 times over, and I cannot seem to focus on anything in the reflection that will give it away. I don't think it sounds like him either. But again, my brain is mush right now, so it could be, it couldn't be, but I really, honest to God, don't think it sounds like him. I can't believe I have to mention this, but my pupils. I had some trolls in the comments seeming to want to blend in the fact that he was a heroin user and my pupils together for some ungodly reason. That's just how they are. I don't know what to tell you. It has nothing to do with being on drugs. I take 2 meds for anxiety, Paxil and some new shit that I just it's like a fucking antihistamine. Okay, it has nothing to do with
So lay off her pupils, Jay.
I literally had a bully in high school who would talk to me about how fucking huge my pupils are all the time. It's just the way they are. In the light, they get smaller. Oh, look, they just got bigger. That's just how my pupils are dilated. Please stop talking about it. That's absolutely ridiculous. I'm called an attention seeker.
I feel like I'd get along with her.
I posted on TikTok instead of going to the authorities, which, again, I went to the authorities. Okay. I posted a TikTok out of shock. I posted a TikTok because I was a friend of his. I posted a TikTok because I wanted to get my story out. Has nothing to do with attention seeking. I have heavy social anxiety. The last thing I wanted was to get bombarded by a billion people. Okay. No, I'm not a fucking attention seeker. I hate it. I hate the attention. As a matter of fact, I'd rather just curl up in a ball right now and cry. So thank you for that, trolls. And to add some humor into this, is my last name actually Farts? Those comments actually made me laugh, so thank you. I needed that. No, my last name is not Farts. I'm just an immature child. That's just my user. It has nothing to do with my last name actually being Farts. Thank you for the laugh, though. If you have any other questions, I'll try to reply and respond to comments. And again, I'm not going to repost the video with the photos. I was in shock. I shouldn't have done it. But I'll try to answer any questions I have. Again, I knew him. The last time I saw him was in 2017. It has nothing to do with me wanting attention. I just wanted to get my story out there. All right, jumping back in. I don't know what number.
This comment cracks me up. Tracy L. She says, I never noticed username till reporter said Casey Farts on News Nation last night. I died. And then Casey laughs. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see her next one.
I've also had people asking me if I knew his motive. I have no idea. The only person who truly knows that is Bryan himself. And if the cops want to release the information, they have. But until then, we won't know. 4 kids were brutally murdered by this psycho. And my heart truly goes out to the friends and the families of these victims. No one needs to go through something like this. It's disgusting. It's disturbing. I'm still shaking. I'm sick to my fucking stomach over it. But again, his motive, no fucking idea. And I'll never know. I don't really want to know, honestly. It's disgusting to think about someone that you used to hang out with all the time could do something like this. What I do know is that Bryan did have anger issues. He did kickboxing. Whether it was to manage those issues, I don't know. But that's all I can really say on the matter. I've also had people asking me
Interesting.
his motive.
Did he have girlfriends or partners, significant others when you knew him? She says, not when I knew him, no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. This person goes, I saw you on the national news, News Nation last night. Did you see it? And she put, I did not. Ugh, this is a mess. Sorry for tagging you in the podcast video. I feel like I got you involved. Thinking of you. Did you see the video where people have tagged you where someone called into a radio? They want to know if you think it's his voice. Why are these user blah, 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 keep popping up? Interesting, even reading just the comments.
What was his character like? Again, he had anger issues. I never really saw them face to face. My brother and my friend actually saw them more than I did. My brother, however, has come out and said that Bryan had bullied him. I had no idea. And that kind of came as a shock to me. He has told reporters that too. My brother also said that he's not surprised that he would do something like this. So he obviously did have a deeper relationship with him than I did. Again, I knew him because he was friends with my brother and my friend, and that's how I became friends with him. That's really all I can give you. What was his character like? Again, he had anger issues. I never really saw them. Honestly, this is what disturbs me out of all of this. Oh, that's a lie. I'm more disturbed that he killed people, but what disturbs me is that when it comes out with who the person was, people will go out of their way to make fake accounts of him, of a murderer, of a killer. That's so crazy to me. As far as I knew, I don't believe he had social media. I believe he deleted it, but again, I don't know. The messages I have with him were from Facebook, but again, he deleted his Facebook a while ago. I was only able to pull those messages from Facebook because I was able to filter his name. And thankfully they were still in my history. But again, I don't think any of those Instagram accounts, any social media accounts are real, other than the ones I found from like an old SoundCloud I think he had. There might have been an Instagram that was created where he had followed two of the girls, which is sickening when I think about it. But yeah, people just create these accounts and I don't know, it makes me sick. It's like when the whole Gabby Petito, Brian Landry thing, they were creating fake Instagram accounts and going live with him. I don't know, it's sick. It has nothing to do with the situation, but no. Moral of the story, I'm rambling. I don't believe they're real accounts. Honestly, this is what disturbs me out of all.
Okay, so here's some interesting questions for her, and she answered. Rumors of rehab after high school. Any truth to that? Yes, 2013, he told me he was in rehab. Was he into Madonna? Someone asked.
Mm-hmm.
She hasn't answered that one. This here. Do you have this? Tay Rochelle asked, do you have any samples of his handwriting, yearbook or cards? God, I would love to see his handwriting. Compare it to that video. And again, nope. No girlfriends or anything. Freaking weirdo. So if he had anger issues and she knew, and she wasn't even as close to him as her brother, how did his parents not suspect with the Elantra, the anger issues? I mean, did they ask him about it? Like,
maybe they didn't know he had the Elantra.
Well, maybe they were.
How would they not know, though? It had Washington plates.
They might not have wanted to believe that he would have anything to do with this. Like, as a parent, it would be so hard to kind of put yourself in that position to believe your son's capable of doing something like that.
Well, then we would have to assume if dad doesn't know, then that apartment didn't have anything that dad could probably see.
Mm-hmm.
If they like literally, if his dad flew out there, I'm sure he went to his apartment. I'm so curious what was in that apartment when they went in there.
I mean, he could have hidden something from his father easily in the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. I just wonder if he planned on going back. Like, what was he going to do? If they didn't arrest him over break, what was he going to do?
No, he probably would have gone back. I mean, if he
He
stayed
would
and
have had
finished,
to.
then he would have gone back, yeah.
Let's see if this is the original.
I removed all the videos out of respect for my friends. They didn't want them up. It was my fault. I did not block out any faces. I was giving real names, and I was not going to allow my friends to be defamated. I don't know the word, but I removed the videos because
She's like, I don't know the word.
Of their request to have them put down. I will make a repost without their faces in them. But I did remove the videos because, again, I was thinking irrationally, and I desperately do not want to ruin the lives of my friends because I
think that whoever got on her about that video is a little dramatic because, like this person said, it's not their fault they went to school with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, people are going to dig and find out who he went to high school with. All they have to do is pick up a yearbook.
Yeah.
And every single one of his classmates are going to be contacted. I promise you, if they haven't already. It's not hard to find who people went to high school with.
Mm-mm.
So I don't think she should feel bad.
My shock post a video about him. But again, I will repost it just without the faces of everyone else. I removed all the
So I don't know like who got mad at her, but in her first video, she was like, my family doesn't call one another unless it's really bad. So it doesn't sound like they're super close. So maybe like her brother got pissed. Or, you know, like friends of her brother, like, fuck, why'd you put my fucking picture up there at that fucking wedding? You know, whatever.
Yeah.
They need to get over it. I think she seems so genuinely just shocked. Like,
oh yeah, definitely.
oh my gosh, what is everybody? I'm lost with chat.
Oh, I haven't even been looking.
Well, I just went to look and I'm like, what? Oh, why Madonna? Because he shared a video. Do I have to show the Madonna thing? That was who? Joe, what's it?
Josco.
Oh, yeah, 1972.
Mm-hmm.
Who made a video today, which is weird. This one here is from today.
Hey guys, I wanted to report some new information regarding the Idaho 4. Let me first say that, you know, my posting this quote unquote insider information is not some hey guys, I wanted to report some new information regarding the Idaho 4. Let me first say that, you know,
I just had a feeling or a thought. I mean, I had a thought that what if this was made like, you know, I don't know if you guys make TikTok videos, but you know how there's drafts when you don't finish something?
Yeah.
Did somebody accidentally public this? Let's listen to the main one again.
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing this report.
It's so different.
Hey guys, I wanted to report some new information.
No way.
Like, not even close.
No.
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing this report. I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside the investigation into the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I don't want to.
This girl here says you can literally hear its nose type. Oh shit. Morgan says, anyone else notice that he starts out saying he has a source inside the investigation and ends saying this is all just a rumor?
Oh, yeah.
Nurse Suzanne wants to know, how does he know the order of the ones who were unalived? MDZ says he speaks in present tense. He was doing it to quiet her instead of he did it to quiet her. The guilty speak in present tense when they relive it.
Yeah, true.
I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect.
That would be firsthand knowledge from an investigator, wouldn't it? And here's user again. How do you post as user with a bunch of numbers anyways? Because like,
I don't know.
I have to log in. I can't post just anonymously. Is that when do they make you like a username and then you have to change it?
No idea.
Or maybe it was someone that had a username and then deleted it. I don't know.
Skinamant says he posted this on December 14th and called in during the Rev podcast the same day. Seems like he was doing a social media tour. Everyone's saying his ears, his nose. How does he know where anyone fell asleep? There's no wedding ring. It's a reflection on his laptop, a smudge. It looks as though he typed up what he was going to say. No, he wrote it. Yeah, everyone thinks it's him.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not in jail, reply.
Respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory. As you know, the two women were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true, at least in regard to the fact that they hadn't fallen to sleep in the same bed. One of the victim's wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed. Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The person must have been very strong. They think the man came into the room after doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. The man, they believe that the man possibly grabbed her and she screamed loudly, apparently. The man then harmed her, and the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how, I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the
Did you guys hear like something in the background? Did someone come in the room?
I heard it like a creak.
Yeah, is that when he kind of shifts the camera? See how he looks over his shoulder too? Wait, let's watch that again. I could have sworn I heard someone.
And harmed her. And the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her. Which I apologize for how, I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning, yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why. And
I just had a thought. What if this was like someone he knew, like their account, like a family member or something, and he logged into it, put all their shit on private, and used it, or like hacked into somebody's shit. Who knows? And then that video was in the drafts and someone accidentally made it public. I don't know. It's just weird, that unfinished, but it's in a different voice, I guess. So that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Never mind.
after reviewing video files from the neighborhood, they reviewed security cameras in the area, and they have an audio file where I haven't heard it, but I was told that you can clearly hear a loud scream from a female. That scream was recorded at exactly 3:38 a.m. Neighbors say they didn't call.
Okay, so 3:38 a.m. If that matches up with the body cam timestamp, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then would be the scream, and it would match up to what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a possibility that he made those noise complaint calls to the cops, and that he also had the cops over at this fraternity questioning these kids, asking for their IDs?
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that he had the cops that close on purpose?
So that they'd be tied up doing something else.
Not just that, but also could there be clues in the background? I don't know. I mean, he didn't know she'd scream out, but I don't know. Maybe he did want to tie him up, but why would he want to tie him up so close?
I don't know.
How close was that body cam? Right in the backyard.
Literally, yeah.
But have their attention directed over here. You know what I'm saying?
I want to see what timestamp that screen was.
Yeah. So, I mean, just make a note of that and we'll check it out later.
You can clearly hear a loud scream from a female. That scream was recorded at exactly 3:38 a.m. Neighbors say they didn't call the police because they said there's often loud noise coming from the house.
How would he know that scream was recorded at that moment in time on 12/14?
I know. The way he speaks about this crime, it's like he was there.
Yeah, I mean, how would he know at what timestamp that scream was? He wouldn't. There's no way to explain it, right? Because the body cam didn't come out until a week ago, right? The Truth and Transparency, the body cams and all that?
Yeah, that was the week. Yeah.
So he's on 12/14. This guy is saying the exact timestamp that someone screamed. The fuck?
Because they said there's often loud noise coming from the house.
But he knows the exact timestamp of the scream, but none of the neighbors thought anything of it because of the party sounds.
You clearly hear a loud scream from a female. That scream was recorded at exactly 3:38 a.m. Neighbors say they didn't call the police because they said there's often loud noise coming from the house. I was told that there are parties there all the time. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it's what I was told. The weapon used was a long serrated-edged hunting knife with a fixed blade. The weapon had not been in the house. The person brought it with them and took it when they left. The two victims were on the same bed, not side by side. One victim was found on top of the other. The reason is that the one tried to escape and was grabbed, harmed, and then shoved and fell on top of her friend. That is why there's a lot of blood mixtures on this at the scene. They're also desperately looking for this white car. The reason being is that it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station. I don't even know what that is, but anyway.
I've never heard it referred to as that. Did you guys? before this?
No.
I've never heard it referred to as an A&W and a hangout. He called it a hangout. Who hangs out at A&W in a gas station? Nerds that don't fit in the Greek row?
Reason being is that it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station. I don't even know what that is, but anyway, that's, again, it could be wrong. I was just told it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station / hangout at 3:45. Now, if the screen was recorded at 3:38 and the car sped by at 3:45, it's a very tight time frame, but it is possible that the person left immediately and rushed and was seen speeding by. Also, the scream may have been what caused the person to quickly leave. That scream could have been what saved the other two roommates' lives. The person knew that they might be detected, so they sped away. Again, this is all just rumor. Take it for what it is. I just pray for these young people. I hope they rest in peace and that their families
That's sick.
can find peace after this horrible crime, and I hope that the person who committed it can be brought to justice. Thanks a lot. Hey there, to those of you interested.
Hey there. Starts it out. Hey there. Now, let's listen to that podcast right after.
The high-pitched scream was at 3:12.
Man, I found you today. I watched your live earlier this afternoon and been watching this one, and the thing that
I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside the investigation.
town, and I've worked with probably at least 10 Sigma Chi members, and the one thing that
in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And
I feel like his ask me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it? And I just wonder if maybe this is nothing more than some kid in a fraternity trying to prove himself. And that was it.
So you said so.
You a second hand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only.
See, I think he's talking so quiet in this one that it's really hard to decipher the two.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's really hard, and it's probably hard for the people that know him. Like she said, it could be, but it doesn't to me, This call into this podcast, it's shocking. All right, let me go to the chat and see what the results. Oh my gosh, Jillian, thank you so much for your emails. We have so much to look at. You guys are amazing. I can't imagine how much we have. This is going to be one of those, this is going to be never ending,
Yeah.
So 65% think that the caller is him, and 34% said no. And that's almost 2,000 votes.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Look at Shane's in the house. Oh my gosh, I have to ask Shane his question. Thank you for your super chat. Super chat, Shane. While you're here, I have your Christmas trivia question. Are you prepared to answer on the spot? Johnny, on the spot, you can answer in chat. Unless your ass want to call in. If you have earbuds, you can call in.
Unless you're at the laundromat.
And or at the party store. Okay, where is the holiday thing? What's it under?
I don't
Christmas something. Oh, Christmas special. Here it is. All right, let me know if he responds and says he's down. I don't want to embarrass him. But HJ made these just for you, and you weren't able to come to the thingy on Friday. So this is for Shane only to answer. And if you get it right, you get a prize. Girls, do you think he'll get it right?
I hope so.
If he doesn't, he's in big trouble.
Yeah, he best hope so.
Okay, he said neat. Okie dokie. Please don't ask me the same Sister Sam. I'm not even bringing up Sister Sam because we both get confused. Okay, so if you weren't in our Roberta Christmas party, or I guess end of the year party, we did some trivia Q&A for some prizes, and this one was reserved for Shane. So, who plays Fuller in Home Alone? Again, let me repeat that so you hear it correctly. Who plays Fuller in Home Alone? Let's see if Shane can get it. Kieran Culkin, the great.
Oh, it's a good thing he got that.
And he is correct. Should we give him the bonus question? What is the highest grossing Christmas movie of all time? I'm making this Shane's bonus question. What is the highest grossing Christmas movie of all time? He says final answer. You are the weakest link. Oh, shoot. Okay, so most of you think it is the same person. Nope, it's not the Grinch, Jenny. It's not Christmas Vacation, Mary Jane. Like your name, by the way.
He answered above Jenny.
It hasn't come through on my end yet. Oh, yeah, he did. Home Alone, question mark. Ding, ding, ding. You might just have it right. Shane, double winner tonight. Look at you coming in. Not even expecting it. Johnny on the spot. Happy New Year, Shane. I was going to do something. What was I going to do before I was distracted by His Highness? Yes, you get a mug. You are terrible. Yes, you're going to get more than a mug, but you have to come on panel and talk about it. Talk about your gifts. What were we talking about just now?
No clue. Shane just totally broke the stream.
He did. He did. I love it. Shoot. I feel like there was something I was gonna. But yes, Shane, you are correct with your original comment. The 13th of the month being the catalyst, or whatever, not the catalyst, but I don't know what you'd call it. What would you call that? We're not criminologists. Oh, speaking of criminologists, I totally forgot to show you guys. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm just overwhelmed, right? None of us are stupid. We're just overwhelmed. All right, let me go to my watch later folder. That always contains a lot of interesting things. Here is a video. Okay, so we'll go, you know what? Maybe I'll save these for another time. But I'll show you what I'm talking about. Because there's quite a few of them. I know you can't hear it. But this is DeSales University. They have a bunch of videos on their YouTube. So you can go check it out if you want to. About their masters in criminal justice and stuff. And then like forensics, and then the psychology and criminal justice lab, just like all these different things about the program. And then the other thing I wanted to show you was someone commented, Now, regardless if this is related or not, I don't even care if it's related because I would just like to bring awareness to this case. But they left a comment, which I thought was really interesting. And they said that all of these unsolved reminded them of this Courtney Stuffer case. And I'm like, well, who in the heck is that? I said, I'm going to look it up. I'm going to let you guys watch the video on it and let me know what you think. This is in Pennsylvania, by the way.
Since she disappeared, but Courtney Stauffer's face is still seen all throughout Palmyra.
Now, this was an update 5 months ago, but this is a cold case from 10 years ago.
I think everybody looked at Courtney as if it was their daughter.
Community fundraisers have helped contribute to the $100,000 award for information.
Whoever's got the information, I just wanted to see that every day. So that haunts him.
Courtney's dad, Scott, says she was the life of the party.
In 2012, she decided to move in with her boyfriend into this apartment on Main Street in Palmyra. And it granted her independence, parties, drinking, no curfew. She made the rules.
Court wasn't a saint or an angel. She was a kid growing up, at 21.
On the night of July 29th, 2012, a neighbor alerted probation about an underage drinking party at Courtney's apartment. Her boyfriend, who was on probation and underage, was taken into custody.
They made it seem like he was never coming back, like he was going away for 5 years. And that really drove my daughter a little frantic.
The detective says later that night, Courtney met two male friends at a bar in Hummelstown. From there, they met up with another couple and drove to Harrisburg.
Now, what's interesting is that a neighbor was calling the cops, noise complaints. Boyfriend got thrown into jail over it.
Where Courtney got into an argument with a woman and was asked to leave a bar.
They left the bar, came out, collected Courtney, and made their way back towards Palmyra.
Her father says one of the male friends came back to her apartment. Police responded then to two 911 calls. The first at 3:12 a.m. after Courtney got into an argument with neighbors because she thought they called police earlier about the underage drinking party. When police arrived, one neighbor reported that Courtney kicked him in the leg. The responding officer said they had all been drinking and they should return to their homes. Then by 4:11, another 911 call from a neighbor saying Courtney was screaming, stomping on the floor, and making threats.
Whether it was stomping on the floor or whether it was a struggle, I don't know.
Courtney's sister Kirsten
another scream
and says what happened after that is a mystery.
I think in that time frame is when something seriously bad was happening.
By 4:31, police arrived and say they knocked on her door. No one answered, and they could see inside but didn't notice anything unusual. They only heard a dog barking. 5 minutes later, police left.
Oh my God. Another dog left unharmed.
Yep.
Police say the friend who stayed with her claims he left shortly before 8 a.m. and that Courtney was no longer there. He sent her multiple texts asking about what happened to her. The first red flag for the Stauffers, Courtney did not show up to meet her brother at the Lebanon County Farm Show.
And I think he realized that there was something foul going on when she didn't call him.
Police say there were no signs of foul play inside, but that she left her keys, cell phone, purse, shoes, and her car remained outside.
That was kind of when we really realized this just wasn't a walk away, that she's going to turn up.
The community came together and searched for Courtney. Now 11 days since Courtney was last seen, forensic teams searched Courtney's and neighbors' residences along with some vehicles. Tips came in of Courtney's whereabouts.
It's like finding a needle in a haystack at this point in time.
Including a claim from Courtney's friend in 2014 saying Courtney was wrapped in a carpet and dumped in Memorial Lake. The lake was searched.
It's been 10 years and we still have nothing, and we're not a step closer to finding her. So that's just really painful to go through on a daily basis.
We need some closure. And if she's still alive, just let us know. We'll figure it out.
And Courtney, if you're listening,
let us know where you're at. Get to somebody that can. We'll figure out how to get you back where you were. Once we get to you, we can overcome 10 years. You can't overcome never.
Jocelyn Howard, WGAL News 8.
What do you guys think?
That
of
is
that
so
report?
similar.
And it's so sad that she's never been found.
Yeah. So it doesn't sound like, she was murdered in there like in a bloody way, but the screaming, the struggle, whoever it was, sounds like they needed to get her the fuck out of there because they were going to get caught, but they decided to take her with them.
Yeah.
It's awful. Apartment with her boyfriend. Like, does this dude have a problem with couples? Is he pissed that, like, he never had a girlfriend?
Yeah. Incel kind of thing.
Yeah. But then on the Reddit thing, they're saying that Ethan wasn't a target. That person's saying it was Xana and Kaylee. So it's just all so confusing. But yeah, I wanted to share that for sure because I thought that was really, really strange. Let me see if I have anything else that before because I'll get off here and I'll be like, damn it, I wanted that in that live, But I think we can go over that college stuff later because that's just, it's going to be a lot. And my voice is already like hurting. But I do want to make sure I didn't miss anything that I wanted to definitely touch on. Now you get to see all my history. This is a criminal justice student from...
You're only showing...
You can't see it.
Yeah, you're showing the video of his commencement.
Oh, I am? Oh, okay. Look at this, too. This is... Oh, I'm on a totally different thing. Never mind. So his dissertation essay, did we talk about that tonight? Today? We didn't talk about the
Not
professor in this live?
Yeah.
And how she helped him with the topic of his dissertation?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
we did.
he ran out of time.
So he didn't use his research stuff.
Yes, okay. So we did go over that. I'm just covering all my bases, and I want to thank everyone that's been here throughout this whole thing. Another channel that I've been watching on this is called The Drunk Turkey Show. Have you guys come across them? Yeah. It's pretty good. It's like 3 guys and they just discuss like the stuff like we do.
Sunny B has a really good point.
What?
I'm still stuck up on M's stepmom being in jail for drugs, and now we hear BK was a drug user.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Here is a video, a Washington... Wait, hold on. A Washington State University professor reacts to the arrest and the Idaho murders. Let me see. He's the professor of the College of Communication clinical assistant. Edward R. Muro, College of Communication clinical assistant professor. Matt Lovelace. Can't make it up. Matt Lovelace is his name. I just want to make sure I don't forget any of this stuff. So yeah, it's interesting to hear about like in those videos from his college out there in Pennsylvania. They talk about the 3 different programs in criminal justice that they have and what they learn and what the students have to do. So I think we'll do like another one where we just go over like what the program entails because there's a lot he had to go through to get in there. And I know people said it's easier for an out-of-stater to get in there, possibly, but he still had to go through all the same steps that everyone else did. I know my co-host always sounds sleepy. I put him to sleep. Knitters.
Well, it is 3:25 here.
Oh,
I was
well,
gonna
Potato
say.
has an excuse.
Yeah.
I know unique trauma. I need a break from it. Literally, I need like 12 hours. But like, you don't want to look away because you feel like you might miss something, right?
I feel like every morning I'm just like, what I miss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. Like I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning and was straight into this.
Yeah, I saw that. I was wondering what you were doing.
Uh-huh. I
Well,
was
you
wondering
wake
what
up-
I was doing too.
I was wondering what I was doing. Right. It's like, and then you start looking, and then one thing leads to another, and before you know
I
it.
was like, I'll just have a quick look and then I'll go back to sleep. But then it was 8:30 and I was like, oh.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much everybody is just mind blown by this. But
Well, and there's just so many little breadcrumbs out there that
Mm-hmm.
you kind of have to take a look at everything and a very close look at everything.
I want you to read this. Can someone read that out loud?
Last night, a card reader and I agreed that he did it. Called for help. Family covered it up. He's done this before and got away with it. He's a psycho and they better convict him and not blow the case.
Grateful Knitters. I haven't seen it yet, but I will go through the super chats now.
Tito, are you
Who's
cracking
cracking
nuts?
up? No. Oh my God! I was just gonna say, who's cracking open walnuts or
Oh
something?
no, it's my pen. Sorry.
Oh.
She's fidgeting.
I'm doodling.
I do the same thing.
Oh my God, I doodle so much.
If I
I
have
do
to
that
listen to
too.
something and not look like I get distracted with chat, so if I really have to listen to a video or something, I'll start doodling.
Same. If I need to concentrate, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
seriously, if I didn't have this mouse that I was constantly moving around the whole time, I totally would be doodling.
You should see my notebooks from these lives. Like
When
it's
I'm on the
everywhere.
phone, I doodle as well.
So do I. I either doodle or pace around.
I had to do it tonight to keep me from like scrolling through Reddit and keep looking at stuff because I wasn't listening. I was just reading.
Is that
information.
why you sounded like you were dazing?
Yeah, I was just like taking in so much
You-
information.
Yeah, I would be doing the same thing. Like, okay, what can I maybe find next that we can talk? That's new.
And
No-
I mean, yeah, we've been live for 7 hours, but we have found a ton of new
7
information.
Yeah, like we've been live like for 7 hours. But okay, here is Grateful Knitters. Let's see. Happy New Year, Jay. Do you think it's possible that he was their dealer and met up with Xana after the party to hang out? Then he snapped. What do you guys think? I think anything's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? I mean,
The cat, thank you for your super chat. CR, thank you for your super sticker. Go ahead, Heather J. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's probably not. Marijuana legal in Idaho? Recreation?
Not sure.
Because I mean, yeah, he did heroin, but if you do heroin, I'm sure you have weed connections, and maybe that he
That
was
is
their
the only
supplier.
time I've heard you have an East Coast accent. Heroin. Say it again.
Heroin?
Heroin. It's the only time I've ever heard that come out in you.
How do you say it?
Heroin. I say heroin.
Oh, because I don't say the R.
I don't know. It's just your.
Yeah. I don't
It's
know.
just where you're from. It's your culture. It's your culture. So Heather J, if you were to kill someone, how would you do it? Asking for a friend of a friend.
Yeah.
Nick Labana, thank you so much for your super chats. Shelby, Chrissy Jooms, thank you so much. Not That Tiffany M and Crime Solver. Crime Solver actually said, I think it's his office at school. That's where they think he made the video. I think they're probably right. Since different desk, and he wanted to one up Steve on releasing more deets since he's such a weirdo.
That's a really good point.
And then Lizzie Bones also said, that could be an older picture too. They could have updated or switched the monitor out. Yikes.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
Sassy Gal Beauty says the paper on the desk to the left. We're going to have to take a look at that. Amy Walker says, thanks for always keeping your shit real. Love you, Jay. Thank you, Amy Walker. Lori Staggs gave a super sticker and it says, peace out. And then Shell gave a super sticker. Thank you, Shell and Lori. Shell gave a fox. And Shane Culkin gave another super chat, which we missed. Happy New Year, Jay. Happy New Year, Culks. And I think that's it. Thank you guys so much. And to all the new members. Oh my God. Who do we have that became members? Let's see. We have Megan, Holly, Joseph Eastman, Sherry Powers, Gringo Can Do, Jenny De Silva. Thank you, Jenny. L. Elizabeth. Thank you. And I think that's the new Roberters for 2023. You guys are. Oh, and did I say Joseph Eastman? And Ultra Dark CEO was a King Roberter, rejoined for 2 months now.
Yay!
So thank you guys so much. You are what keeps this whole thing going. I don't know if that's dangerous or not, but I don't think he looks fat at all, David Skywalker. David Skywalker with, what's that dude's name? Waldo. I know, a 7-hour sesh. We haven't done one of these in a long ass time.
A new year.
I know.
Ringing it in right.
Ringing it in right. All right, you guys. Well, enjoy the rest of your New Year's Day that's left of it. Be prepared tomorrow. I want to hear you guys call in. I want to, you don't have to turn your cameras on and all that stuff. I just want to hear your thoughts. So we'll put the link in tomorrow and go over that and see what you guys think and see what comes out between now and then. He looked round? Oh, I don't think so. His neck, he looked like a pencil neck. Wait, where's Miss Robin? I didn't see her. I didn't see Miss Robin in here.
Neither did I.
Hi, she just came in at 10:29 a few minutes ago. Happy New Year, Miss Robin. David Skywalker says that they looked round in the one reflection. Maybe because he was moving, it was all like blurred. It was Audra D. Thank you so much, you guys. We're gonna let you guys dance it out because I think we need like deprogramming from all this psychological madness. And Rich, thank you so much. Thank you for the channel and peace for the victims, please.
David
Happy
Skywalker,
New Year.
You're crazy.
Yeah, you are crazy because I already have a headache. Audrey D said, thanks, Jay and Potato and HJ.
Oh.
All right, well, go take that Diesel out to go potty. Potato, go snuggle with Rupert.
Does Rupert even snuggle?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. Thank you, Jilly Bear. Thanks so much, you guys. We'll see you tomorrow, I guess. I don't know which one of you guys, if either of you will be able to be here, but we'll definitely be taking these calls, and you guys are always more than welcome. I'm going to feel alone when this ends. David Skywalker's going to be lonely. Well, you only got about 17 hours, David.
He can replay it, and then it would only be 10 hours without us, so.
Oh, someone else is still up from here. Knickknacks from the UK.
I know, so you're not alone in this all-nighter. Jenny says 7 hours. Take that, Brian. You're not the only one that has stamina.
Amen.
All right, you guys are the bestest. All right, you guys, let's dance it out. Whew. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't